Chapter 124. Ming Yi's voice came from behind. "What are you muttering to yourself?" Shi Qingxuan's body stiffened. He said, I. Xie Lian wanted to speak up for him, but his tongue did not listen to him. There was nothing he could do. The best friend he trusted the most was actually the thing he feared the most, and he had been lurking by his side. There was no one around. He did not know what he wanted to do. Who wouldn't be afraid? Suddenly Ming Yi's fingers tightened. Shi Qingxuan's shoulder felt a pain, and he pressed it down. At the same time a pair of pale hands suddenly stretched out from the stream, grabbing Shi Qingxuan's throat. Water ghost. Ming Yi pressed down, and this hand grabbed empty air. He struck out again. A scream came from the water. It seemed that the thing had been scattered. Shi Qingxian fell to the ground. Ming Yi pulled him up and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? You can find a random stream in the black water ghost land to wash your face." Shi Qingxian had just used the stream water that had soaked the corpse of the water ghost to soak himself. He should have felt slightly disgusted. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to this. His cheeks and hair were dripping with water. He was drenched like a drowned chicken. He was out of his wits. He just allowed Ming Yi to pull him up and followed him in a daze. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, everything related to this brother Ming revealed a strange feeling. He was a geomaster, so naturally, all the earth-shrinking formations along the way were drawn by him. This should have been his special skill, but it kept happening. The four of them were inexplicably teleported from the Pu Chi Temple to Boga Town, and something happened to the teleportation of the Wind Master and the Navy on the Blackwater Island. Was it because the teleportation hull had not been repaired for a long time? Was there something else at work? Was it because the mastermind behind the scenes was too powerful? Why think too much? The simplest answer was that Ming Yi had done something to them. When Master Wind was first taken away by the vernacular True Immortal, he was the one who lost sight of him. When Master Wind lost his mana, he was also the first to discover him. He was the one who had always been by Shi Qingxuan's side and knew his fears and actions like the back of his hand. He knew Master Wind's password and could command the vernacular True Immortal to threaten him. He was also the one who personally opened the door of the protective formation of the wine table. At that time, he smashed the signboard of Fengshui Palace with his own hands, but his expression didn't change. Maybe it was because he was unconventional, or maybe it was because he did it on purpose. Using this as an excuse, he openly destroyed his enemy's signboard in front of them, and the enemy even had to thank him. How arrogant and bold. It wasn't that Xie Lian had never suspected these minute oddities. He had personally probed the 3 questions. But he had never thought that something so audacious and unbelievable could actually happen. A ghost, disguised as a priest, had been lurking among them all this time. Blackwater's sinking boat, always low-key. It was only natural for him to keep a low profile since he had been living under another identity for many years. At that time, Ming Yi's answer was indeed flawless. That was because he had swallowed the vernacular True Immortal and possessed its ability. He could order it around like a minion. The desperate Ghost King was definitely above it. Of course, it wasn't restricted by that characteristic. If he wanted to tell the truth, he would tell the truth. If he wanted to tell a lie, he would tell a lie. That skeleton's hands and feet were dexterous, fitting the identity of a geomaster. Why was it placed in the Netherworld underwater mansion? It had to be. Because that was the skeleton of a priest. If they didn't treat it carefully and only buried it carelessly, it definitely wouldn't be able to keep the coffin lid down. Therefore, they could only treat it with grand etiquette and place it in their own palace. But what made Xie Lian guess his identity wasn't just this. It was that pounce. The sailors asked why the skeleton had the last radiance of a setting sun. Ming Yi rushed to answer, "As long as there's something that can stand up and block our way, everything else is important." But in reality, what really provoked Ming Yi wasn't this sentence, but the 4 words after, "Lord Geomaster." It was because he was the real Geomaster. And the person who impersonated him was standing right in front of them. Moreover, he had casually and deliberately led them in the wrong direction. Sometimes, Ming Yi would deliberately do the opposite, pulling them in the right direction a few times to get rid of suspicion. For example, he said to Hua Cheng, "You really have a spy in the heavenly court." But wasn't that spy himself? That was why Hua Cheng sarcastically replied, "Didn't you already know?" The underlying meaning was, why bother putting on an act? However, the term spy was probably not accurate. There should be an agreement between the two of them. For example, an exchange of information. If the two desperate ghost kings worked together, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Blackwater infiltrated the heavenly court and grasped the movements of the heavenly realm. Hua Cheng took root in the human world and had believers everywhere. Other than that, it was unknown whether there was any other cooperation. Junwu sent the Geomaster to the ghost city as a spy. It was like sending a thief into a thief's den. Since Mingyi had been undercover, there had only been 2 accidents. The first was the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique. The impersonator naturally wouldn't do something like that. Xia Lian was more inclined to believe that the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique was released by the real Mingyi when he escaped. To completely disguise as someone else and infiltrate the heavenly court, it was impossible not to have a good understanding of that person. Therefore, the impersonator must be kept alive and details must be extracted from his mouth bit by bit, including experience, skills, and how to use magic weapons. The fake Mingyi should have captured and imprisoned the real Mingyi when he had just gone through the tribulation and hadn't had the time to ascend to heaven. Otherwise, if the real Mingyi had already been in contact with other heavenly officials, the impersonator would be exposed even more easily. That was an accident. Therefore, when Hua Cheng received the news, he had to go back to help his partner deal with the aftermath. Coincidentally, Xia Lian also accepted the mission from Junwu, Ghost City Rescue. At that time, he didn't feel it. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that operation a little too smooth? Xia Lian did indeed rescue the Geomaster from the Blissful Places dungeon, but how did he discover the dungeon? It was because he first saw the demon-masked man wearing the shackles under Hua Cheng, and then he saw this man sneaking around the blissful place. Something like the shackles was a disgrace. Normally, when a heavenly official was demoted, they would want to hide it. Why would that demon-masked man wear it on his hand? Why did he hide it later? Other than accidentally, the other explanation was that he did it on purpose. It was to attract Xia Lian's attention so that he could naturally discover the imprisoned fake Geomaster. In reality, the Mingyi who had sent out the distress signal should have been killed after that. Because there was no way to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence, he couldn't leave his body behind either. That was equivalent to leaving behind a lot of clues, so he turned him into bones. The second accident was that after Shi Qingxian was threatened by the vernacular True Immortal, he sought Xia Lian's help. Hua Cheng clearly didn't want Xia Lian to be involved in this matter. Therefore, at that time, Mingyi said, "It wasn't my intention to come here." And later on at the pouring wine platform, during the time when Hua Cheng left, he should have gone to meet up with Mingyi to question him about what was going on. Xia Lian didn't have the chance to tell Shi Qingxian all of these in detail, but Shi Qingxian must have thought of them one by one. His hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were trembling slightly. The two of them walked side by side while Xia Lian was thinking, where did Shi Wudu go? The first one to leave through the formation was Shi Wudu, and the last one was Mingyi. He shouldn't be able to do anything to Shi Wudu without Shi Qingxuan's permission, so there were 3 possibilities. First, Shi Wudu was sent to another place. Second, there was something waiting for him at Shi Wudu's destination and he had already been killed. Third, Shi Wudu left on his own. If it was 1 or 2, there was no reason for Mingyi to continue acting in front of Shi Qingxian and look for him together. Thinking of this, Xia Lian suddenly heard Mingyi say, "Where's your longevity lock?" Shi Qingxian didn't react, but Xia Lian's heart jumped. Mingyi asked a few times before Shi Qingxian said, "Huh?" Mingyi said in annoyance, "Didn't you say that your 2 longevity locks were made from the essence of gold, and when the owner is injured, it will resonate?" Shi Qingxian told Mingyi everything, so he naturally knew the use of this treasure. This meant that he actually wanted to use this golden lock to find Shi Wudu's whereabouts. Shi Qingxian said, but, my injury is already healed. Mingyi said coldly, isn't that simple? As he said that, he raised his hand slightly. Xia Lian thought, could it be that he wants to stab Master Wind a few times? Just as he was on guard, who knew that Mingyi would press on the wound on his arm. The wound that had already healed instantly bled. He said, wear the lock for me. Seeing this, Xia Lian couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Even if it was an act, to be able to do it to this extent was really amazing. He could completely understand why Shi Qingxian would value Mingyi as a friend so much. If this action did not contain hidden killing intent and bad intentions, such a person would be a friend worth making. Shi Qingxian hesitated and did not dare to move. As long as he handed over one longevity lock, the two golden locks would resonate. Shi Wudu sensed it and would definitely take the initiative to look for it. Mingyi frowned and said, are you scared, silly? Shi Qingxian said. No. Actually, this lock, didn't I tell you? Only when I wear it myself will it have such an effect. Mingyi said suspiciously, is there such a thing? Shi Qingxian gripped the longevity lock tightly and nodded vigorously, yes. Mingyi stared at him for a moment and seemed to give up on this plan. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his arm and did not say anything. Who knew, at this moment, the longevity lock on Shi Qingxuan's neck started to tremble. Shi Qingxuan's expression changed drastically, and Mingyi reacted extremely quickly. He immediately walked in the direction of the longevity lock and said, Lord Navy is over there. The golden lock resonated, which meant that Shi Wudu was injured. However, he was completely unscathed when he entered the formation, so what could have injured him now? Xia Lian could feel that Shi Qingxian was in a hurry to go, but it was not that he did not want to go. They were trapped in the illusion of the Blackwater Lake, and there was no one else on the island. Pei Ming was painstakingly cutting wood to build a coffin boat outside the realm, waiting for them to return. Shi Qingxian was immortal right now, and Shi Wudu was injured again. Even heaven and earth would not respond to him. Now that he had delivered himself to his door, how could he run? After hurriedly walking for a while, Shi Qingxian said, Ming. Brother, I think there is a trick in this, it's best not to go. Mingyi said, what trick? Shi Qingxian braced himself and said, how could my brother be injured? The one over there might not be him. Mingyi was much more reasonable than him and said, right now, we are in the territory of the desperate Ghost King. Lord Navy might not have the ability to protect himself. No matter what it is, let's go and take a look first. Shi Qingxian could not think of a reason not to go. Xia Lian also could not think of one, but he quietly watched the changes. As the vibration of the longevity lock increased, the two of them got closer and closer. They saw Shi Wudu lying on the ground, curled up in a sorry state, holding his abdomen, looking like he was in great pain. Shi Qingxian was shocked when he saw this and shouted, brother. He ran over, and Mingyi followed. Who knew that when Shi Qingxian got close to Shi Wudu suddenly jumped up and hugged him, laughing crazily. Shi Qingxian was hugged by him and was extremely shocked. Only then did he realize that this person's nose was crooked and his eyes were slanted. How was this Shi Wudu? It was just a crazy weirdo wearing Shi Wudu's clothes and wearing that golden lock. Before he could speak, he heard a loud sound. Mingyi, who was beside him, suddenly fell to the ground. There was a black hole the size of a ball in his chest, and blood covered the ground. And a figure in white jumped down from the tree, grabbed him and ran, shouting, go. Xia Lian took a closer look. This person was Shi Wudu. Shi Qingxian said, brother. Shi Wudu shouted in a low voice, don't talk, quickly follow me. He is not a good person. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xia Lian understood. It turned out that Shi Wudu was not easy to deal with. When he came out of the door formation and realized that he was still in the netherworld underwater manor, he felt that something was wrong. His thinking was much simpler and sharper than Xia Lian's. The first thing he suspected was that Mingyi was up to something. He hid first so that he could not find him and hid in the dark to see what he was doing. He and Shi Qingxian were probably teleported to different places, if not he would have brought Shi Qingxian to hide together. After realizing that Mingyi and Shi Qingxian were moving together, he pulled a crazy weirdo over and helped him put on his clothes, put on the golden lock, and then gave him a palm to attract Mingyi's attention before launching a surprise attack from the side. He was also vicious and merciless. In fact, there was no strong evidence to prove that Mingyi had done much, but once he made a move, he was aiming for his life. Shi Qingxian could not help but turn his head, and this time, he just happened to see Mingyi, whose heart had been pierced through, lying on the ground for a while. He sat up, looked down at the bloody hole expressionlessly, and slowly stood up. At that moment, Xia Lian felt a piercing coldness spread from Shi Qingxian to the bottom of his heart. Even if it was a god official, how could they still be able to move normally after being beaten up like this? It must be something that was not human. The two brothers ran for a while, and suddenly, the hairs on Xia Lian's back stood up, and he shouted, "Be careful." He pulled the navy, and a sharp sound of wind breaking came from the air in front of them, and a cold light flashed past. If it was not for Xia Lian's pull, the navy would have already been slit in the neck. Those invisible people who could only be reflected in the water. Shi Wudu scolded, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the navy fan. With a backhand fan, 7 to 8 slender water arrows shot out from the water ripples on the surface of the fan, and surrounded the two of them, forming a protective circle. This time, those invisible people could not do anything to them. The two of them continued to run, and Shi Qingxian could not help but turn his head. When he turned his head, his hair stood on end, and he said, "He followed us." As expected, Mingyi was about 200 feet behind them, and he was walking slowly. Even though it looked like he was walking slowly, but with every step he took, the distance between him and the two people in front of him was instantly shortened by a large margin. It was as if in another 7 to 8 steps, he would be able to grab the back of their clothes. Shi Wudu didn't look back. With a wave of his fan, another 20 to 30 extremely sharp dragon-shaped water arrows shot out. They were clearly condensed from water, but they actually emitted the sound of steel blades tearing through the air. With another wave, the number doubled. With a few more waves, more than 100 water arrows flew toward Mingyi. They surrounded her from all directions. If she missed even one arrow, she would definitely be pierced through and feel a chill in her heart. However, Mingyi actually grabbed the first water arrow with his bare hands, and with a tug, it was like pulling a rope. The navy fan was actually pulled out of his hand just like that. Once the fan left his hand, the water dragon arrows that were dancing wildly in the air immediately turned into a sky full of fine rain, and fell down. Shi Wudu suddenly stopped, and looked at his own hand in disbelief. In more than 100 years, this was the first time someone had pulled the navy fan from his hand. He knew in his heart that he couldn't escape, and when he turned back to look, Mingyi was also steadily walking toward them with his hands behind his back. His entire person seemed to be undergoing some kind of subtle change. With every step he took, this change increased. That originally snow-white face became even paler, and like Hua Cheng, there was no color of blood. His brows became sharper, and the outline of his eyes became deeper. Of course, it also became more gloomy. The originally simple black robe quietly grew a dark pattern of water ripples embroidered with fine thread in an inconspicuous corner, and it flickered with a mysterious silver light. When he walked in front of the two feng shui masters, even though he still had the same face, he was already a completely different person. Geomasters weren't martial gods, and their martial strength wasn't good, and their magic power wasn't strong. However, this person in front of them clearly didn't match these 2 points. Shi Wudu said warily, "What exactly are you?" Mingyi seemed to find it funny, and he squinted his eyes. "You are in my territory, and you still have to ask me what I am." Shi Wudu said, "Blackwater Xian ghost." Mingyi looked at Shi Qingxian, but Shi Qingxian didn't have any reaction. Shi Wudu said, "You have always been a geomaster?" Or. Before he finished, he also reacted, and said, "I see." But what he reacted to was only the fact that Xian ghosts had always been hiding in the celestial heavens. Shi Wudu said, "You and I have always minded our own business, and we ruled from different regions. This time, coming to your territory wasn't my wish, so why don't we both take a step back? Mingyi said, looks like there are also times when water can't run rampant. Sure Wudu was arrogant by nature, and when he heard this, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Even though he was under the eaves, and his younger brother was by his side, and he had to lower his head, he still didn't want to lose his momentum. He said, if not for the fact that the timing and location aren't right, I might not be afraid of you. Mingyi took another step forward, and said in an awe-inspiring tone, Sure Wudu, take a look at who I am. Sure Wudu frowned slightly and looked at him. He had seen this face of a geomaster a few times, and he didn't understand what it meant. He said, who do you want me to say? He paused, thinking that she was hinting at him not to reveal his identity, and said, it doesn't matter who you are. I swear on the name of my navy, as long as you don't implicate us two brothers, whatever you do, it has nothing to do with me. Before he finished speaking, Mingyi said coldly, Shui Hengtian is indeed a forgetful person. Back then, you flipped through the birth and name lists of so many people in the mortal realm, and after a lot of effort, you finally found me, the only one. Why, in just a few hundred years, have you forgotten what I look like? Hearing this, Sure Wudu's face twisted bit by bit. This was the first time this expression of seeing a living ghost that usually appeared on the face of mortals appeared on his face. Sure Wudu's pupils shrank to the smallest, and he blurted out, you're still alive? But He Xian said coldly, I'm dead. After saying this, he suddenly raised his hand, 4 fingers together, and raised it up. Xia Lian felt a sharp pain coming towards his head. It was Shi Qingxian being affected by his spell field and fainting. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Lian slowly woke up along with Shi Qingxuan's consciousness. Before he could open his eyes, he felt something constantly rubbing against his body. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that it was actually 7 or 8 furry, smelly heads. A group of crazy people surrounded him, laughing idiotically while reaching out to touch and scratch him. Xia Lian could still be considered calm, because he judged that there was no danger to his life at the moment. Also, although this group of strange people was a bit dirty, they were not a threat. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, was greatly alarmed. He immediately wanted to push them away, but he heard a series of clanking sounds of iron chains. His hands and feet were ice cold, and he couldn't move. Looking up, it turned out that he was actually handcuffed to a mottled wall by a few large iron chains that were as thick as wooden sticks, and his arms were hung high up. Looking at the ground and the ceiling, he should have returned to the Netherworld Water Mansion. Xia Lian felt the same as him, he also had a splitting headache. Just as he wanted to say, Lord Wind Master, calm down, I will teach you how to break free from this kind of shackles. He suddenly realized that he actually couldn't make a sound. Surprised, Xia Lian hurriedly examined himself. A large portion of his mana had indeed been lost. Although his soul could still stay in Shi Qingxuan's body, he couldn't use Shi Qingxuan's body, and he couldn't even open his mouth to give a hint. Could it be that the mana that Hua Qing borrowed had already been used up? Impossible. He was very clear about how much mana was needed to use the soul transfer technique once. The mana that Hua Qing lent him would only be more, and definitely not less. Moreover, he felt that his mana was still continuously flowing away, and he couldn't help but feel strange and anxious. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded from the opposite side, Qingxian. Shi Qingxuan's eyes were blurry, he looked up with rapt attention, and the one who called out to him was actually Shi Wudu. He wasn't chained up, but his white clothes were extremely dirty, and he was kneeling on the ground. Seeing that Shi Qingxian had woken up, his face revealed a look of joy, and he seemed to want to come over, but he was immediately kicked down by the person beside him, and he knelt down again. That person stood with his hands behind his back, his expression was cold and gloomy, and his skin was so white that it made one's heart feel cold. It was that Blackwater Xian ghost, or rather, He Xian. Behind him, there was a divine altar, and 4 jet-black and glossy urns stood calmly on top of the divine altar. 2 torn fans were thrown on the ground, they were the Wind Master's fan and the Water Master's fan. Father, mother, sister, fiancé. He Xian said, Kowtow. Shi Wudu stared at Shi Qingxian and said, "Okay." With one word, he actually really knelt in front of the divine altar, and kowtowed dozens of times towards the four urns. After kowtowing, he stood up slightly, but He Xian stepped heavily on his head, and said coldly, "Did I allow you to get up?" Shi Wudu immediately bled from this stomp, and he gritted his teeth. No. His brother, who used to be so proud that he wouldn't even lower his head, had his face stepped onto the ground. Although he knew that the retribution he deserved was 10 times worse than this, blood was thicker than water, and he still couldn't bear to see it. Shi Qingxian said, "Brother," hearing this, He Xian's cold eyes swept over. Even if he couldn't lift his head, Shi Wudu knew that this was bad, and immediately shouted, "You shut up." After thinking for a moment, He Xian removed the boot from his head. Shi Wudu was trembling with fear, but he couldn't get up, and he said in a low voice, "Qingxian." He Xian walked over slowly. The group of crazy people were very afraid of him, and they screamed and ran away, but they still secretly looked at Shi Qingxian, as if they were coveting something on him. Shi Qingxian was chained to the wall, and looking at this face that he should have been very familiar with slowly approaching, he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. He Xian squatted down in front of him, paused, and opened his mouth to ask, "Is the vernacular true immortal scary?" He asked calmly, and Shi Qingxuan's eyes were straight, his lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. The vernacular true immortal of the past was already extremely terrifying, and this person who swallowed the vernacular true immortal was 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than the nightmares of his youth. And this fear was something that he should have endured a long time ago. Shi Wudu said, "He Xian, I will take responsibility for my own actions. It was my idea to use you to block the disaster. This matter has nothing to do with my brother." He Xian sneered, "Nothing to do with it?" He stared at Shi Qingxian, and said word by word, "Your brother is a mortal with mediocre talent, and he was able to ascend to the sky, and his glory is boundless, and what he took is my destiny, and what he enjoyed is my godhood. You tell me, this has nothing to do with him?" This sentence, every word was like a knife, every knife piercing the heart, and it was said for Shi Qingxian to hear. Even though Shi Qingxian knew the ins and outs of the matter, he couldn't help but lower his head, feeling that he would never be able to lift it up in this lifetime. Shi Wudu forced himself to be calm, and said, Since you have always been by his side, you should know that I didn't lie to you." With his personality, he can't hide things, he really didn't know anything from the beginning to the end. He Xian said sternly, "It is precisely because of this that it is even more hateful. What right does he have to not know anything?" Shi Qingxian lowered his head even more. What right does he have to suck other people's blood, step on other people's corpses to ascend to the heavens, but he can enjoy all of this with a clear conscience and without any burden? He Xian said again, "You didn't know at the beginning, and you didn't know afterwards?" Shi Qingxian raised his head, and said with a trembling voice, "Brother Ming." He Xian shouted, "Shut up." His face was almost ferocious. Shi Qingxian took a look, and shivered, and kept quiet out of fear. He Xian suddenly got up, and walked around the netherworld underwater manner, and growled in a low voice, "I gave you a chance." Shi Qingxian closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Xia Lian thought of the extremely angry "good" in Boga town. And the scene when Shi Qingxian wanted to follow Pei Ming to the East Sea, and Ming Yi stopped him. However, every time, Shi Qingxian still chose to help Shi Wudu. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." He Xian stopped and asked, "You're sorry, what is it?" The row of 4 cinerary urns was placed right in front of Shi Qingxian, as if mocking him. This light apology made people feel more and more pain, burning their hearts and liver, as if no matter what he said, he would be beaten back to his original state. Shi Qingxian said, "I know it's useless, but He Xian said indifferently, "But you what? You know it's useless, but you still want to try your best to show your sincerity, hoping to move me, hoping that I can let go of my hatred and resolve the grudge?" Shi Qingxian hurriedly said, "No. That's not it. I didn't mean that. I really feel very sorry for you. Really. Ming. Young master he. I know that my brother and I are both wrong. At this point, there is no way to remedy it, so. He Xian listened and said, so? At this moment, any more words would be useless. Shi Qingxian tried hard for a while, but he really could not continue. He Xian said coldly, say it, why don't you continue? So are you willing to die to atone for your sins? Shi Qingxian was stunned. Shi Wudu could not take it anymore and said, He Xian. The culprit is me, a perfected immortal, but Qingxian himself does not deserve to die, you. He Xian said, then who is guilty of my family of 5? Who died again? Shi Wudu choked. He Xian continued to ask, speak. Are you willing? Shi Qingxian said in a low voice, I am. Hearing this, He Xian sneered. Because Shi Qingxian lowered his head, Xia Lian could not see his expression. Even if he saw it, he would probably not be able to figure out his thoughts. After a while, He Xian walked away with his hands behind his back. When the group of crazy people saw him leave, they surrounded him again. Some hugged Shi Qingxuan's thighs and arms and refused to let go, some pulled his hair, some hooked his neck, all of their eyes were green, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Even though Xia Lian had lived among beggars, he still felt his hair stand on end. He thought to himself, who are these people? Why did the Xian ghost get such a bunch of lunatics here? Shi Qingxian silently endured the pushing and pulling of these lunatics, not daring to make a sound. He Xian watched coldly from the side for a while and said, do you know who these people are? A few skinny claws touched Shi Qingxuan's face and body. He did not even dare to breathe, and of course, he did not have time to think about who these people were. He shook his head. He Xian said, rotten life, cheap life, a life that is worse than pigs and dogs, a life that drives people crazy. A chill crawled through Xia Lian's heart, and he vaguely guessed what he wanted to do. Shi Wudu also understood at once, his eyes widened and he said, you? He Xian stood between Shi Wudu and Shi Qingxian and said coldly, now, I'll give you 2 choices. He pointed at Shi Wudu and said, the first choice. You, pick one person from this group and exchange your brother's life with him. Then, get lost to the mortal world. Layers of blood vessels crawled up Shi Wudu's eyeballs, and his shoulders started to tremble. He Xian said, since you like to exchange people's lives so much, I guess you're very familiar with this, you don't need me to teach you. This step, if one did not look at the cause, was really vicious. Although Shi Qingxuan's original fate was not enough for him to ascend, he was still an extremely peaceful and wealthy person of leisure. Looking at these people again, all of them were either suffering from ulcers or were tortured to the point of going crazy. Obviously, all of them were people who were plagued by great calamities. If he were to exchange with them, wouldn't Shi Qingxian end up in the same miserable state as them? This was a fate that could drive a person crazy, and from then on, he would suffer endless pain and torture. Shi Wudu obviously failed this tribulation, and if the matter of being a true immortal was exposed, he would definitely be demoted. After being demoted to immortal, he would not be able to exchange for Shi Qingxuan's good life. An ordinary person who was deprived of magic power and a lowly person who was rotten to the core of the earth, how could they live on? Shi Wudu panted and gritted his teeth, what about the second one? He Xian continued, the second one, you. This time, he stared at Shi Qingxian. He said word by word, I won't touch your life. You, right here, cut off your brother's head for me. With a clang, he threw a rusty knife on the ground. Shi Qingxian stared at the knife, and his eyes widened. He Xian said, then, never appear in front of me again. This way, I can pretend that you don't exist in this world. The hatred that was engraved in his bones had settled for hundreds of years, and finally reached the peak. Everyone could see the madness burning in his eyes, and everyone could understand that he was not just talking. After a moment of silence, Shi Wudu said hoarsely, I'll kill myself. Can I kill myself? He Xian said, you don't have the right to bargain with me. Shi Wudu looked at Shi Qingxian and muttered, you want our lives. Shi Qingxian was not as desperate as him, and hurriedly said, brother. Brother. Let's choose the first one. The first one. After a while, Sher Wudu calmed down and said, no. I choose the second one. Shi Qingxian was stunned, and said, why choose the second one? Isn't it good for all of us to live? Brother, the first one, not the second one, I really can't. Shi Wudu said angrily, shut up. You don't know me. You want me to have nothing, and then watch you become that kind of thing in the muddy ground. Do you think I can do it? You might as well anger me to death. Shi Qingxian said, brother. Forget it, a bad life is better than a good death. Besides, actually, think about it, we have lived for hundreds of years, we should also. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of how he had lived for hundreds of years, and was too ashamed to continue. He Xian looked at them coldly at the side. Shi Wudu struggled to get up, grabbed the rusty knife, and stumbled to the wall, grabbed his brother's shoulder and said, come. He then said in a low voice. Go find General Pei, ask him to take care of you. The knife was frighteningly heavy, and full of rust, not to mention killing a person, it would be difficult to even kill a chicken. If one used such a knife to cut someone's head, both the person who cut and the person who was cut would definitely be in extreme pain. Shi Qingxian was so scared that he could not hold it at all, and fell straight to the ground, and said, forget it, brother, forget it. Didn't you tell me before, everyone in the world takes care of themselves, how can others take care of us? It has always been us taking care of ourselves. Don't give me this thing, don't give it to me. Shi Wudu shouted, Qingxian. Don't be so useless. Then, he smiled bitterly. Your brother's nickname is Water Traversing the Heavens, it's not like you don't know. For so many years, I have overturned the skies and stirred up waves, if not 1,000, there are at least 800. In the heavens and under the heavens, there are enemies everywhere. It's fine if I die, everything will be over, it's none of your business. If I don't die, but have nothing left, that would be a fate worse than death. If I'm not the water god, I can't take care of you, I can't even protect myself, I'm afraid that within 2 days, we brothers will. Take it. Shi Qingxian was so scared that he was about to cry, and he lost control. No, brother, I really have no other way. Don't force me, don't give it to me. Help. At this time, he actually screamed for help. Shi Wudu said, it's okay. Don't be afraid of Qingxian, it's better to exchange your life and draw your mana. He Xian looked at this point patiently, and suddenly, he kicked over. Caught off guard, Shi Wudu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and rolled a few times on the ground, unable to stand. Shi Qingxian hung on the wall and shouted, brother. He Xian said coldly, shut up. Stop showing your disgusting brotherly love in front of me, no one here will be moved by you. Unexpectedly, Shi Wudu spat out a mouthful of blood, and suddenly turned over, leaped up, and strangled Shi Qingxuan's neck. Xiao Lian was shocked, and immediately felt suffocated, blood rushing to his face. Shi Qingxian said with difficulty. Brother? Shi Wudu gritted the blood between his teeth, and said, Qingxian. I can't rest easy with you like this. If I die, you definitely won't be able to live in this world, why don't you leave with brother? As he said this, his hands suddenly exerted force, and Shi Qingxuan's vision turned black, and a dying moan escaped from his throat. Xiao Lian was shocked, is the Water Master really going to strangle the Wind Master to death? Not long after, the pressure on his throat suddenly loosened, and a large amount of air rushed in, choking Shi Qingxian until he coughed repeatedly. It was He Xian who stood beside them, and from his forearms, he forcefully broke Shi Wudu's 2 hands that were strangling his neck, and said coldly, did I give you a third choice? Shi Wudu's arms were broken, and blood spurted out like a fountain, but he laughed loudly. He Xian threw away his 2 arms as if they were trash, and said, what are you laughing at? Shi Wudu shook his pair of blood-stained, empty wide sleeves, and said, I'm laughing at you, thinking that you have the upper hand. Do you think that you have endured for so many years, and now that you have finally gotten your revenge, it's very satisfying? He Xian said, looking at you struggling at death's door, it's indeed very satisfying. Shi Wudu said, is that so? Then let me tell you, I'm also very happy. He used his broken arms to grab He Xian's collar and said, because I see you so angry, so painful, so hateful that your teeth are about to break, but you still can't save your loved ones. You are still a ghost in the gutter, and no matter how you stomp your feet, it's useless, because they are all long dead. And I, my younger brother, have lived for so long, and been a god official for these hundreds of years. Now, even if he can't live anymore, he has also gained, and I have won. Am I not more happy than you? Ha 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 ha. As he listened, He Xian's pale face gradually changed, as if a will-o'-the-wisp had lit up on the ice-cold wasteland. Suddenly, the airflow in the room seemed to have become much colder. Shi Qingshian was terrified, and he said in a hoarse voice, brother, don't say any more, okay? Brother, oh my god, what are you talking about, what nonsense are you talking about? He Xian suddenly made a move and grabbed Shi Wudu's neck, and said, you don't have the slightest bit of remorse. Shi Wudu laughed wildly, and said, remorse? Humph, what a joke. To think that you're the desperate ghost king, Blackwater sinks boat, and you're talking to me about remorse? Let me tell you, there's no such thing. Shi Qingshian screamed, and Shi Wudu raised his head, and said, everything that I have today, I fought for it myself. What I don't have, I fight for it myself, what I don't have, I change it myself. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. This was the first time Xiao Yan heard an explanation like, my fate is up to me, not the heavens. Even if his scalp went numb, he was still shocked. As if his horizons had been opened by Shi Wudu's righteous and unapologetic attitude, He Xian also laughed out loud. Seeing that his face was getting more and more terrifying, Shi Qingshian broke down, and said, brother, I beg you, can you stop talking, okay? Save me. Shi Wudu's arrogance didn't decrease in the slightest, and he said, Qingshian, brother will leave first, I'll wait for you down there. Ha 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 ha. Before he finished speaking, He Xian placed his hand on his head, and grabbed his hair. Shi Qingshian was scared out of his wits, and the iron chains clanked against the wall, and he said, Brother Ming. Brother Ming. It's all our fault, it's all my fault. My brother is like this because of me. My brother is crazy. Did you see that? You. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only stare at him and kowtow repeatedly. He Xian slowly looked at him. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something and calmed down a little, stopping his movements. Seeing this, Shi Qingshian heaved a sigh of relief as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. Tears finally rolled down his cheeks. However, before the tears could fall to the ground, He Xian's cold voice rang out, you called the wrong person. With that, he raised his hand and twisted Shi Wudu's head off his neck. Ah! Shi Wudu's head was separated from his body, and fresh blood spurted out from the uneven gap on his neck, splashing onto Shi Qingshuan's body and face. Shi Qingshian finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed like a madman. Seeing a headless corpse standing still, it was very interesting. Those crazy people were so happy that they went crazy. They circled around him, and their bare feet left a large circle of bloody footprints. As they circled, they clapped and cheered, yo, yo, yo. He's dead, he's dead. He's dead, he's dead. He. Shi Qingshian screamed for an unknown period of time, and it was as if his soul had flown away. It was unknown when he stopped. When Xiao Yan regained consciousness, he had already sat paralyzed on the bloody ground for a long time. And He Xian was standing not far from him, holding Shi Wudu's wide-eyed head in one hand, looking down at him from up high. After a while, He Xian said indifferently, do you have anything to say? Shi Qingshian stared blankly at the row of urns on the altar in front of him and the two broken fans on the ground. After a long time, he mumbled. I want to die. He Xian said coldly, you wish. Then, He Xian stretched out a hand to him, and Shi Xian closed his eyes. At the same time, Xia Lian's soul was suddenly pulled out and thrown high into the air. Chapter 125. Seeing Xia Lian wake up, Hua Cheng parted his lips slightly. It seemed like he was about to leave. In a moment of desperation, Xia Lian couldn't care less. He raised his hands and wrapped them around his neck, sucking back the magic power that Hua Cheng had absorbed. Hua Cheng clearly did not expect him to do this. He did not pay attention for a moment. The magic power flowed back. Xia Lian was afraid that he would leave, so he hurriedly cupped Xia Lian's face with his hands. He turned over. He pressed Hua Cheng onto the ground and felt a cool spiritual energy flowing into his body. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach. It was extremely warm. At this moment, the small wooden door of Pu Chi Monastery creaked. A gigantic green caterpillar-like figure crawled out of the house and said, "Damn it. Which son of a bitch had the guts to do that? Are you a thief? You stole from me and still dare to disturb my sleep. Achoo! Let's see if I..." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw two figures kissing passionately outside the monastery. That red and white, who else could it be? He was so frightened that he screamed, "Yaha!" Hua Cheng raised his hand slightly, intending to grab Xia Lian's shoulder. Hearing Qi Rong's clamor, she changed her hand and slapped Qi Rong back into the house with an "io" sound. The door closed with a "peng" sound. Only then did Hua Cheng flip over and press Xia Lian under his body. He raised his head and panted slightly. A black light flickered in his eyes as he said, "Your Highness." Xia Lian didn't have time to say more. He reached out and hooked his arm around his neck before pulling it down again. After absorbing enough mana, he choked for a moment before saying again, "Soul." Great art of soul transfer. Unexpectedly, this time, just as his soul was pulled out, before it could be thrown into the sky, it was blocked by a wall and heavily bounced back into his body, causing him to cry out. When he opened his eyes, he was still greeted by the starry sky and Hua Cheng's slightly anxious face. Xia Lian sat up. Holding his head, he muttered, "I can't make it." Was Shi Xian dead? Or did the Blackwater Profound Ghost strengthen the barrier? No matter what, he could no longer enter Shi Xuan's mind. Even if he rushed to the South China Sea now, it would be too late. Seeing that he was stunned, Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness, my apologies." Xia Lian looked at him. Hua Cheng continued, "However, outsiders cannot interfere in this matter." Xia Lian waved his hand and said, "You don't need to apologize. In fact, even if I was there, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Using the soul transfer technique, he could only enter Shi Xuan's body. However, Shi Xian was just a mortal. Even if Xia Lian could help him break free from the shackles, how could he fight against the master of the Blackwater Ghost domain? He couldn't even escape. After regaining his composure, Xia Lian quickly returned to the Heavenly Court Spirit Communication Array and said, "Lingwen, have you guys set off?" Lingwen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why didn't you speak for a while just now? We've already sent a group of heavenly priests to the South Sea. His Highness Qi Ying has returned, and he'll be going out to sea in a while. But it's not easy to enter the Blackwater Ghost domain, and we don't know when we'll find it." Xia Lian hoarsely said, "Wait a moment, I'll set off with you guys. Perhaps he could still remember the way. But I'll have to trouble you to send someone to Pu Chi Monastery to pick me up." Lingwen said, "All right, he'll be here now." Xia Lian was startled, and when he turned around to look, Hua Cheng had actually disappeared. Instead, two young heavenly priests walked over from outside Pu Chi village, and behind them was a tall youth with slightly curly black hair. It was Quan Yizhen. Xia Lian slightly bowed to him, which could be considered a greeting. Quan Yizhen didn't know how to return the greeting, but Xia Lian didn't mind. Looking around, he didn't see any trace of Hua Cheng, and knew that he was giving him time to deal with this matter. The two of them and a group of young heavenly priests left the South Sea. Listening to Xia Lian's suggestion, they specially collected a few dozen heavy coffins that had been used to hold corpses, in case of emergencies. After the boat traveled quickly in the water for 4 to 6 hours, strange things floated over from the surface of the sea. Many corpses of giant bonefish floated on the surface of the sea and crashed into the boat. All the heavenly priests became vigilant. Are we about to arrive? However, Xia Lian said, it can't be. If we've already entered the Black Water Ghost domain, the boat definitely can't float on the surface of the water, let alone so fast. However, these were obviously the remains of the battle between General Pei and the Navy the night before yesterday. Quan Yizhen had been squatting on the side of the boat, maintaining this difficult action. At this moment, he suddenly said, there's a black island in front, is it that one? Xia Lian focused his eyes and looked, there really was a black island in front of them. Moreover, from afar, it really did look like that Blackwater Island. Xia Lian frowned slightly and said, it really looks like it. But how did we find it so easily, and the boat didn't sink? Everyone, please be careful, it might be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it wasn't a trap. Because there was a figure on the beach, facing the sun, using the treasured sword that had killed enemies to carve wood to make coffins. At the side, there were 3 completed coffins, and he was currently making the 4th one. Xia Lian immediately waved his hand and shouted, General Pei. It's General Pei, it's this island. The big boat immediately changed direction and sailed quickly. When Pei Ming saw that reinforcements had arrived, he didn't have the slightest bit of joy. He stuck the sword into the ground, rubbed his nose, and said gloomily, you guys didn't come earlier or later, but just had to come when I was about to finish. What's the meaning of this? Quan Yizhen said, it's good enough that someone came. I heard that they were coming to save you, so no one had the time. Pei Ming's expression was one of, I'm not going to bicker with a child like you. He turned to Xia Lian and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince went back first? How did you guys make this boat? How can it float on the surface of the ghost domain? Xia Lian said, I don't think it's a problem with the boat. It's because the curse of the Blackwater Ghost domain has already been dispelled. Pei Ming was startled. He casually tested it out and actually cut down a large patch of trees. His mana really did return. After being speechless for a moment, he shook his head and said, if I had known it would be like this, why would I work so hard to make coffins? What he said wasn't false. This night was truly a waste of effort. After making coffins for 4 people, 3 people's coffins were useless. A group of heavenly officials arrived on the island and went straight to the center of the forest. The little ghosts in the dense forest had never seen this kind of formation before. They were so frightened that they fled in all directions. When they arrived at the Blackwater Lake, they didn't encounter those shadowy people. Without the interference of other people's execution grounds, everyone studied for a while and finally broke through the illusory world. The iron prison by the lake and the Netherworld Water Palace both appeared. Once they entered the Netherworld Water Palace, Xia Lian put away the black-clothed skeleton. Holding it in his hand, he started running around the palace. Not long after, he found the main hall. On the mottled wall, the 2 bloody iron shackles were already empty. A headless corpse lay in the center of the main hall. Its blood had already flowed dry, and a group of crazy people were currently throwing things at the corpse. When the heavenly officials entered, that group of crazy people became even more excited. After Pei Ming came in, he stared blankly for a long time before he finally dared to confirm who it was. He exclaimed in shock. Senior Marshal Brother Shui. Xia Lian already knew about this matter and said, I'll have to trouble everyone to search here and the entire island to see if there's Lord Wind Master, or his corpse. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find any traces of Shi Qingxian on the island. Could it be that the Dark Water Ghost had taken Master Wind away? Or could it be that the Wind Master had already been directly killed, his corpse sunk into the sea, and his flesh and blood fed to the fish? Although Shi Wudu had gone berserk at the last moment and provoked He Xian into killing him, Shi Wudu had died. However, Shi Wudu was not killed by Master Fengshi. Would He Xian still exchange his life for Master Fengshu's? After driving away that group of annoying madmen, Pei Ming half-squatted on the ground and was lost in thought for a long time. She sighed and said, "Senior brother Shui, you've been arrogant all your life, yet you've ended up like this. You don't even know if you can rest in peace. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Life is full of variations, and nothing can escape it. Even if you become a god, you still can't escape it." Quan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't have so many regrets. She ran back and forth in the netherworld underwater mansion and took a few glances. Feeling that it was very strange, she asked, "Where's his head?" Xia Lian replied, "The black water profound ghost took it away." Pei Ming said, "What enmity does the ghost territory's master have with him? Also, where is Qing Xian? Where are the Geomasters? Could it be that the three organs of water, earth, and wind have all been destroyed?" Xia Lian replied, "It is indeed a great enmity, a great enmity. Master Geomaster, it depends on which one you ask. The real one is in my hands, and the fake one is the one who took away Master Fengshu's head." "What?" Xia Lian stared at him and said softly, "General Pei probably doesn't know. The Blackwater Profound Ghost's surname is He Xian." Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Pei Ming and Ling Wen were not completely clueless about what Shi Wudu had done. It was just that how much they knew was unknown. He reported what needed to be reported, and dealt with what needed to be dealt with. By the time he returned to Puqi village, an entire day had already passed. Xia Lian's steps showed that he was slightly tired. When he returned to Puqi monastery, he had just opened the door when he heard Qi Rong's ghostly howl, "Dog Hua Cheng. Xia Lian, you bastard. You two are really shameless, fuck. You scared the hell out of me in the middle of the night. You blinded this lord's dog eyes, and you still won't compensate me." As soon as he heard Qi Rong's filthy words, Xia Lian immediately recalled the frightening scene last night when he and Hua Cheng took turns to press each other to the ground and absorb their spiritual energy. At that time, he didn't feel embarrassed, but now he couldn't escape. He almost slammed the door on the spot and ran out. Hua Cheng was leaning against a chair at the side, his boots folded on the table. When he heard Xia Lian push the door open and enter, he immediately put them down. He casually slapped Qi Rong's forehead, knocking him out. Standing up, he greeted, "Gidge." Xia Lian nodded and closed the door behind him. He walked over Qi Rong, who was tied up like a green worm, and sat down. "Did Gu Zi and the others go out to play?" Hua Cheng replied, "Yeah, I let them out." "It's been hard on you." Xia Lian replied, "No, it's been hard on you. It's been hard on you." Hua Cheng smiled. After a moment, he said, "I thought, Gidge would blame me." Xia Lian shook his head and said, "Why think so much, San Lang? I really won't. Actually, you're right about this. It's indeed not good for outsiders to interfere." After thinking about it, he still asked, "San Lang, in your opinion, what will that Blackwater Profound Ghost do to Lord Wind Master?" After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng said, "I don't know either. That Blackwater person is very strange. He's suffered alone for too many years. No one can understand what he's thinking. No one can understand what he's thinking." Xia Lian suddenly remembered that this was a common comment many heavenly officials used to give to Blood Rain Tanhua. Blackwater sinking boat came from the Battle of 10,000 Ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Blood Rain Tanhua also came from that. He Xian endured alone for many years. Hua Cheng might have endured alone for as long as He Xian. What made Blackwater sinking boat into the Blackwater sinking boat of today was hatred. Then, what about Blood Rain Tanhua? What was it that made Flower City the Flower City it was today? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Xia Lian's mind. He shook his head and shook off the thought of a noble. He organized his thoughts and said, "But, San Lang, I don't understand. The matter of the Navy switching the beam and the pillar should have been very hidden. He hid it for so many years, so how did Blackwater find out? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer me. Hua Qing said. He already changed his territory and ran away. He also stopped being a fake heavenly official. What's inconvenient about that? It's easy to say. On the night Blackwater died, Sher Wudu specially went to confirm it. Xia Lian said, because only when the prey is dead will the true immortal turn to look for the next target. Hua Qing said, yes. Blackwater didn't know who that person was, but he remembered that face. Later, when he became a ghost, he found out about the people and things in the heavens and earth. Only then did Blackwater discover that he was the water heavenly official. No wonder. This was very strange. Why would a dignified water heavenly official go and observe how an ordinary person died for no reason? Xia Lian said, but this shouldn't be related to changing lives. Hua Qing said, so, he replaced the real Earth Master and infiltrated the heavenly court to investigate this matter. He's also very courageous. Xia Lian slowly said, if he didn't kill the real Earth Master and get involved with more than 200 fishermen, he could still be called brave and resourceful. Chapter 126. Xia Lian was slightly startled, then who could it be? According to common sense, at most, less than 50 people should be affected by this kind of storm. Hua Qing said, my guess is that it might be the same person who sent the empty shell Taoist in the Ban Yu Pass incident. In that case, it seemed that there had always been a hand pushing him into the center of all kinds of chaotic events. Xia Lian suddenly felt inexplicable, then what is this person's purpose? Hua Qing shook his head, deep in thought. At this time, he suddenly heard the sound of children playing outside the Pu Chi monastery. His sharp gaze swept across the area. Following his gaze, Xia Lian looked out through the window and saw two children playing outside the door. Gu Zi was riding on Lang Ying's shoulder. He had a carefree attitude. Of course, the navy deceived the heavens and replaced the pillars. The Wind Master was an impostor, the Earth Master was also an impostor, and the navy was beheaded and nowhere to be found. Four things, four bolts of lightning, four shocking thunderclaps, one louder than the other, set off a huge uproar in the upper and middle heavens. For a moment everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. No one in the Divine Martial Hall expressed their opinions. Even Jun Wu's hand seemed to be unable to support his forehead. Although Ming Yi didn't usually interact with people, only Shi Qingxian, who liked to pester people and was familiar with them, could get along well with him. No one had a deep relationship with him, but when they thought that their colleague was actually the legendary desperate Ghost King, the impact was too great. In order to act as a good Earth Master, this Ghost King had been diligent for so many years, gathering a large number of believers in the human world. He could even enter the top 10 at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, ranking higher than most of the heavenly officials. It was really too terrifying, as expected of the desperate Ghost King. Everyone couldn't help but mutter. Even if they were told that Hua Qing was among them, or that Hua Qing had planted someone in the upper heavens, they wouldn't be more shocked. Putting aside the grudge between the Blackwater Profound Ghost and the Blackwater Profound Ghost, there was no doubt that the real Earth Master died in the hands of the Blackwater Profound Ghost. Thus, the upper heavens officially issued an arrest order for the Blackwater Profound Ghost. But everyone knows that if a desperate Ghost King wants to hide, would it be so easy to find him? As the saying goes, when a wall is down, everyone kicks it. In the past, the feng shui masters were in high spirits, and hundreds responded to their call. Every time Shi Wudu appeared, he would be the center of attention. Now that he had died, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Shi Qingxian loved to make friends and was generous. At this time, the countless good friends that he usually had were nowhere to be found. Pei Ming collected the headless corpses of the sailors. On the day of the burial, it was cold and cheerless. Other than Xia Lian and Ling Wen, there weren't many other heavenly officials present. Xia Lian recalled that in the past few days, he didn't know if it was intentional or not, but a group of people had already begun to burn and smash the feng shui temple. Although he couldn't bear to do it and had tried to stop them a few times, as time passed, people would discover that the gods they worshipped had lost their effectiveness. The situation would only become more and more intense. He could stop them for a while, but he couldn't stop them forever. In another 10 years, or even just a few years, people would forget about these two feng shui divine officials who once stood at the peak of the heavenly court. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. In the end, Xia Lian said to Ling Wen, Master Feng Shui, I'll have to trouble you to find Qing Xian's whereabouts. Ling Wen's face was also solemn. He hadn't smiled for many days. He said, Your Highness, you don't have to say much. I will do my best. Pei Ming said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, rather than letting Ling Wen Palace Hall slowly search for Qing Xian, why don't you directly ask your blood rain Tanhua if he could find out from that black mad ghost where Qing Xian went? He even took away senior apprentice brother Shui's head. What else does he want? Xia Lian shook his head and said helplessly, General Pei is taking it for granted. Does a desperate ghost king need to tell another what he wants to do? Hence, Pei Ming didn't say anything more. When they returned to Pu Chi Temple, many villagers gathered in front of the temple and whispered. Xia Lian didn't need to ask to know what was going on. Because there was a ghostly howl coming from Pu Chi Temple. The village chief was terrified. He pulled him back and said, Daoist, that crazy cousin of yours, he. Xia Lian's excuse to outsiders was that Qi Rong was his crazy cousin. He was despised by others and no one was willing to take care of him. That was why he was obligated to take him in. In a sense, it wasn't a lie. He said, he's crazy again. It's fine. He's locked up. He won't come out. Everyone can disperse. The villagers said, oh, and dispersed. Before they dispersed, the village chief gave a basket of eggs to Xia Lian and said, that, Daoist, your family Xiaohua. Xia Lian was stunned. Xiaohua. He finally reacted and said, oh, San Lang, right? Thinking of Hua Cheng's identity to outsiders as his own younger brother who ran away from home to play, he felt slightly embarrassed. The village chief said, yes. Your family Xiaohua helped us fix something again today. You should reward him well tonight. Yes. Give him some nourishment. He'll be strong and able to work better. Xia Lian couldn't help but laugh and said, okay. Of course. When he opened the door, Lang Ying was already curled up in a corner and sleeping, while Qi Rong was lying on the ground, screaming like a ghost as if his heart and liver were on fire. Gu Zi was massaging his back and shoulders. Father, are you feeling better? Xia Lian took off his bamboo hat with one hand and put down the eggs with the other. What happened to you? Did you get a stomachache? Qi Rong spat, as long as you don't fucking cook for me, I won't get a stomachache even if I lick shit on the ground. Hearing him exaggerate, Xia Lian folded his hands in his sleeves and said, then do you really want to try licking those things and see if you get a stomachache? Qi Rong said, Pei. What did I say? You've revealed your dark heart again. You're trying to torture me. Io, my good son is not bad. Let's change to another side. Hey mom, what the fuck is going on? I've been so irritated recently, so irritated that I'm like a cat crying in heat. Am I sick? Cousin Crown Prince. I'm sick. It's definitely because you mistreated me that I'm sick. You damn Shui Lian, you're going to harm someone's life again. Xia Lian squatted down and touched his forehead. Do you have a fever? Pausing, he removed his hand and frowned. I don't. You're not pretending, are you? Qi Rong was about to scold him again when Gu Zi pitifully said, Dao Zhang, my dad didn't lie to you. He hasn't been feeling well recently. He's been screaming for a long time today. Looking at Qi Rong wriggling on the ground, Xia Lian shook his head. Standing up, he was about to look for the medicine box, but he suddenly discovered that the merit box was unexpectedly heavy. This merit box was newly made by Hua Cheng, so there shouldn't be anything inside. Feeling strange, Xia Lian took out the key and opened it. He was dumbfounded. He was actually blinded by a box full of large, shiny gold bars. With a paw sound, Xia Lian hurriedly closed the merit box again. Didn't he already return the box of gold bars sent by the Navy? Could it be that someone sent it back? It couldn't be Hua Cheng. He wouldn't do something as simple and crude as stuffing gold bars. Xia Lian turned his head and asked, Qi Rong, has anyone been here? Qi Rong pointed at his nose and scolded, Hey, did you make a mistake? Do you really think I'm raised by you to guard the door? Do you think you're absolute? You definitely don't have a face as big as yours. Even smelly Blackwater and dog Hua Cheng wouldn't dare use me as a guard. With a thquang sound, the door to Puchi Monastery was kicked open. It was Hua Cheng who had kicked the door open and entered. As soon as he saw him, Qi Rong immediately went mute. He quietly wriggled to the side, not daring to mention what he saw that night. Xia Lian said, San Lang, you're back. Hua Cheng beamed and said, Yeah. Xia Lian said, It's been hard on you. The village chief sent some things over and wanted me to reward you. Tonight, eat something good. Hua Cheng said, Okay. However, do you want to come over to my place tonight? Xia Lian asked, The Ghost City. Hua Cheng said, Yeah. While you're at it, bring this thing with you. He pointed at Qi Rong and said, Let's see if there's any way to pull out his soul. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, That's fine too. Continuing to drag things out like this wasn't a solution. Of course, the most important reason was that Qi Rong could eat too much. His Puchi monastery really couldn't afford it anymore. When Qi Rong heard that he was going to be sent to the Ghost City, he turned pale with fright and resisted in every way he could. However, his resistance was ineffective. After a burst of smoke, he was turned into a cyan roly-poly doll by Hua Cheng. Gu Zi carried him in his arms and brought him to the Ghost City. The Ghost City was still as lively as ever. Walking on the main street, the ghosts still remembered Xia Lian. When they saw him come again, they all shouted, Uncle. Ah no, I mean, the city lord's friend, you're here again. Ga. Do you miss our special snacks here, Ga? Xia Lian also brought the basket of eggs and distributed them as if they were local specialties from the human world. Many of the ghosts who received the eggs danced with joy. Some decided to eat the eggs with their own blood tonight, while others announced that they wanted to use this egg to hatch a demonic beast that was 8 zhang tall. Hua Cheng removed the spell on Qi Rong's body. After a burst of cyan smoke, the man that Qi Rong had possessed appeared on the street. He held his head and squatted down, not saying a single word. Some of the ghosts smelled the scent on his body and said, Hey, isn't this a green ghost? The group of ghosts surrounded him and sniffed for a long time. Then, they laughed and said, Ha 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 ha, it really is a green ghost. This idiot is here again, ha 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 ha. Didn't you get beaten up enough before? Ha 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 ha, you actually still dare to come. Hua Cheng said, This little one will look after him. This big one will think of a way to drag him out for me without harming his physical body. Yes. City Lord. Thus, a few good-looking female ghosts carried Gu Zi and hummed a few tunes before coaxing him to sleep. The rest of the demons and ghosts began to play a game with Qi Rong. One of them screamed and ran, and a group of ghosts chased after him. Hua Cheng and Xia Lian watched for a while, then changed direction and entered Thousand Lantern Temple. The two of them slowly walked into the temple and approached the altar. The altar was still covered with ink, paper, and inkstones. Recently, Xia Lian's mood had been heavy. Looking at this, he wanted to lighten the mood. He smiled and said, The last time I taught you, I told you to practice calligraphy when you have time. But, you haven't been practicing recently, right? Hua Cheng coughed and said, Big brother, you've given away the rewards to others. What am I going to eat tonight? Xia Lian imitated him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, Don't change the topic. Hua Cheng said, I can practice with the knife, but I can't practice calligraphy. Without Big Brother by my side to guide me, I'm afraid I won't be able to practice well. The more I practice, the worse I'll get. Xia Lian raised his eyebrows even higher. He said, San Lang is so smart. Is there anything you're not good at? Hua Qing picked up his brush and dipped it in ink. He said in a seemingly humble manner, really? Please teach me, big brother. Xia Lian sighed and said, why don't you write it first? And so, Hua Qing seriously wrote 2 lines. Xia Lian looked at it for a while. He really couldn't stand it anymore and said, Stop, stop. You should stop. Don't waste good brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Hua Qing said, oh. Sure enough, he stopped and put away his brush. Xia Lian shook his head and said, San Lang, don't tell others that I taught you how to write. Hua Qing said, big brother, I really tried my best. His words seemed to be a little wronged. A good ghost king of desperation, whose name would cause the entire 3 realms to tremble in fear when he announced it, was now standing like a primary school student, obediently listening to Xia Lian's criticism. After explaining a few more important points, Xia Lian, like last time, held his hand and said, let's do it again. This time, we have to be serious. Hua Qing said, okay. The 2 of them both concentrated on writing. After writing for a while, Xia Lian casually asked, why is it still thoughts of separation? Hua Qing also casually answered, I like this poem. Xia Lian said, I like it too. However, does San Lang have any other poems that you like? Once you're familiar with this one, you can also write something else. Roughly calculating, this poem had a few dozen words, so the 2 of them had probably written it a few dozen times. It was about time for a new one. However, Hua Qing said, let's write this one. Putting down his brush, he gently blew on the ink and smiled. If I like something, my heart will never be able to hold anything else. I will always remember it. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, no matter how many years pass, it won't change. This poem is just like that. Xia Lian smiled slightly and said, is that so? Hua Qing said, Xia Lian let go of his hand and lightly coughed. He said, that's good. San Lang is a very emotional person, that's pretty good. Oh, you should practice some more. Ah, right. Qi Rong seems to be a bit unwell recently. Hua Qing put down the paper and picked up his brush again. He asked, what kind of unwell? Xia Lian turned around and said, he seems to be saying that his whole body is restless. However, I've checked, and it doesn't seem like there's a problem with that person's body. It can't be because the weather is bad. Behind him, Hua Qing asked, when did it start? Xia Lian said, it should be these past few days. Today, it's especially serious. Before he could finish speaking, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Right at this moment, he heard a soft paw from behind him, as if something had fallen from the sky. Xia Lian suddenly turned around and said, San Lang. Chapter 127. Looking at his expression, it was as if waves of pain were coming from his right eye. It was unbearable. Xia Lian immediately took a step back. How are you? The corner of Hua Cheng's mouth twitched slightly, but he resisted the urge to answer. The silver eye on the hilt of the misfortune blade opened, and the eyeball began to spin wildly. The veins on the back of Hua Cheng's hand that was placed on the altar slightly bulged, as if he wanted to overturn the altar. Xia Lian raised his hand to touch him, but Hua Cheng shouted in a low voice, don't come over. Xia Lian's movements became sluggish. Hua Cheng endured and said, Your Highness. You, quickly leave me. I might. Xia Lian said, how can I leave like this? Hua Cheng was slightly annoyed. If you stay here, Wave after wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from outside the 1,000 lanterns. On the main street of the ghost city, a group of ghosts fell to the ground. They cried to the heavens, clutched their heads and screamed. It was as if they had a splitting headache, and it was better to die than to live. Qi Rong ran quickly in front of them. This was because he was attached to a living person. Although this body weakened his powers, it also acted as a barrier and weakened the attacks against the ghost body. However, it also served as a barrier that weakened the attacks against the ghost body. Thus, he was still able to barely move about. He seized the opportunity to run away. The female ghosts holding Gu Zi fell to the ground and cried out in pain. They couldn't sing their hypnotic songs anymore. Gu Zi woke up in a daze. He just happened to see Qi Rong madly running. He quickly got up and chased after him, shouting, "Dad! Dad! Wait for me!" As Qi Rong ran, he turned around and stuck out his tongue. He rolled his eyes and said, "Lu lu lu la la la, good son, Dad is leaving." Ha ha ha. Gu Zi was still chasing after him with his two short legs. Seeing him running further and further away, he cried out, "Father! Don't leave me! Dad, take me with you!" Qi Rong spat, "Go away! Go away! Don't chase me! You're a hindrance!" His spit flew far away and hit Gu Zi's forehead, causing Gu Zi to fall backwards. He sat on the ground and cried loudly, crying his heart out. Xia Lian couldn't bear to listen anymore. He rushed out of Thousand Lanterns Monastery and angrily shouted, "Qi Rong!" When Qi Rong saw him blocking his way, he was so scared that he quickly ran back. In the process, he picked up the grains on the ground and said, "Don't come over. Come here, I'll bite off this little drag's skull right now for you to see. My good son, you want to be food for your father. How filial of you. Tomorrow, I'll cook you. Braise or steam, you can choose for yourself." Ha 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 ha. How could Xia Lian be afraid of him? Just as he was about to chase after him, he heard a loud noise behind him. It turned out that Hua Cheng had swept the brush and ink on the table to the ground. As a last resort, Xia Lian didn't have the time to care about Qi Rong. He turned around and said, "San Lang." Suddenly, Hua Cheng hugged him tightly and said in a trembling voice, "I lied. Don't leave." Xia Lian stiffened like an iron board in his arms. "San Lang. Do you recognize who I am?" He seemed to be delirious and couldn't recognize who was in front of him. He just hugged Xia Lian tightly and muttered, "I'm lying, don't leave." Xia Lian's eyes widened. Outside the Thousand Lanterns Monastery came Qi Rong's proud laughter and Gu Zi's loud wails. Qi Rong said, "Hee hee. Dog Hua Cheng. Who asked you to look down on me all day long? Who asked you to act all high and mighty all day long? This is karma, isn't it? You're down." The wailing ghosts on the street didn't have any strength left, but they also started cursing, "Green ghost. You useless trash, where did you get the guts to scold our master of the city?" Hearing the clamor of the people around him, Hua Cheng seemed to be especially angry. He raised his hand and was about to send them flying. Xia Lian quickly hugged him and pressed down his hand. He said gently, "Okay, okay. I won't leave. I won't leave you." He raised his hand again and made the door of the Thousand Lanterns Monastery close automatically. Qi Rong couldn't come in under such circumstances. He raised his voice and said, "If you want to leave, then leave. I don't have time for you. If you don't leave, be careful." Ah! Unexpectedly, it wasn't enough for Hua Cheng to just hug him. He suddenly pushed him down on the jade table. This time, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were scattered all over the ground. Xia Lian's hand streaked across the plate of cinnabar on the table. As he struggled, he left a few dark red marks on the paper. In the thoughts of separation, the two words, Wu Shan in the sentence, "Wu Shan is not a cloud," were stained with tender and alluring red marks. Xia Lian said, "3." Before he could finish speaking, Hua Cheng pressed down on his shoulder and kissed him. Qi Rong obviously heard something was wrong. He laughed and said, "Cousin Crown Prince, you have to be careful. Right now, Dog Hua Cheng is definitely like a mad dog, biting whoever he catches. Laozi will go out and help you guys spread the news. There are a lot of monks and Taoist priests who have a grudge against Dog Huacheng. Take advantage of this time to quickly come and settle accounts with him. Ha 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 ha. His voice gradually faded away. Xia Lian's heart tightened. What if Qi Rong really called over a large group of mages and Taoist priests that Huacheng had offended in the past and took advantage of the ghosts? With the current situation, how could the ghosts of the Ghost City remain unscathed? However, Huacheng didn't give him the time to think about these things. He clearly wasn't a living person and didn't have any body temperature. However, at this moment, his body was abnormally hot, as if he was experiencing a high fever. Xia Lian's lips were tightly pressed against Huacheng's, and he was forced to endure the surging heat from Huacheng's body. The hand that was originally going to push Huacheng away instead grabbed the red shirt on his shoulder. Perhaps it was because Huacheng's magic was too strong, but his entire throat, chest, and abdomen felt warm and swollen. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lian felt that if he continued to be forced to endure like this, his entire body would be penetrated by the thing that Huacheng had forcefully transferred over. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully struck out with his palm. However, although he struck out with his palm, he couldn't really attack Huacheng. He could only strike Huacheng's shoulder. This strike was neither light nor heavy. Huacheng forcefully grabbed Xia Lian's wrist, pressed it down, and continued to vent. If this continued, he really couldn't take it anymore. This time, Xia Lian used both his hands to forcefully push Huacheng away. He fled to the side of the altar, panting slightly. However, Huacheng's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed Xia Lian down on the altar. Xia Lian called out, "San Lang." Perhaps because his voice had some effect, Huacheng stared at Xia Lian's face for a long time before suddenly hugging him tightly. Seeing that Huacheng was obedient and no longer forcefully infused his magic, Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief. However, as he hugged Huacheng, he felt that the magic in Huacheng's body was going berserk. No wonder Huacheng kissed him the moment he caught him. He was so frantic that he had to find a breakthrough point to vent. If Xia Lian wanted to completely calm down and recover his consciousness, he might have to bleed him. However, Huacheng wasn't a living person, so how could he bleed him? After thinking about it again and again, Xia Lian still said, "Sorry for offending you." Thus, he held Huacheng's face with both hands and took the initiative to cover his lips. He slowly guided the dry and hot spiritual flow from Huacheng's body into his own, helping him relieve the pain and heat. Huacheng also wrapped his arms around Xia Lian's waist. Xia Lian lightly trembled, and in the next moment, the two of them tumbled onto the altar. It really was unfair. Xia Lian didn't dare to touch even the slightest bit of danger on Huacheng's body, yet Huacheng relied on his delirium to act unscrupulously on Xia Lian's body, forcing Xia Lian to suffer unspeakably. This altar was originally a place where gods were worshipped, yet at this moment, a ghost and a god were lying there, hugging and kissing each other. It was truly absurd and strange, yet it was also affectionate and gorgeous. The first few times, both sides were still relatively clear-headed. Every time, they seemed to have an incomparably proper reason for doing this. When they did this kind of thing, they could still be considered restrained, limiting it to only lips touching. However, this time, one side's mind was in chaos, causing the other side to be caught unprepared. In his daze, Xia Lian finally confirmed one thing. Although it seemed as if he couldn't control himself every time, in reality, there were times when he couldn't help himself. After enduring this torment for most of the night, the restlessness in Huacheng's body finally slowly calmed down. His arms that were hugging Xia Lian also loosened a little. Xia Lian turned over and sat up. Gazing at Huacheng's closed eyes and sleeping face, he sighed. Evil Fate was thrown to the side, his eyeballs still rapidly moving around. Xia Lian took the scimitar and touched it in his hand for a long time. Only then did Evil Fate slightly narrow his eyes, as if he was finally satisfied. Not long after, Huacheng suddenly turned over and sat up. He said, "Your Highness." Xia Lian quickly adjusted his expression. Turning around, he happily said, "You're awake. Everything's fine now." Hua Cheng looked around. Inside the main shrine of Thousand Lanterns Monastery, the floor was a mess. His expression was one of surprise and bewilderment, as if he didn't remember what happened last night. Xia Lian took the initiative to calmly ask, "What happened last night? All of your subordinates suddenly had headaches, fevers, and were restless. You too, your temper was very big." Hua Cheng asked, "Apart from that?" Xia Lian said, "Apart from that? That's all." Hua Cheng stared at him and said, "Is that really all? Then how did I calm down?" Xia Lian lightly coughed, a little embarrassed as he said, "To tell you the truth, San Lang, please don't blame me. Aside from this." He raised his hand that was currently stroking Misfortune's sword and said, "I also, cough cough, fought with you." Hua Cheng asked doubtfully, "Fought?" Xia Lian's expression didn't change. He looked at him sincerely and said, "Yes, you see, this shrine is in such a mess. It was all because of our fight." After a while, Hua Cheng let out a breath and held his forehead with one hand. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, Xia Lian finally put down his hanging heart and secretly sighed in relief. At this moment, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "It's opened." Xia Lian said, "What?" Hua Cheng looked up and said in a deep voice, "Bronze Cauldron Mountain has reopened." Both of them were very clear about the meaning of this sentence. Xia Lian's eyes widened. A new Ghost King is about to be born? When Xia Lian went back to report, the thunder above the immortal capital was rumbling incessantly. Stepping into the Divine Martial Shrine, Xia Lian subconsciously wanted to find someone to ask, "What happened to Master Lei?" But after he said that, he remembered that the position where Master Lei usually stood was no longer occupied. The Navy Master at the front and the Earth Master at the corner were also gone. He was startled and sighed in his heart. Turning his head, he saw Lang Qianqiu enter the shrine. After not seeing him for a long time, Lang Qianqiu had lost a lot of weight and looked a little more depressed. He looked at Xia Lian and turned his head without saying a word. Xia Lian looked around but couldn't find anyone he could casually talk to. A voice answered, "Nothing much, the Ghost King is about to be born. Ghosts are crying and the thunder can't be stopped." The one who answered was Feng Xian. For some reason, seeing him made Xia Lian feel very close. However, one of Feng Xian's eyes was black. Xia Lian couldn't help but look at Mu Qing, who was far away on the other side of the shrine. Mu Qing's cheek was swollen. It seemed that the two of them had a grudge for many years. Jun Wu said, "I'm sure everyone knows why I called everyone here this time." The heavenly officials all nodded in agreement. Jun Wu slowly said, "Heaven and earth are the cauldron, and all living beings are the copper. Bronze Cauldron Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is an active volcano that can erupt at any time. Every 100 years, the Goose City in the mountain opens and thousands of ghosts tremble. The previous Ghost Kings were especially affected. All the demons and ghosts who desire to ascend will rush to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Once they gather, Bronze Cauldron Mountain will be closed again and the slaughter will officially begin. When there is only one left, the Ghost King will be born." Blood Rain Tanhua and Blackwater Sink's boat are both Ghost Kings from Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It took Heishui 12 years and Huacheng 10 years. Mu Qing coldly said, "One Blackwater and one Huacheng is already very troublesome. Let's see what they did. If there is another one, it will be troublesome." Xia Lian warmly said, "General Xianzhen, I won't comment on what Blackwater did. However, Huacheng didn't do anything too excessive, right?" Mu Qing puffed up his swollen cheek and looked at him. Pei Ming said, "It is quite troublesome. That's why we have to stop the tens of thousands of ghosts this time, right?" Jun Wu said, "Yes. It will take a few months for the ghosts to gather. We must try to stop them before they gather." Xia Lian asked, "What if we can't stop them in time? Can we still salvage the situation?" Jun Wu said, "Yes, but I hope it won't come to that. The most important thing now is that the ghosts have stirred up a wave of chaos. Many of the demons and ghosts that were suppressed in various places have escaped. Many of them are extremely dangerous and non-human, such as the female ghost Xian Ji, the fetus spirit, and the immortal in brocade clothes. They must be rushing towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain now. We must capture them immediately. Xia Lian said, they all escaped. Then this is indeed a big mess. Jun Wu said, so I'm afraid that the martial gods from the various halls will have to spend more effort to thoroughly investigate the areas under their jurisdiction. Xia Lian said, then, what about me? Chapter 128. After a pause, Jun Wu asked again, where's Qi Ying? Xia Lian looked around. He didn't see the young martial god at the martial hall. Perhaps it was because of the recent incidents in the heavenly court, but Lingwen Hall was extremely busy. Lingwen also had a few dark circles under his eyes. Qi Ying hasn't come for a meeting in a long time. I can't contact him. One of the priests smacked his lips. Where did that kid run off to? He didn't come again. He doesn't come every day. I'm so envious. Jun Wu said, I don't know where Qi Ying is now. After I find him I will inform you to meet up as soon as possible. Xia Lian bowed and said, yes. Autumn had already entered the world. The weather was slightly cold. Pu Chi Temple was the same. Although Xia Lian was wearing a single layer of clothing, he didn't feel cold. However, on the way back, he still bought 2 new clothes with the money he got from collecting trash. He brought them to Langing. Hua Chen returned to the ghost city, and Qi Rong grabbed Gu Zi and ran away. Right now, Pu Chi Temple only had Langing left. A while ago, it felt very crowded. But now it seemed deserted. From afar, Xia Lian saw Langing silently sweeping the ground in front of the temple. She swept the golden leaves into a pile. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xia Lian always felt that Langing used to be hunched and timid. Now that his limbs were much more relaxed, he finally looked like a young man. He couldn't help but feel gratified. He went up to take the broom and was about to bring him into the temple when the villagers who had been lying in ambush all surrounded him. Aunties, uncles, aunties, sisters, they all talked at once. Dao Zhang is back. Went to the city to collect trash again. You've worked hard. Why haven't I seen Xiaohua recently? Yes, I haven't seen him for a few days. I miss him. Xia Lian smiled and said, Xiao Hua went home. The village chief said, what? Which home? I thought this was Xiaohua's home. Isn't he already living with you? Xia Lian said, no. He just came out to play. Now that we all have things to do, we'll separate first. That night, Hua Qing repeatedly questioned Xia Lian, but Xia Lian insisted that the two of them had only fought. With the reopening of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, Hua City had more things to deal with. If a new desperate ghost king was born, it would have a huge impact on the 3 realms. Between Flower Town and Blackwater, although one was high profile and the other was low-key, they both had their own style. They both had their own identities and had their own sense of propriety. Who knew what kind of thing would be born this time? If they gave birth to a madman like Qi Rong who wanted to divide territory with them, then it would be very troublesome. Thus, Xia Lian used the recent eventful times as an excuse, saying that it was best for the two of them to be busy with their own matters during this period of time and not meet up for the time being. They would meet up again after they were done with their work. Thus, Xia Lian said his goodbyes amiably. Although it seemed abrupt and cold, as if he had turned hostile, Xia Lian really had no choice. He didn't have the confidence to hide it well for now. At this moment, Lang Ying, who was behind him, suddenly said, fire. Only now did Xia Lian realize that in his absent-mindedness, he had actually picked up the iron pot and spatula again, ruining the meat and vegetables he had just brought back to Pu Chi Monastery. The fire at the bottom of the pot rose a few feet high and was about to burn the ceiling. He quickly put it out with a slap. However, he used too much strength, causing the entire stove to collapse. After a series of bangs and bangs, Xia Lian was stupefied. With one hand holding the pot, he didn't know what to do. It was mealtime, and the villagers were all holding large bowls and eating happily at the door. They were so frightened that they surrounded him again. What happened? What happened? Dao Zhang, did your house explode again? Xia Lian hurriedly opened the window and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. Cough, 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 cough. The village chief came over to take a look and said, Oh my God, it's so miserable. Dao Zhang, I think you should call Xiaohua back. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian said, Forget it. After all, he's not a member of my family. By the time he came back to his senses, Lang Ying had already helped clean up the mess on the floor. There was also an additional plate of brightly colored food on the table. He had randomly put it on the plate when he was distracted. If that bowl of food from last time was called 100 Years of Harmony soup, then this time, it should be called 1,000 Colors stir-fried pork. Other than Hua Cheng, there probably wasn't a second person who could eat this kind of food. Xia Lian himself couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to wash the pot. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, he said, Forget it, don't eat it anymore. Throw it away. Unexpectedly, when he turned around after washing the pot, he saw Lang Ying take the plate and silently eat it. Xia Lian was startled and hurriedly came over to stop him. Supporting him, he asked, Heavens, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lang Ying shook her head. Because his face was tightly covered by bandages, he couldn't see what expression he was wearing. Even Qi Rong and Black Water would become delirious after eating the food he made, yet Lang Ying could actually endure it. Was it because he was hungry to a certain extent, or did he accidentally open up his conception and governing vessels? Xia Lian teased himself and forced a smile. After cleaning up, he went to rest. Inside Pu Chi Monastery, there were 2 mats, one for each person. When Xia Lian remembered that he and Hua Cheng used to lie on this mat, he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. However, he didn't dare to toss and turn and disturb Lang Ying. After struggling for a long time, he was about to get up and go out to get some fresh air when he suddenly heard a creaking sound from the window. Someone had gently pushed open the wooden window and flipped inside. Xia Lian was lying on the ground with his back facing the window. He was shocked. Who would be so stupid to actually dare to come to Pu Chi Monastery to steal things? Wasn't this a complete loss? That person's movements were extremely light and extremely skilled. If it weren't for Xia Lian's 5 senses being more sensitive than others, he definitely wouldn't have noticed. After he flipped inside, he went straight to the merit box. Xia Lian immediately remembered that the merit box was previously stuffed full of gold bars. Could it be that this person came for the gold bars? However, he had long since taken those gold bars to the heavenly court and handed them to Ling Wen so that she could help find the owner. Listening carefully again, Xia Lian discovered that the person wasn't actually picking the lock, but was instead stuffing something into the merit box one by one. After stuffing, the person stopped working and seemed to want to jump out of the window. Xia Lian thought to himself, I'll wait for him to go out before following him. I'll see where he's going and who this person is. Who knew that when the person passed by the offering table, he would look at the big and small plates on the table. He seemed to be hungry. Without thinking too much, he casually picked up the unfinished dish of stir-fried meat and took a few bites. In the next second, with a plop, he fainted and fell to the ground. Xia Lian immediately turned over and sat up. He thought to himself, how convenient. When he got up and lit the lamp, he saw a person lying straight on the ground with a purple complexion. He hurriedly poured a few mouthfuls of water into his mouth. Only then did the person slowly wake up. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "What is this?" Xia Lian pretended not to hear the sentence. He sincerely said, "Your Highness Qi Ying, you're too bold. You didn't know anything yet you dared to stuff things into your mouth." This youth had a high nose, deep eyes, and a head full of black curly hair. If it wasn't the Western martial god Quan Yizhen, who else could it be? He glared at Xia Lian and said, "How would I know that someone would poison the food served in their monastery?" Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and opened the merit box. He discovered that it was once again stuffed to the brim with gold bars. He asked, "That box from last time was also stuffed by your highness?" Quan Yizhen nodded his head. Xiao Yan asked, "Why did you give me this kind of thing?" Quan Yizhen replied, "Because I have a lot." In fact, even if he didn't say it, Xiao Yan could still roughly guess. It was most likely because of the time during the Mid-Autumn banquet, when Xiao Yan's chopsticks flew out and cut off the stage's curtain. Xiao Yan said, "You can take these back. I didn't do anything to deserve a reward." Quan Yizhen didn't say anything. It was obvious that he wasn't listening at all. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Lang Ying coldly said, "I'll let you take it." Xiao Yan didn't know when he had also sat up. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at him, feeling a bit strange. In the past, Lang Ying basically acted as if he didn't exist. Lang Ying wished he could hide in the ground. Why did he take the initiative to say a few words today? Moreover, he was actually using such an unfriendly tone. However, he didn't think too much about it. In his heart, if worst comes to worst, he'll just have Ling Wen give it back to him. With a stern expression, he said, "Your Highness, you came at the right time. Today, you didn't come to the Divine Martial Palace's assembly. The Emperor gave us a task. Have you seen the scroll? Forget it, it's fine. I know you haven't seen it. In any case, I have. This time, we'll be in a team of 2. The thing we're responsible for is called the Embroidered Celestial." In the vernacular, Celestials were called Celestials because people didn't dare to directly call them scoundrels, rogues, or loathsome ghostly things. Why was the Embroidered Celestial called a Celestial? It was because it was said that this thing could originally become a celestial being. Legend has it that several hundred years ago, there was a youth in an ancient country. Although he was born stupid and his intelligence wasn't as good as a 6-year-old child's, once he entered the battlefield, he wasn't like this. His martial arts skills were superb, and he was kind and brave. When the 2 countries were at war, the only reason his country was able to struggle on while at death's door was because he alone was able to charge and break through enemy lines. However, because he had a head disease, he had no relatives or friends. All the military achievements that he fought with his life on the line were taken by others. He was penniless. No one was willing to marry their daughter to him, and very few girls were willing to get close to him. This youth was also stupid to a certain extent. He had never interacted with a girl since he was young, so he didn't even dare to speak much. However, this person had the potential to ascend. After a few more years of fighting, he would ascend to heaven. Originally, it didn't matter if there was a girl who liked him or not. However, the bad thing was that he still liked a girl. He liked her to death. On the day of his birthday, this girl personally made an embroidered dress for him. It was said to be an embroidered dress, but it was incomparably strange. It would be better to say that it was a terrifying pocket. This was the first time in his life that the youth received a gift from a girl he liked. He was extremely excited and overjoyed. In addition, he was born stupid, so he didn't find it strange at all. He couldn't wait to put the embroidered dress on his body. His hand didn't have a sleeve to put through, so he asked his beloved girl, "Why can't my hand stretch out?" The girl smiled and said, "It's my first time doing it, so I don't have much experience. But, can't I stretch out without my hand?" Thus, the youth cut off his hands that were holding the weapon. This time, it finally fit. However, it wasn't enough. He asked again, "Why can't my foot stretch out?" The girl answered, "Can't you stretch out without your foot?" Therefore, the young man asked someone to chop off his legs as well. Finally, he asked, "Why can't my head stretch out?" The final result was obvious. Xiao Yan originally thought that the embroidered dress immortal was referring to a demon or ghost wearing embroidered clothes. Who knew that it really was referring to a piece of clothing? When Mount Bronze Cauldron reopened and thousands of ghosts were in a frenzy, this piece of clothing was stolen. This embroidered dress was stained with the youth's infatuated blood and turned into an extremely powerful and insidious magic treasure. All year round, it passed through the hands of demons and ghosts who used it to harm people. Thus, one should never casually accept old clothes from an unknown source. If you meet someone on the road in the middle of the night with an embroidered dress for you, don't accept it under any circumstances. If you wore this embroidered dress, your heart would be blinded by lard. You would become infatuated and be trampled on by others. Your blood would be sucked dry. Chapter 129. Your Highness Qiying. Your Highness. Are you listening? Xia Lian waved his hand in front of Quan Yizhen. Quan Yizhen seemed to be lost in thought. Only then did he return to his senses. Oh. It seemed like he wasn't listening. Xia Lian couldn't say anything and said, "Then our top priority right now is to find this embroidered robe? Its original form is..." Quan Yizhen continued, "A sleeveless and headless piece of clothing that looks like a sack of blood." Xia Lian smiled and said, "Don't you know? I thought you hadn't seen the scroll before. However, because this piece of clothing is a demonic item, it's extremely magical. It's ever-changing. There are millions of clothes in the world. To find such a piece of clothing is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack." Quan Yizhen said, "Oh. Then what should we do?" Xia Lian said, "The demons and ghosts that obtain this piece of clothing will usually turn into merchants. They will ask people in densely populated areas if they want to buy it or trade it for the old. However, that was a matter from hundreds of years ago. If someone did that now, it would be a bit strange. However, their habits and way of thinking won't change so easily. In short, let's go to the city first and pay attention to this information." This kind of thing, ghosts paid more attention than humans. The Ghost Realm's information network was better than the human world's. In other words, directly asking Flower City would definitely save a lot of trouble. However, not long ago, Xia Lian told him not to meet for the time being. It wouldn't look good if he immediately returned to ask for help. Moreover, the embroidered robe fairy had just been stolen. The thief definitely wouldn't dare to use it to harm people so quickly. Quan Yizhen nodded. He got up and followed him 2 steps. Xia Lian sensed that Lang Ying was also following and said, "You can stay here." Lang Ying shook her head. Xia Lian hadn't said anything when he suddenly heard a thud behind him. He fell down again. Xia Lian suddenly turned his head and said, "What happened to you?" The purple aura on Quan Yizhen's face rose again. After holding it in for a while, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned over and knelt on the ground. With a "wah" sound, he vomited all over the ground. After he finished vomiting, Quan Yizhen turned over and faced the sky, puffing out soul smoke. Xia Lian said, "Qiying, can you still walk?" Quan Yizhen spread his limbs and said, "I think I can't." Xia Lian had no choice but to drag Quan Yizhen, who had lost his ability to fight, to the side and covered him with a blanket. On the second day, Quan Yizhen's complexion became slightly better. In any case, Xia Lian didn't dare to let him eat carelessly. He borrowed some porridge from the village chief and brought it back for the 2 of them to eat. Quan Yizhen sat on Hua Cheng's usual seat. He didn't know why, but Lang Ying kept staring at him, as if she wasn't very friendly. Xia Lian placed the porridge in front of the 2 of them and inadvertently said, "San Lang." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked at him. Xia Lian's body stiffened. Only now did he realize what he had just blurted out. Coughing lightly, he said, "Everyone, continue." While the 2 of them were eating porridge at the table, Xia Lian carried his axe and went out. As he chopped firewood, he recalled the clues provided by the scroll. The plane of brocade clothes immortal was originally stationed in a divine martial palace. The seal of the divine martial palace was extremely strong. Furthermore, the palace was heavily guarded, and there were many skilled martial artists. I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to escape on its own. Someone must have seized the opportunity to steal it during the chaos. In the past, when it was his turn to chop firewood in Huacheng, He didn't know why, but he always felt that his chopping wasn't as good as Hua Cheng's. Quan Yizhen miserably drank a few mouthfuls of thin porridge before falling asleep in Pu Chi Monastery. Lang Ying walked out as if she wanted to help, but Xia Lian said, "No need. San. Lang Ying, in a moment, boil some water. Let's take a bath." He remembered that Lang Ying hadn't taken a bath in a long time. Ghosts indeed wouldn't have grease, sweat, or dirt, but after wandering around outside all day, they should have gotten quite a bit of dust. However, he couldn't say it directly, or else it would hurt her self-esteem. Lang Ying seemed to be startled and didn't reply. Xia Lian had already moved the firewood inside to boil the water. He said, "Yesterday, I went into town to sell junk and bought you 2 autumn clothes. After washing them, can you see if they fit?" Lang Ying had just put on the new clothes. When she heard this, she didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Xia Lian pulled her back and sincerely said, "Don't go. Bathing is a must. Don't worry, I won't remove the bandages on your face." Lang Ying still refused. She gloomily went out to chop the firewood and refused to come back in. Xia Lian was helpless. He could only pick up a pile of firewood, boil water, and take off his clothes. Ruo Xia rolled down from his chest. Lang Ying then carried a pile of firewood in. When she saw his bare upper body, her eyes immediately widened. Xia Lian used his hand to test the water temperature. When he felt it was just right, he had already put on his pants and sat down. Seeing him come in, he said, "Oh, you came at the right time. I'll have to trouble you to pass me the scroll under the bamboo hat hanging on the wall over there." Not only did Lang Ying not come over, she even retreated outside the door. With a "pa" sound, she closed the door with the back of her hand. Xia Lian was baffled. After a while, Lang Ying seemed to remember something and suddenly kicked the door open. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Don't kick this door. This door is..." However, Lang Ying didn't look at him and directly walked inside. She picked up Quan Yizhen, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, and dragged him outside. Quan Yizhen seemed to be in a deep sleep. Only the earth shaking and mountains shaking could wake him up. Just like that, he was dragged all the way without feeling anything. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "What are you doing? It's fine, you're not a girl. Come in." When Hua Cheng wasn't here, it wasn't like he hadn't bathed in Pu Chi Monastery before. After all, Pu Chi Monastery was really too small and the living conditions were difficult. It was already good enough to have a water tank to bathe in. There weren't any large bathing pools with screens that he could row a boat and slowly bathe in for fun. However, intentionally or unintentionally, Xia Lian had never done this in front of Hua Cheng. But because the person in front of him wasn't Hua Cheng and was someone else, he didn't feel anything at all. Lang Ying flipped Quan Yizhen over and used a pile of messy clothes to press on his head. Then, she lowered her head and handed him the scroll Xia Lian wanted. She then continued to sit in the corner. Xia Lian opened the scroll. While he frowned, he loosened his hair. The hot air made his face slightly pink. His long hair and eyelashes became even darker and damper. After a while, he suddenly felt the thin silver chain on his chest. At the end of the chain was a diamond ring. Xia Lian held the ring and slightly tightened his fingers. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small flower in the corner of the altar. He subconsciously picked up the flower and held it in front of his eyes. He kept feeling that his mind was blurry, just like the hot air in front of him. He needed a hand to wave it away and disperse the fog. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking suddenly came from outside the door. This sound pulled him back from his thoughts. Xia Lian put the flower back and was about to ask who it was when he discovered that the knocking wasn't on the door of Pu Chi Monastery. Instead, it was on the door of the neighboring village chief's house. Amidst the knocking, a sweet female voice said, "Is there anyone home? Old for new, old for new. I have a brand new robe here, but I don't need it anymore. I want to exchange it for an old robe that suits me. I wonder if the owner of the house is willing." Is there anyone home? She didn't even need to go out to find him. This thing actually came knocking on his door. She knocked on every door and asked. However, not a single family came out to open the door for her. That was only natural. Normally, when Xiao Yan wasn't collecting junk, he would give lectures in Puqi village, telling all the uncles and aunties about the hundreds of little tricks to distinguish between demons and ghosts. Encountering this kind of uninvited guest in the middle of the night who was obviously not right, the villagers would simply ignore her. People nowadays weren't as gullible as they were in ancient times. That thing knocked in a circle, but no one paid any attention to her. Finally, she arrived at the door of Puqi Monastery. Xiao Yan held his breath and waited with rapt attention. Who knew that before that thing knocked on the door, she could already sense that this wasn't a place she should be at. She cried out and the footsteps seemed to go further away. Xiao Yan immediately said, "Wait. I want to change." Immediately, he said to Lang Ying in a low voice, "Quickly open the door. Don't be afraid, it's fine." Lang Ying wasn't afraid at all. She went forward and opened the door. There was a young girl standing outside the door. Her figure was graceful. Just looking at the lower half of her face, she was quite lovely and lovely. However, she wore a headscarf that covered the upper half of her face. It was as if she didn't have eyes, making people feel uncomfortable. She glanced into the house, covered her mouth and laughed. "This Taoist priest, what kind of old clothes do you want to use to exchange for my new clothes?" Xiao Yan was still soaking in the water jar and hadn't come out, just to make it lower its guard. He smiled and said, "That depends on what your new clothes are like." That young girl stretched out her hand and shook it lightly. A shiny brocade robe fell from the bundle. It was extremely gorgeous, but the style seemed to be a little old. Moreover, the whole body was emitting a strange demonic aura. Xiao Yan praised, "Good clothes, good clothes. Lang Ying, give the clothes I brought back from town to this young lady." Chapter 130. Half-Face Makeup Girl. Half-Face Makeup Girl. It was a low-level demon formed from the jealousy of an old woman towards a young girl. They could not face their own aging calmly. He firmly believed that sucking the flesh and blood of young women could restore his youth. He liked to pinch his voice and pretend to speak with a young girl's voice. However, as the saying goes, the eyes are the window to the soul. Aging was something that could not be concealed no matter what. The younger the lower half of the face, the upper half of the face with eyes was older. The contrast between the top and bottom of a face was even more intense. Even so, they were still unrepentant. Xiao Yan came out of the water dripping wet. He stepped on the edge of the water tank. Just as he was about to fly over and capture Kuan Yizhen, it was as if Kuan Yizhen had the last radiance of a setting sun. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped her across the face. The woman with half of her face in makeup was too weak. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was slammed onto the ground. "Spare me." Xiao Yan calmly grabbed the Taoist robe and casually put it on. "Are you the one who stole the embroidered gown, immortal?" The half-made-up woman hurriedly said, "It's not me, it's not me. How would I dare to barge into the divine martial hall?" Thinking about it, it made sense. Ordinary low-level ghosts. He really didn't have the guts to barge into the divine martial palace. It would be strange if his soul wasn't shattered. Moreover, this half-dressed woman probably had nothing to do with the immortal in embroidered clothes. The age of the ghost was only about 80 years old, while the legend of the immortal in embroidered clothes was several hundred years old. Xiao Yan asked, "Then where did you get this brocade robe from?" The half-made-up woman picked up the headscarf and covered the upper half of her face again. Her voice became shrill again as she said, replying to Taoist priest. "I found it in the ghost city." "Was that even possible? You found it in the ghost city?" Xiao Yan was speechless for a moment before asking, "Then who was the one who sold you this brocade robe?" The woman with half a face in makeup said in fear, "Taoist. Please let me go. I don't know either." There's no need to check 18 generations of ancestors when doing business in the Ghost City. That's true. If doing business in the Ghost City had to go through 18 generations of ancestors, the Ghost City wouldn't be so lively. Only when there was a gap would something come to life. Xia Lian asked for a while, but he couldn't get anything out of her. He was sure that the woman with half of her face in makeup was just an ignorant minion, so he said, "Qiying, let the priests in your hall come and take care of this ghost." Kuan Yizhen said, "No. I don't have any priests in my temple." Xia Lian asked, "Not a single one? Haven't you ever picked anyone?" Kuan Yizhen replied confidently, "Not a single one." It turned out that the Western martial god had always been a loner and had never appointed anyone. He didn't even have an assistant to deal with miscellaneous things. In any case, Xia Lian couldn't afford to raise Kuan Yizhen. As for Kuan Yizhen's situation, it could only be said that she had a strange temperament. He had no choice but to dig out an earthenware jar and put away the half-dressed woman. Then he took the embroidered gown from Lang Ying's hand and shook it open to take a closer look. He could not help but frown slightly. The demonic energy was indeed quite demonic, but how should he put it? In Xia Lian's opinion, this type of demonic energy was too superficial. It was as if a thick layer of rouge and face powder had been applied on it, rather than being emitted from the inside out. Xia Lian's intuition told him that this thing wasn't as dangerous as the rumors said, but he still maintained 120% vigilance. At this time, Kuan Yizhen came over and took a look at the gown before saying, "It's fake." Xia Lian was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" Kuan Yizhen said, "This gown is fake. I've seen the real embroidered immortal before. It's much more powerful than this." Xia Lian asked curiously, "When did you see it?" In fact, there are many people who have seen the embroidered immortal before, but none of them were able to distinguish it. "Why are you so sure?" Kuan Yizhen didn't say anything. Just at this moment, Ling Wen's voice rang in his ear, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've received news that a little ghost carrying the embroidered immortal has appeared 20 miles west of your Pu Chi monastery. We'll have to trouble you to take a look." Xia Lian said, again. "All right." Glancing at Kuan Yizhen, he quietly said, "Oh, that's right, there's one more thing. Ling Wen, has Qiying seen the embroidered immortal before?" Ling Wen said, "Qiying? Ah, how could he have seen him before? He's much more powerful than the one I've seen." Xia Lian asked, "Why do you say that?" Ling Wen said, "Then it's complicated. I don't know if your highness has heard of this matter. The martial god guarding the west wasn't originally from Qiying Palace, but rather Yinyu Palace." Xia Lian recalled that this was what Wind Master had told him while taking off his clothes at the Extreme Happiness Square. He couldn't help but feel a bit bitter as he said, "I've heard of it. I heard that these two highnesses were originally a pair of apprentice brothers. It turned out that before Yinyu ascended, he was the head disciple of his sect. One time, he saw a brute-looking child wandering the streets. Out of kindness, he begged his master to take him in. That child was Kuan Yizhen. They had been in the same sect for several years. It could be said that Yinyu had always taken care of Kuan Yizhen. He was the first to ascend and had even appointed Kuan Yizhen as his general." Ling Wen said, "You've seen Qiying a few times, so you more or less know." "He's a bit," Xia Lian continued, "ignorant of the ways of the world." "That's a good thing." Ling Wen smiled and said, "Whether it's good or not depends on the person and the situation. Some people feel that he does things his own way, doesn't understand etiquette, and doesn't give people face. During those years when he first ascended to Immortal Capital, if it weren't for His Highness Yinyu helping him, who knows how many people would have already beaten him to death." Xia Lian said thoughtfully, "Those two highnesses should have a very good relationship." Ling Wen said, "At first, they were very good. But the bad thing was, later on, Qiying himself also ascended. Both of them ascended from the west, so what should they do?" Thus, the two of them agreed to guard the west together. Apprentice brothers guarding the same land sounded like a beautiful story. However, in the end, one mountain couldn't accommodate two tigers. If it was said that Enu's aptitude was worthy of the heavens sending down a heavenly tribulation for him, 1 in 10,000 people, then with Kuan Yizhen's aptitude, he could endure 3 heavenly tribulations, 1 in a million people. In the beginning, it was still alright, as it wasn't obvious. But as time went on, the gap between the two of them grew larger. Kuan Yizhen clearly didn't understand the ways of the world. He didn't know how to get closer to his fellow immortals, nor did he bother to curry favor with his followers. On the contrary, he simply didn't remember the names of any of the clerics he worked with other than Enu. He even dared to violently beat his followers and tell them to eat shit. However, his territory grew larger and larger, and his followers also grew larger and larger. Compared to this, Enu's hall lost its splendor. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. These 2 apprentice brothers would give each other gifts on their birthdays. One year, on Kuan Yizhen's birthday, Enu gave him an awe-inspiring armor. Xia Lian said, "The embroidered clothed immortal." Ling Wen said, "That's right. Other than being able to suck blood and kill people, this embroidered clothed immortal also had a strange characteristic: whoever was given the armor would listen to the person who made him wear it." Because the 2 apprentice brothers had always had a good relationship, Kuan Yizhen didn't hesitate to wear the armor. Not long after, Enu pretended to unintentionally make a joke. Kuan Yizhen was controlled by that embroidered clothed immortal, so he was possessed and wanted to do as he was told. If it wasn't for Jun Wu noticing that something was wrong and stopping him in time, he would have cut off his own head and used it as a ball. Ling Wen said, therefore, this matter caused a huge commotion that year. Enu, as a heavenly official, did this kind of thing to harm his colleague, so of course he was demoted immediately. Logically speaking, because of this, the 2 heavenly officials should have fallen out. But Xia Lian recalled the farce performed by the Qiying Palace's followers during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. A clown was jumping behind Kuan Yizhen, and he should be acting as Enu. However, at that time, Kuan Yizhen's reaction was to fly into a rage and jump down to beat his own follower. He said, "I feel that Qiying Palace should still be very respectful to His Highness Enu. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding?" Ling Wen said, "I don't know about this. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, I don't know how many years it's been since he was demoted. Who would still pay attention to him?" Xia Lian nodded his head. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Ling Wen spoke again, "Wait a moment. Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's one more thing. I didn't finish speaking just now. 60 miles east of your Pu Chi Monastery, there are also unknown people carrying embroidered clothed immortals." Xia Lian said, "Isn't that too far away? How could there be more?" Ling Wen said, "I'm not finished. Listen carefully, there's also 42 miles northwest, 15 miles southeast, 22 miles north." In one breath, she reported 27 or 8 locations before Ling Wen said, for now, that's about it." By the time she finished reporting, Xia Lian had already forgotten everything. He felt a bit depressed as he said, "This time, your palace's efficiency is quite high. However, for now. For now. In other words, will there be more? Could it be that the Ghost City is selling embroidered clothed immortals wholesale?" Ling Wen said, "More or less. In the Ghost City, there are many mobile sellers with unknown origins who often sell fake goods under the skin. After selling the fake goods, they will change to a new skin. Therefore, most experts won't randomly buy things there. However, there's no lack of ghosts who treat it as antiques, always thinking what if they pick it up cheap. This time, when the embroidered clothed immortals were stolen, many peddlers in the ghost realm got wind of the news and took the opportunity to swindle people. They casually found a piece of clothing and said it was the embroidered clothed immortals. What's inconceivable is that there are still many ghosts who buy it. After buying it, they will find someone to try it on. It really adds a lot of trouble for us to gather information on this side. This was simply disrupting their line of sight in finding the real embroidered clothed immortals. All of a sudden, so many embroidered clothed immortals appeared from all directions. Who knew which one was the real one? However, since the task had been handed over to them, they had to think of a way to complete it. Xia Lian said, let's start from the nearest one and look one by one. Xia Lian had no choice. Quan Yizhen didn't know how to draw a shrinking ground 1,000 li. Neither of them had a deputy general heavenly official under them. However, fortunately, the nearest place Ling Wen reported was only 5 miles away. It was an abandoned dye house. Xia Lian immediately made a decision and hurriedly set off under the cover of the night. Xia Lian originally wanted Lang Ying to stay at Pu Qi Monastery. Who would have thought that Lang Ying would actually follow them out on his own and wouldn't be able to rush back in time? Thinking that this trip shouldn't be considered dangerous, he could also let Lang Ying broaden his horizons. In any case, he was going to bring Lang Ying along to cultivate in the future, so he might as well bring Lang Ying along this time. The three of them walked through the night for a while. Suddenly, a strange chant could be heard from the roadside in front of them, huff huff huff. Huff huff huff. Hearing this familiar chant, Xia Lian stopped his footsteps. In the dense fog in front of them, a tall silhouette slowly appeared, as well as 4 gloomy ghost flames that were rotating and fluttering in the air. Quan Yizhen seemed to be preparing to make a move. Regardless of the consequences, he would fight first and then think later. However, Xia Lian pressed him down and said, "It's nothing. We know each other." Sure enough, 4 golden skeletons carrying a carriage appeared in front of the three of them. Quan Yizhen seemed to have never seen this kind of mystical thing before. His eyes widened and sparkled. The leading skeleton sang, "Are you His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Xian Le Country?" Xia Lian replied, "That's me." "What's the matter?" The golden skeleton sang, "It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that we brothers have nothing better to do, so we wanted to ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince needs us to help give him a ride in the middle of the night. The journey wasn't too far." Xia Lian was just about to tactfully decline when Quan Yizhen said, "Okay." He had already impatiently climbed up the carriage, as if he really wanted to sit on this gorgeous and strange carriage. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went up to pull him, but the carriage suddenly tilted and fiercely flung Quan Yizhen off. Xia Lian also tilted a bit, but someone supported him. He blurted out, "Third." When he turned his head around to look, he discovered that Lang Ying had boarded the carriage at some point in time. She was tightly holding onto his arm, and a pair of pitch-black eyes were staring at him in silence. The skeletons hurriedly lifted the carriage, and the 8 legs spun like 4 pairs of wind and fire wheels. While steadily running, they shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block the way, don't block the way." Quan Yizhen was ruthlessly flung onto the ground. He flipped over and leaped up. It seemed like he still hadn't given up and was about to jump back up again. However, the skeletons were running too fast, and he was always 1 step behind. They were relentlessly chasing him from behind. It seemed like he really wanted to sit on this carriage and satisfy his craving. Seeing him earnestly chasing from behind, Xia Lian, who was on the carriage, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He wondered if this was bullying a child. Although he knew that this carriage belonged to Hua City and might not necessarily welcome other heavenly officials, he still couldn't help but ask, "That? Can't it carry 3 people?" The skeletons sang, Can't. It can only seat 2 people." Like a pair of wind and fire wheels, they ran all the way while Quan Yizhen chased after them. Once they arrived at their destination, the golden skeletons put down Xia Lian and Quan Yizhen, lifted the carriage, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Quan Yizhen didn't get on the carriage from start to finish. He was extremely disappointed, and he still looked at the carriage with a reluctant expression. Xia Lian brought Lang Ying down from the carriage, but he heard sorrowful cries in front of them. They all came from the abandoned dye house. Xia Lian felt strange in his heart. Didn't they say that there was no one in the dye house at night? When he got closer to listen, he found out that the sorrowful cries were, "I don't dare to sell fake goods in Hua City Lord's territory anymore. I really don't dare to. But, please tell Hua City Lord that I bought these fake embroidered clothes immortals wholesale from other ghosts. I'm also a victim." The 3 of them arrived in front of the dye house. Coincidentally, a black-clothed ghost-masked man came out from inside. It seemed like he had been waiting for a long time. He bowed slightly and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 131. The Wind Master once told him, this person should be Inu. Because of the heavenly officials that had been demoted these years, no matter how he counted, there were only a few of them. Thus, Xia Lian asked, "How should I address you?" The ghost-masked man replied, "I don't dare. I'm just a nobody." Entering the abandoned dye house, Xia Lian couldn't help but be startled. He saw all kinds of clothes hanging on wooden racks: wedding clothes, official robes, daughter's veil, child's clothes. There was also a very simple and crude blood-stained hemp garment. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't find these clothes strange. Layer upon layer, a dense aura, heavy evil aura, as if the living dead were standing there. Even if it wasn't the embroidered clothes immortal, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Long pieces of colorful cloth hung high on the wooden racks, some were deathly pale, some were dirty. It had been a long time since anyone took care of them. Quan Yizhen squatted at the edge of a black dye vat, his head buried in it. He was engrossed in studying the strangely colored and odorous liquid inside. Xia Lian was always worried that in the next moment, he would dip his finger into it and lick it. He hurriedly dragged him down. In the courtyard, a group of demons and ghosts were all strung up by an iron chain. Holding his head, he squatted down and said, "This is..." The ghost-masked man said, "Recently, the Ghost City sold the embroidered clothes immortal as well as the demons and ghosts that use the embroidered clothes immortal everywhere. They're all here. A total of 98 pieces. There were actually 98 pieces. Moreover, they should have all been captured in a very short period of time." Xia Lian was slightly moved. The ghost-masked man continued, "If there are any new movements, we will capture them for your highness as soon as possible." Hearing this, Xia Lian couldn't help but say, "No need. Please tell San Hua City Lord, there really is no need to go through so much trouble. I can do it myself. The result would be the same, it would just take a little more time and energy." However, he himself was a heavenly official serving in the heavenly court. Even if there weren't many people worshipping him, this was the only proper task he had to do. The ghost-masked man said, "City Lord naturally understands that your highness can easily do it. But because of this, I hope you don't have to spend your energy on this kind of small matter that anyone can do. Your highness's time and energy should be used to do more important things." After pondering for a moment, Xia Lian still said, "May I ask, your city lord is currently..." Lang Ying seemed to be carelessly swaying around Xia Lian. The ghost-masked man said, "The city lord is currently very busy." Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Oh. That's good. I hope everything goes well on his side." He asked this group of demons and ghosts one by one, and every one of them insisted that they bought it from the mysterious masked man. They didn't seem to be lying, but in a place like the Ghost City, wouldn't there be hundreds of mysterious masked men in a day? Unable to get an answer, the devil-masked man pulled the rope and led the howling ghosts away, saying goodbye. However, the 98 ghost garments were left behind. Xia Lian only felt that even when he was in charge of collecting old and tattered clothes in the past, he had never seen so many clothes. He flipped the clothes over and over again, suspecting that perhaps none of them were genuine. He said to Quan Yizhen, "Qi Ying, take another look." Quan Yizhen scratched his fluffy curly hair, shook his head and said, "Too much. There were too many ghost clothes." The evil aura of each piece of clothing interacted with each other, causing people to lose their judgment. This was like a person with a sensitive sense of taste. Although he could distinguish between pear-flavored and apple-flavored candies, if 98 different kinds of fruit fillings were mixed together and then let him taste them, he would basically lose his sense of taste. Xia Lian was currently thinking of another method, but when he turned around, he saw Quan Yizhen directly taking a piece of clothing and preparing to put it on. Xia Lian hurriedly stopped him and hung the clothing back, saying, "Stop, stop, stop. Qi Ying, let me say this first. First, don't eat random things. Second, don't wear random clothes. These are all very dangerous actions. Quan Yizhen pointed behind him and said, "Then what about like him?" Xia Lian suddenly smelled a faint burning smell. Turning around to look in the direction Quan Yizhen pointed, he saw Lang Ying had found a match from an unknown corner and lit it. She was currently holding it, calmly and skillfully burning the lower hem of a ghost garment. Xia Lian. Also. Don't play with fire. That ghost garment seemed to be in pain from being burned by Lang Ying. The hem of the garment curled up, crazily twisting, and kept dodging. It didn't look like a piece of clothing, but more like a live fish. This scene actually looked a bit cruel. However, although there was a burning smell, there were no burn marks on the fabric. It seemed that the yin aura of these ghost clothes was already abundant enough to prevent them from being burned. Hearing Xia Lian telling him not to play with fire, Lang Ying casually threw away the match and stepped on the ground to extinguish it. She looked very obedient again. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went over and said, "Why are you today?" Speaking up to this point, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because he saw, not far from him, a long white cloth hung on a tall wooden frame, slightly swaying in the night wind. A black silhouette was reflected on the cloth, walking slowly. And this figure had no head. Xia Lian pulled Lang Ying behind him, and with a sword in his hand, he said, "Be careful." This sword cut the cloth and the figure into two. However, when the cloth fell to the ground, there was no one behind it. The headless figure just now had disappeared without a trace. Before Xia Lian had time to go forward to check, he felt a slight chill on his back. He quickly turned around, and his pupils shrank. He saw a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes standing behind him without him noticing. No! It was not a woman, it was just a piece of clothing. The piece of clothing that he had cut into two was also a piece of clothing. It fell to the ground and was covered by the cloth. From all directions, a group of shadows swayed and gathered towards the three of them. It turned out that unknowingly, the 98 ghost garments hanging in the courtyard, the corridor, and the dye house had all broken free from the shelves. Xia Lian was shocked. Why are they all like this all of a sudden? A low voice came from beside him. 10,000 ghosts are restless. Xia Lian turned around and saw that it was Lang Ying who spoke. Although he did not show any signs of uneasiness, the veins on the back of his pale hands were slightly bulging. It was obvious that he was also affected by something. 10,000 ghosts were restless again. The closer it was to the opening of Mount Bronze Cauldron, the more deafening its warning to the ghosts. Xia Lian's first thought was, how is San Lang now? However, the situation did not give him much time to think. His thoughts turned quickly, and more than 20 ghost garments had already stuck to him. Quan Yizhen did not hesitate and punched out. If this punch hit the wall or the ground, it would definitely cause the earth to shake and the earth to crack. However, this heavy punch actually hit a few pieces of clothing. Just think about it, even children knew about rock, scissors, paper. Cloth wrapped around a hammer. That light and soft material just happened to be the bane of fists. No matter how strong the wind from his punch was, the soft cloth wrapped around them would not be injured at all. Xia Lian could only raise his sword and attack. However, the ghost garment's dodging was extremely light and nimble. Every time they moved, they could cover a distance of 4 to 5 feet. Moreover, because they were almost weightless, they did not make any sound. It was much more difficult to catch their movements and guard against their sneak attacks than to guard against people. Normally, it was people who picked their clothes. But this time, it was the clothes that picked the people. 98 ghost garments could not wait to find someone who matched their body and eyes. Among people, women loved to pick their clothes the most. Among ghost garments, women loved to pick their people the most. Dozens of women's long dresses of different colors and styles crazily stuck to Xia Lian's body. Even his sword could not force them away. The situation was even more intense than a group of women who saw beautiful clothes to their liking. For a moment, Xia Lian seemed to be surrounded by a circle of women's clothes. Quan Yizhen pulled off a few children's clothes that were stubbornly trying to put on his head and threw them to the side. He curiously asked, "Why do these women like you so much?" Xia Lian replied, "Maybe it's because they think I'm more intimate." However, none of the ghost garments bothered Lang Ying. Perhaps it was because he was a ghost and they knew they could not get any benefits from him, so they did not approach him. Xia Lian slashed his sword at the waist and cut a few women's dresses. The ghost garments that were cut into 2 pieces could still move freely. Moreover, they dodged even faster and more swiftly. From the corner of his eyes, Xia Lian saw a few ghost garments sneakily fumbling around the window. He shouted, "Close the door. Don't let them go out." The 2 gods and 1 ghost could still deal with them, but if these ghost garments slipped out to look for other people, then it would be troublesome. However, his shout was still too late. The courtyard of the dye house was open air. There was already a long robe fluttering its wide sleeves a few times as it soared into the sky. Like a giant bat, it flew into the night sky. Xia Lian complained incessantly and said, "Che Ying, I'll leave the dye house to you." After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his feet and flew over the wall. He then grabbed onto the hem of that ghost's long robe. With the added weight of a person, the long robe, no matter how hard it fluttered, its sleeves couldn't fly up. When it fell to the ground, Xia Lian still held onto its collar tightly. However, it was actually very cunning. With a chilak sound, it tore off a corner of its own robe. Like a warrior who had just cut off his own wrist, it hurriedly slipped away from Xia Lian's grasp. Coincidentally, a passerby who had just finished drinking some wine and was heading home saw a strange headless person dashing towards him. The passerby was so frightened that he screamed, "Ah, headless ghost! It doesn't have a head!" Xia Lian hurriedly rushed over and grabbed the robe to show it to the person. He comforted, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Look! It's not that it doesn't have a head, it's that it's all gone." That person took a look. Sure enough, the collar was empty. There was nothing there. This was even more frightening than a headless ghost. His eyes immediately rolled back and he fainted. Xia Lian hurriedly caught him and gently placed him on the ground. He said, "I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. I'll take care of it right away." After this bout of panic passed, Xia Lian finally managed to catch all of the ghost clothes that had flown out of the dye house. After counting them once and confirming that not a single piece was missing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Since things had already developed to this point, Xia Lian said, "We can only use Che Ying's simplest and crudest method. Let's try them on one by one." He was actually willing to try them on himself, but right now, it was a bit hard to say for his other 2 partners. He was afraid that if he happened to wear the embroidered clothes immortal and something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Thus, he decided to let Xia Lian control the situation and watch the other 2 try them on. Thus, Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen both took off their coats and tried them on one by one. Every time they tried on a piece of clothing, Xia Lian would issue simple commands such as jump twice or turn in a circle to see if they would obey. However, after trying on all 98 pieces of clothing, the 2 of them each wore 40 to 50 pieces each, yet there wasn't any abnormal reaction. It seemed that among these ghost clothes, not a single one belonged to the embroidered clothes immortal. They had worked for half the night for nothing. Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen wore only unlined clothing as they squatted on the ground. Xia Lian, on the other hand, sat in the mess of clothes on the ground. Holding his forehead, he said, "Selling fake goods really isn't advisable." After supporting them for a while, he went to find Ling Wen. Using his spirit, he said, "Ling Wen, I've collected some ghost clothes. Although there probably aren't any genuine embroidered clothes immortal items among them, they are all quite strange and a bit troublesome. Can you send someone over to collect them?" Ling Wen said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it." "How many pieces did you collect?" Xia Lian replied, 98 pieces. Ling Wen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly capable. You actually collected more than what I reported to you." Xia Lian lightly coughed and said, "Actually, it wasn't me." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a familiar chill run down his spine. Slightly startled, Xia Lian raised his head to look. In front of him, he saw a black silhouette of a person reflected on several pieces of deathly white cloth. Chapter 132. Xia Lian immediately stood up. He said, "The embroidered fairy?" Of course, the silhouette did not respond. He didn't move, he just stood there. Xia Lian held the other two down with both hands and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Not long after, a gust of night wind blew, and the silhouette seemed to sigh. It was as if they were collapsing. Gone with the wind. Xia Lian suddenly stood up. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the dye house. The three of them turned around to look. Xia Lian asked, "Who?" A man's voice came from outside, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." It was me. Xia Lian went to open the door. Outside the dye house was a man with a clear and upright appearance. He walked in with his hands behind his back. Xia Lian was slightly stunned. "Ling Wen, why did you come personally?" Ling Wen straightened her sleeves. "Your Highness the Crown Prince," he said, "I heard you say that it's a thorny problem. I'm afraid ordinary heavenly officials won't be able to handle it. Therefore, he came over to take a look." "Hello, Prince Qiying. Why are you sitting on the ground? What's wrong? Why do they all look like this?" It was the male Ling Wen. Xia Lian walked in front of the curtain. When he opened it, it was indeed empty. After a while he turned his head and said, "The embroidered clothed deity has revealed himself." Ling Wen asked curiously, "What?" Xia Lian said, "That should be it. It's a young man. He's very tall, about 2 inches taller than me. Looking at the shape of his frame, he must be a skilled martial artist." Ling Wen hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, are you sure?" In the past many years, no one had ever heard of the embroidered clothed immortal appearing in front of people. Also, didn't you say that none of the 98 ghost garments were authentic? Could it be that someone is trying to deceive us? Xia Lian replied, "I'm afraid not. After the chaos, we closed the doors and windows to prevent the ghost clothes from going out to harass mortals. We also set up a formation. The things inside couldn't get out, and the things outside couldn't get in. There are only the 3 of us in this dying house. Who can do anything?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Ling Wen said, "Then, the genuine product encountered a special situation? Or could it be that the silhouette you saw was a vengeful spirit attached to another ghost's clothing?" Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen were squatting on the ground, seemingly in a daze. Xia Lian and Ling Wen stood to the side with their arms crossed like adults. They had a serious discussion for a while. Finally, Ling Wen suggested, "I think it would be better to bring these ghost garments to Lingwen Palace Hall and let my people have a look. If it really doesn't work, we can gather next time to ask. There are always experts in the heavenly courts." After thinking about it, Xia Lian nodded and said, "That's fine. However, this is a mission entrusted to us after all. I still want to complete it thoroughly. Since the real embroidered dress immortal is inside, I'll think of a way to give it a try. If there is still no result by tomorrow, then I will transfer these 98 ghost clothes to you." After all, this matter was originally not under the jurisdiction of Lingwen Palace Hall. Lingwen said, "Why is your highness so polite? By the way, if you want to deliver them tomorrow, you should send 101 of them." Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment. "Why are there 3 extra pieces?" Then, he reacted. "Are you suspecting that there's a problem with the 3 pieces of clothing we're wearing?" Lingwen said, "It's not impossible." Xia Lian raised the sleeves of his Daoist robe that had already been worn to the point that the threads were coming off. He said, "I've already worn this robe for 4 to 5 years, so there's definitely no problem. The one Lang Ying is wearing is a new one I bought. However, he doesn't listen to me, so there shouldn't be any problem." When he told Lang Ying not to work, Lang Ying still chopped firewood. When he told him to obediently stay at home, Lang Ying still followed him out the door. However, Lingwen shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. Your Highness, you might not know this, but this embroidered dress immortal's demonic aura is extremely heavy. With it here, the demonic aura will spread to the other ordinary clothes. In short, to be on the safe side, it's better if you don't wear the clothes you're wearing today. Get rid of them. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly took off Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen's coats. He said, "Don't wear them, don't wear them. Take them off, take them all off. Then, tomorrow, I'll wrap up the clothes and send them to Lingwen Palace Hall." Lingwen said, "Should I send someone to pick them up?" Xiao Yan said, "No need, no need. I'm already very embarrassed to trouble you every time, but I still need you to personally make a trip. You guys are too busy on your side, so it's better if I do it." The next day, Xiao Yan really did put in a lot of effort to pack up a large pile of clothes. Carrying a few huge bundles on his back, he went to Immortal Capital. Lingwen had already been respectfully waiting inside the palace hall for a long time. Today, the palace hall wasn't as busy and crowded as it usually was. Xiao Yan untied the large bundles of ghost clothes. The brightly colored clothes burst open and scattered all over the floor. He casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lingwen leisurely walked over and asked, "Did you gain anything?" Xiao Yan helplessly sighed and said, "I'm ashamed, I didn't gain anything. Let me apologize first. I don't have any helpers by my side, so it's hard to avoid losing things here and there. Yesterday's large pile of clothes was a complete mess, so I don't know if I missed anything. I keep feeling like I missed one or two pieces, but I'm not too sure." Lingwen said, "It's fine." She lowered her head and nodded. "Indeed, I missed something. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it seems like the clothes worn by the little demon by your side yesterday didn't come in?" Xiao Yan formed a fist with his right hand and lightly hammered it against his left palm. He said, "Ah, you're right. I remember now. Lang Ying had gotten used to draping those clothes over her, so I forgot to take them in. I'll go get them now." Lingwen smiled and said, "There's no rush. Take care, Your Highness." However, Xiao Yan didn't leave. Instead, he stood in place, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Lingwen was just about to order her subordinate heavenly officials to collect the ghost clothes when she turned around and saw that he was still there. There were only the two of them in the palace hall. Feeling strange, she asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, is there something else?" Xiao Yan looked at her with a complicated gaze and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I'm thinking, if I sent the real embroidered clothes immortal over, would you take the real thing away and hide it the moment I turn around?" Lingwen's smile faded slightly, but she was still extremely polite. She said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan calmly looked at her and said, "From the beginning, I had a vague idea." Lingwen calmly asked, "What idea?" Xiao Yan said, "Ordinary people and ordinary demons and ghosts wouldn't dare to trespass into the Divine Martial Palace. If there's someone familiar with the Divine Martial Palace to the point where they could steal the things guarding there without being caught on the spot, I'm afraid that besides Junwu himself, it would be you, Lingwen Supreme." After all, Lingwen Palace traveled between the various halls all year round. It could be said that she couldn't be more familiar with other people's territories. Lingwen smiled and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is taking things for granted. Whoever is the easiest to do is the one most worthy of suspicion. According to your line of thought, isn't it more likely that Di Jun stole what was guarding there?" Xiao Yan nodded and said, "I admit, this is taking things for granted. However, what started to make me feel that something was wrong was that half-dressed woman." Lingwen asked, "What's wrong with that half-dressed woman?" Xiao Yan said, "She took a fake embroidered clothes immortal and just happened to come to my door. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, she practically wanted to write suspicions on her face, as if she was afraid that I wouldn't suspect that she had something up her sleeves. Her purpose was truly too strong." "Oh? What purpose?" Xiao Yan said, "Didn't she already say it? Exchanging the old for the new. What she wanted was precisely the old clothes from my Pu Chi monastery. On the other hand, if the embroidered clothes immortal was stolen, the divine martial palace would discover it very quickly and react very quickly as well. As soon as it was stolen, they would immediately start investigating. Therefore, the thief might not dare to keep it in their hands and would first hide it. In that case, where was the hiding place that would be the hardest to find? Hiding the leaves in the forest. If Xia Lian wanted to hide the embroidered clothes immortal, he would turn it into an extremely unremarkable and ordinary hemp garment and throw it into the human world's bazaar, where he would watch it from afar. According to common sense, no one would want to buy such a coarse garment. However, Xia Lian's life couldn't be estimated with common sense. He himself had worn Taoist robes for 4 to 5 years, and the money he had on hand was only enough to buy this kind of clothing. Moreover, his current requirements for clothes were to keep warm and be clean. He wasn't picky at all. In addition, he was a person who had the ability to pick out the most dangerous piece of clothing among the countless clothes on sale. Thus, he happily bought the legendary embroidered clothes immortal at an extremely low price. Ling Wen said, "Your Highness, your words are too excessive. After all, you're a martial god. If you think about it, you should know that the half-masked woman who came looking for you would immediately be subdued by you. Regardless of whether it was the new or the old clothes, none of them could be taken away." Xia Lian said, "Indeed, she couldn't take away all of them, but who said she had to? If nothing unexpected happened, how would she be dealt with in the end?" If Xia Lian thought that the half-masked woman was holding on to the real embroidered clothes immortal, he would definitely report it to Ling Wen. Then, Ling Wen would most likely personally come down, and just like yesterday, she would tell Xia Lian that for the sake of insurance, he had to take all the clothes here back to Ling Wen Palace Hall to deal with them. Unfortunately, at that time, Quan Yizhen was also present. Moreover, she didn't expect him to gain experience after wearing it once. He actually directly determined that the embroidered clothes were fake. Thus, it wouldn't be logical for Ling Wen to come over and take away all the clothes in Puqi Monastery. All of Xia Lian's information was provided by Ling Wen. She could also openly ask questions and understand Xia Lian's movements at any time. After the half-masked woman was seen through, Ling Wen immediately sent a new telepathic message to Xia Lian, telling him that a lot of fake goods had flowed out of the ghost city and needed to be dealt with. She threw him a new task, leaving him no time to ponder over the oddities. Xia Lian said, "I don't know if those fake goods were leaked out from your place, but you were indeed the one who told me about it. This step was probably to transfer me away from Puqi Monastery, and then make a move on Langing. Who knew that Langing would also come out? I don't know if the embroidered clothes immortal suddenly appearing was within your expectations, but for you, adapting to the situation isn't a difficult matter. With so many ghost clothes, it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In the chaos, there would always be an opportunity to steal away the real embroidered clothes immortal. And when the embroidered clothes immortal appeared, Ling Wen could also personally appear and openly take away everyone's clothes. In the end, how to verify, determine whether or not there were real goods, and how to explain that silhouette, all of this could be done with just a word from Ling Wen Palace Hall. Hearing up to here, Ling Wen made a pause gesture and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, can you first stop? So, you think that Langing is called this, right? You think that the one he's wearing is the embroidered clothes immortal? Don't forget, after he put it on, he didn't listen to your words, right? That's what you said yourself. You should know that the might of the embroidered clothes immortal is extremely strong. Even if he encountered the Ghost King, he wouldn't be an exception." Xia Lian said, "You also said that he encountered a special situation. As for what kind of special situation it was, I think you know it better than me. I hope you can give me an answer." Ling Wen slightly wrinkled her brows. Putting her hands behind her back, she softly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you already certain that I'm the clothes thief? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this makes me a little unhappy." Xia Lian slightly bowed his head and said, "I apologize." Ling Wen said, "I accept. However, Your Highness, if you insist, it's not impossible. You can also take out evidence. After all, up until now, it's still just speculation." Xia Lian slowly said, "Before today, there wasn't any evidence. Even before I stepped into Lingwen Palace Hall, there wasn't any. However, from just now, there is. Lingwen made an inviting gesture with her hand and said, "Please." Xia Lian said, "The evidence is that just now, you didn't count the number of ghost clothes." Lingwen's expression didn't change at all. However, the tips of her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Xia Lian said, "The number of ghost clothes I sent over was indeed lacking, but it wasn't just one piece missing. In fact, I only sent you 88 pieces, an entire 10 pieces missing. As for the clothes that I felt were more suspicious, I kept all of them and didn't send them over to you. However, you didn't even notice that there was a problem with the number, yet with a glance, you discovered that Lang Ying's piece wasn't sent over. In that case, may I ask, in the end, how did you only discover that one piece was missing?" Lingwen raised her hand and said, "Please wait a moment." Unhurriedly, she once again counted the ghost clothes on the ground. Discovering that there really were 88 pieces, she remained calm and said, "I think, this can be explained by, 100 secrets have one flaw." Xia Lian said, "All right. Since you've been serious, you should have looked through them one by one. In that case, let me tell you something. Didn't you notice just now? The piece of clothing that Lang Ying wore yesterday was clearly among these 88 pieces of ghost clothes." Lingwen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you mean?" Xia Lian squatted down and pulled out a piece of clothing from the mess on the ground. Shaking it open, it was shockingly a simple white hemp garment. He said, "Yesterday, Lang Ying wore this. Isn't it right here? Why didn't you find it after you checked it once?" Lingwen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince should also know that this hemp garment isn't very eye-catching. Since I didn't see it in a hurry, you can't blame me for being blind." Xia Lian said, "Indeed, it's not eye-catching. Then, with your meticulousness and prudence, how could you, Lingwen Jinjuan, recklessly open your mouth and conclude that such an unremarkable piece of clothing wasn't here without checking the number?" Lingwen's smile didn't change as she said, "There are too many clothes, my eyes are blurred. The files are piled up like a mountain, my mind is blank." Xia Lian said, "Your eyes aren't blurred. On the contrary, your eyes are too good. Let me tell you the second thing, the piece of clothing that Lang Ying wore yesterday, I indeed didn't bring it here. The one in my hand is merely another piece that I imitated from the original. However, my imitation was still very meticulous and meticulous. How could you tell with a glance that Lang Ying's real piece wasn't here?" Lingwen was baffled as she said, "In fact, regardless of whether it's real or fake, I didn't see it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, could it be that you handle too much official business that you can't help but think too much on normal days? Why did you waste time and energy to make an imitation?" Seeing her avoid the sharp edge, Xia Lian said, "It's not over yet. I'll tell you one last thing." He lifted up the white hemp garment and softly said, "This hemp garment is nothing more than a random piece that I randomly picked out from the pile. What, imitating from the original and meticulous, it's all nonsense. If it's as you said, why would I make an imitation for no reason? You fell for it. It's completely different from the one Lang Ying wore yesterday, even the color is different. I took it and asked you, but didn't you feel that something was wrong?" Xia Lian stared at Lingwen and said, "Lingwen, right now, I only need you to answer a very simple question of mine. Yesterday, the piece of clothing that Lang Ying wore, what color was it?" Lingwen didn't immediately reply. Instead, she slowly raised her eyes. That white hemp garment fell to the ground. Xia Lian said, "You're the dignified number one Wen Shen. Every day, when you went to the heavenly court, tens of thousands of files, no matter big or small, would be taken from your hands. How could your memory be so bad? Why can't you even remember the color of the clothing that Lang Ying wore yesterday? You can't answer because you're on guard against me tricking you, so you don't dare to rashly answer. It's because you simply don't know what color it is. It's because yesterday, you saw that he was wearing nothing but a headless, sleeveless, tattered cloth bag." He enunciated each and every word clearly, the embroidered clothed immortal's innumerable transformations is nothing more than an extremely formidable smokescreen. However, no matter how formidable this smokescreen is, it will never be effective against one person. The person who personally made it. Chapter 133. Originally, he only intended to leave behind the suspicious ghost clothes, but he didn't expect Ling Wen's casual words to give him a shocking flaw. Xia Lian came back to his senses and beat her at her own game, deceiving her all the way. In the end, she actually blew up Ling Wen's armor. Ling Wen stood motionless. Xia Lian said, "Of course, you cannot admit it, but it's very simple to know if it's true or false. As long as I take that dress to the Divine Martial Hall now, I can make it change its form in front of the Emperor and ask you if you can see what it has changed into, and the truth will come to light." When the embroidered clothed immortal was wandering in the mortal world, it sucked the blood of more than 500 people. It was an evil object with a heavy yin energy. If Ling Wen had only trespassed into the Divine Martial Hall to steal the embroidered clothes, she hadn't had the time to take it out to harm people, so it wasn't an unforgivable crime. However, Ling Wen was first appointed and then ascended. The earliest time the legend of the embroidered clothed immortal spread was far later than the time Ling Wen was appointed. In other words, after Ling Wen entered the heaven realm to serve the embroidered clothed immortal made with the body of a heavenly official. The heavenly official who was supposed to protect the safety of mortals instead lured and killed mortals. This should have been investigated and dealt with, not to mention that the mortal she lured and killed was a future heavenly official. Perhaps, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Ling Wen sighed and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you really," pausing, she said, "it's probably my bad luck that this matter just happened to involve you. Although there are only the two of us in this Ling Wen palace today, you and I have hundreds of years of friendship. However, I think that if I asked you to turn a blind eye to our many years of friendship, you probably wouldn't agree. Next, you should advise me to go to the Divine Martial Hall and ask for forgiveness, right?" Xia Lian also sighed. Although he and Ling Wen had known each other for hundreds of years, they had always been on official business. Although they weren't deep friends, their relationship was still pretty good. Even when he had just ascended for the third time and everyone mocked him as a broken immortal, Ling Wen had never neglected him in the slightest. On the contrary, she had taken care of him. This embroidered clothed immortal mission had been assigned to his hands. In the end, he had investigated it thoroughly. He couldn't report it, but not to report it was even more impossible. Xia Lian sincerely said, "I was also unlucky." Ling Wen folded her arms and shook her head. "Your Highness, sometimes you are very smart, sometimes you are not. Sometimes you are very soft-hearted, and sometimes you have a heart of stone." After a pause, she said, "That dress, where is it now?" Xia Lian replied, "It's in my hands. I will personally deliver it to the Divine Martial Hall." Ling Wen nodded, seemingly speechless. Xia Lian continued, "So, can you tell me, why did the embroidered fairy dress not work on Lang Ying?" Ling Wen said, "I can roughly guess. However, if your Highness wants to know the answer, can you promise me a favor first?" Xia Lian said, "Speak." Ling Wen said, "Can I take a look?" Embroidered clothes immortal. Xia Lian was startled. Ling Wen said, "Just give me a day's time. After all, if I go to the Divine Martial Hall to apologize, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see it. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to do anything. It's just, when you said yesterday that he revealed himself, I was really shocked." She shook her head, her gaze slightly unfocused as she said, "It's been so many years, yet I've never seen Bai Jin reveal himself." Xia Lian said, "That young soldier's original name was Bai Jin?" Ling Wen seemed to have just recovered from her daze. "Oh, that's right. However, most people call him Xiao Bai." Xia Lian said, "Xiao Bai? That sounds..." It was a bit like calling a dog, but also a bit like calling an idiot. Ling Wen smiled and said, "It's exactly what you're thinking right now. The name Bai Jin was given to him by me. Other people never call him that, so not many people know of this name. However, if you call him that, he will be very happy. In the legends of the embroidered fairy dress, the way that the woman the youth loved treated that youth could only make people feel that it was cruel and terrifying. If it wasn't because she had a bone-deep hatred, then it was because she was naturally cold-blooded. However, when Lingwen mentioned that youth, her tone was very easygoing. There was neither tenderness nor hatred. She only said, "Is that all right? If your highness is afraid that I'll escape, then it would be better to use Rui to lock me down. I'm not a martial god, so I can't escape." He didn't know why, but Xie Lian felt that he should believe in Lingwen. After muttering to himself for a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "All right." The two of them pretended that nothing had happened and left Lingwen Palace Hall. As they walked on the main street of Xianjing, they still greeted other heavenly officials as usual. Lingwen's expression was the same as usual. She simply couldn't see that her hands had been locked up by Rui. They didn't walk far before they bumped into Pei Ming, who had just returned from patrolling the streets. The two of them greeted each other and stood on the side of the road chatting. After a few words, Pei Ming stared straight at Xie Lian. Xie Lian became slightly vigilant and asked, "General Pei, why are you looking at me like that?" Pei Ming rubbed his chin and sincerely said, "I won't hide it from your highness the crown prince. Right now, whenever I see you, I feel fear and trepidation. I always feel that whoever stands next to you will be in trouble. That's why when I see you walking with Lingwen, my heartbeat sped up again. Lingwen, you must be careful for the next few days." Lingwen laughed and said, "How could that be? General Pei, don't joke around." Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In a sense, Pei Ming's intuition was really accurate. When they returned to Puqi Monastery, they saw from afar Lang Ying leaning against an old tree in front of the monastery. Lang Ying's left hand was absent-mindedly twirling a broom to play with. A pile of swept golden leaves was piled at his feet. Xie Lian narrowed his eyes and watched for a while. Only then did he deliberately slow down his footsteps as he walked over. Lang Ying didn't turn his head, but he must have sensed their presence. In an extremely natural manner, he changed his posture and continued sweeping. When he turned around to look, he seemed to see Xie Lian and Lingwen slowly walking over. Xie Lian lightly coughed and said, "Sweeping again." Lang Ying nodded. Seeing him like this, Xie Lian couldn't help but pretend to act like an elder. He rubbed his head and praised, "Good child." Lang Ying calmly accepted it. Lingwen looked at them but didn't comment. Xie Lian led her to open the door of Puqi Monastery and said, "It's here." Who knew that the moment they opened the door, they would see a figure squatting in front of the merit box. Once again, he was surreptitiously stuffing gold bars into the box. Xie Lian hurriedly pulled him away and said, "Qi Ying, don't stuff anymore. It's really enough. I still haven't gotten the gold bars you stuffed in last time. They're already stuck." Lingwen nodded and said, "Hello, Your Highness Qi Ying." Quan Yizhen also said to her, "Hello." In the center of Puqi Monastery stood a wooden shelf. On the shelf hung a simple hemp garment. Of course, this was only what Xie Lian could see. Lingwen walked forward and stared at it for a while. That garment didn't react at all. She tilted her head and said, "Your Highnesses, I want to look at it alone. Is that all right?" Xie Lian said, "Sure." Ruo Xia bound Lingwen's hands. She wasn't a martial god, so she basically wouldn't cause any trouble. Xie Lian was still relieved. He placed his hand on Quan Yizhen's shoulder and said, "Go out." Xie Lian's mood slightly relaxed as he had solved one problem. Coincidentally, the neighbors on his left and right had sent over some fruits and vegetables. He took them to the kitchen and prepared to cook. It could be said that he was indomitable. Over the past few days, Quan Yizhen seemed to have turned his Puqi Monastery into a farmhouse. He jumped up and down, sometimes climbing trees, sometimes stealing melons, sometimes catching fish and sometimes catching frogs. When Xie Lian wasn't paying attention, he allowed Quan Yizhen to sneak into the kitchen and steal a sweet potato. When he turned around, he saw Kuan Yizhen sneak out with the sweet potato in his mouth. Like a fish that had escaped the net, Xie Lian hurriedly said, "It's not done yet, don't eat it." However, it was precisely because it wasn't done that he had to eat it in a hurry. If he waited until it was done, then he wouldn't be able to eat it. Xie Lian shook his head. When he saw Lang Ying walk over, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Lang Ying, are you free? Come help me, cut some vegetables." Lang Ying originally wanted to snatch the sweet potato that Kuan Yizhen had stolen. But when she heard Xie Lian's words, she didn't say anything else and came over to help. Picking up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, she pressed down on the cabbage and cut it seriously. Xie Lian looked at her before turning his head away. While washing the rice, he casually said, "Lang Ying, you've seen a lot of gods and ghosts that have come to our Pu Chi monastery, right? Each and every one of them was strange and bizarre." Behind him, Lang Ying said, Xie Lian said, "Then, let me ask you a question. If you were to choose, among these gods and ghosts, which one do you think is the most handsome?" Lang Ying lowered her head while cutting vegetables, seemingly pondering. Xie Lian lightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Say it. Just tell me the truth in your heart." Thus, Lang Ying answered, "You." Xie Lian smiled and said, "Other than me." Lang Ying said, "The one dressed in red." Xie Lian held back his laughter to the point of suffering internal injuries. He solemnly said, I think so too." Pausing, Xie Lian asked again, "Then, which one do you think is the most powerful?" Lang Ying still answered, "The one dressed in red." Xie Lian then quickly asked, "Which one is the richest?" "The one dressed in red." "Which one do you admire the most?" "The one dressed in red." "Which one is the stupidest?" "The one dressed in green." These questions were closely connected, yet he actually changed his answer in such a timely manner. It could be seen how nimble his thinking was and how quick-witted his reaction was. Xie Lian said, "It seems like you quite like the older brother dressed in red. His name is Hua Cheng. Remember it well." "So, you think he's very good?" Unknowingly, Lang Ying's knife seemed to have become several times faster. She said, "Very good." Xie Lian said, "Then, if we have time, do you think we should invite him to our place again as a guest?" Lang Ying said, Of course. That's a must." Xie Lian said, "I also think so. However, his subordinates said that he's been very busy recently. He's definitely busy doing very serious things, so I think it's better not to disturb him." After he said this, the caw-caw sound of Lang Ying cutting vegetables suddenly became a few notches louder. Xie Lian held onto the stove and held back his laughter until his stomach twitched. Kuan Yizhen's head suddenly popped in from outside the window. Taking a bite of a sweet potato, he looked at it for a moment before saying to Lang Ying, "You cut it into so many pieces, it won't taste good anymore." Lang Ying said, What did you say?" Xie Lian turned around to take a look. Not only was it broken, it was practically broken into pieces. He lightly coughed and said, It's true. Your knife skills are too bad." Xie Lian poured a large pile of messy ingredients into the pot. Then, he clapped his hands and decided to let them cook like this for 2 hours. Exiting the kitchen, he looked at Ling Wen. Seeing that she was still obediently staying in the monastery, he continued to work. From the pile of firewood, he took out a slightly larger wooden tablet. Then, he went to the village chief's house to borrow a brush and ink. Sitting at the doorway, he held the wooden tablet in one hand and the brush in the other. He was lost in thought. Lang Ying also walked over. Xie Lian raised his head and warmly said, "Lang Ying, can you read? Can you write?" Lang Ying replied, "I can." Xie Lian asked, "Then how are your words?" Lang Ying replied, "Average." Xie Lian said, "It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you can see it clearly. Help me with one more thing." He handed the wooden tablet and brush to Lang Ying and said with a smile, "Our monastery has never had a horizontal board. How about you write one for me?" Under Xiao Lian's urging, Lang Ying picked up the brush. In his hands, that small brush seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies. No matter how he waved it, he couldn't move it at all. After a long time, he seemed to admit defeat and put down the brush and wooden tablet. Behind the bandages, a helpless voice rang out. "Gidge, I was wrong." Chapter 134. Previously, Xiao Lian felt that it had been a long time since they last met. He missed her very much, although this long time was only for a few days. Who knew that Hua Cheng had been hiding by his side all this time? He was in a good mood. What had he been worried about before? He had forgotten everything and was laughing so hard that he couldn't even stand up. Hua Cheng said, "Brother is teasing me." Xiao Lian picked up the pen and the wooden board. He said, "You really dare to say it? It was clearly San Lang who teased me first. Let me think. You've been here since I smashed the stove, right?" Hua Cheng praised, "Ah, that's true. How did Big Brother find out? He's really a god." Xiao Lian waved his hand and said, "What god?" "San Lang, if you want to pretend to be someone else, then do it seriously. Don't be so perfunctory. I would be a true god if I couldn't tell. To think that I thought there would be a second person who could eat, cough, but? Which one is the most handsome? Which one was the strongest? Who was the richest? Which one do you like the most? Ha ha ha." Hua Cheng said gently, "Big Brother. Forget about that part." Xiao Lian flatly refused, "No. I will always remember it." Hua Cheng said helplessly, "Big Brother. Although I'm happy that you're happy, is it really that funny?" Xiao Lian clutched his stomach and said, "Of course. After I got to know you, I realized so happiness is such a simple thing, ha 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 ha." Hearing this sentence, Hua Cheng blinked and Xiao Lian's laughter weakened slightly. He also suddenly realized that his previous sentence was a little too revealing. When he realized it, he felt a little nauseating. He coughed lightly, rubbed the corner of his eyes, and said with difficulty, "All right, don't be naughty. Where's the real Lang Ying? Why are you pretending to be him? Hurry up and get that kid back." Hua Cheng slowly says, "I've temporarily invited him to the Ghost City as a guest." Since it was Hua Cheng who was taking him away, Xiao Lian was very relieved. He nodded and was about to speak again when he heard the creaking of the wooden door. Ling Wen walked out from Pu Chi Monastery with her hands behind her back and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Since Hua Cheng had no intention of revealing his identity, Xiao Lian also kept his mouth shut. In front of other people, he was still Lang Ying. Seeing Ling Wen's grave expression, he could not help but become serious as well. Withdrawing his smile, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with brocade, white brocade?" "No," Ling Wen said. "There was nothing wrong with him. However, I seem to smell a strange smell coming from the kitchen. Is your Highness cooking something?" Xiao Lian hurriedly said, "Oh, yes, it's cooking." After thinking about it, Ling Wen still used a tactful tone and said something that was not tactful, "Accept it, Your Highness. Whatever you're cooking, it's probably going to be rotten soon." 2 hours later, night fell. Inside Pu Chi Monastery, Hua Cheng, Ling Wen, and Quan Yizhen sat around the small wooden table. Xiao Lian brought out a pot from the kitchen and placed it on the table. As soon as he opened the lid, dozens of cute, round, and smooth little meatballs were nestled on the plate. Quan Yizhen said, "Didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball?" Xiao Lian introduced, "This is called pure jade clear ice pill." Quan Yizhen said, "Didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball?" Xiao Lian continued, "Because the process of kneading the meatballs requires the use of both hard and soft hand strength, it takes a lot of time." Quan Yizhen said, "Didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball?" Because Quan Yizhen was really too persistent, Xiao Lian warmly said, "Originally, it was indeed not bad to boil it in water, but because of a small problem with the control of the heat and time, the entire pot was cooked dry. Thus, I simply added some new ingredients and made it into meatballs. When Lingwen heard this, she sincerely exclaimed in admiration, "Your Highness the Crown Prince's wonderful thinking is truly unprecedented. This one can't help but admire you." Xia Lian said, "You flatter me, flatter me." Lingwen said, "No. At least, I believe that in this world, there definitely won't be a second person who can create such a pure jade clear ice pill." Xia Lian handed over the chopsticks and said, "Well said, well said. Come, everyone, please." Lingwen and Quanizhen both took the chopsticks with their right hands. Then, their left hands coincidentally reached for the plate of cold steamed buns at the edge of the offering table. Only Hua Qing picked up a pure jade clear ice pill and placed it in his mouth. After a moment, he said, "It's pretty good." Seeing this, Quanizhen opened his eyes wide. Hua Qing then said, "The taste is slightly bland." Xia Lian said, "Okay, I'll remember it." Watching helplessly as the youngster beside him, whose face was covered in bandages, ate 5 or 6 pills that flickered with the luster of a mudslide. Moreover, his evaluation was so sincere, Quanizhen seemed to be convinced. After thinking for a moment, he also picked up a pill. From beginning to end, Xia Lian maintained a smile. He smiled as he watched him eat it. He smiled as he watched his complexion turn pale. He smiled as he watched him fall to the ground and not get up. Finally, he smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Hua Qing replied, "Maybe I ate it too quickly and choked." Lingwen smiled. At this moment, Xia Lian suddenly heard a familiar voice ring in his ears. "Gidge." This wasn't Lang Ying's slow voice, nor was it Hua Cheng's melodious and leisurely voice. Instead, it was Hua Cheng's voice from before. He was actually using spiritual communication techniques to talk to Xia Lian. Xia Lian slightly raised his eyes and replied, "What's the matter?" Hua Qing said, "Lingwen is a cunning and callous person. She's also vicious and merciless. If you bring her back, I'm afraid it won't be so simple." This was the first time Xia Lian heard someone evaluate Lingwen like this. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I saw that she had some goodwill towards that embroidered clothed immortal, so it shouldn't be fake." Hua Qing said, "Having some goodwill doesn't conflict with being vicious and merciless. She's the #1 Wenshin of the Heavenly Court. Her eyes and ears are observant and her hands are long. Gidge needs to be on guard against her finding helpers." Xia Lian asked, "General Pei?" Hua Qing replied, "That shouldn't be the case. If Shui Hengtian was still here, she would definitely look for Shui Hengtian to suppress this matter. That's because Shi Wudu has always helped those close to him and not reason. However, if it's Pei Ming, you only need to explain the ins and outs of the matter. He might not choose to help the wicked. Gidge, be careful." Xia Lian said, "Okay, I'll be careful." Fortunately, a day will pass very quickly. However, Hua Cheng's voice sounded in his ears, "No. Gidge, you've misunderstood. What I'm saying is to be careful about something else. Someone's coming." At this moment, the crisp ringing of a bell entered Xia Lian's ears. Hua Qing frowned slightly. Xia Lian looked out through a crack in the window, only to see a middle-aged Daoist shaking a bell as he swaggered over from the entrance of Pu Chi village. That Daoist was dressed in a gorgeous Daoist robe and carried a treasure chest on his back. The chest was covered in yellow talismans, and the bell rang as he walked. Xia Lian was knowledgeable and recognized that this was a good item. If it were an ordinary demon or ghost, hearing this bell would cause them to have a terrible headache and retreat. Before he could get any closer, a few tall, white-browed, yellow-robed monks slowly walked over with magical staffs in their hands. Not long after, 50 to 60 people arrived one after another. As if they'd made an appointment, they weren't surprised to see each other and surrounded Pu Chi Monastery. This group of people weren't just for show. Their bodies were covered in all kinds of magical artifacts, and their hands and feet were very steady. Clearly, they had some skills. Heavenly officials could absorb mana from the offerings of their believers, and some Taoists and Buddhists could also obtain mana from the heavenly officials they believed in. These monks and Taoists might even have higher mana than Xiao Lian, a heavenly official. With so many of them coming all at once, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Xiao Lian frowned slightly and felt that they didn't come with good intentions. Hua Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Xiao Lian heard him snort and said, "The old monk and stinky Taoist actually chased us all the way here. I've troubled Big Brother. I'll go lure them away." Xiao Lian grabbed him and said, "Don't move." Ling Wen was confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Lian used his psychic art to speak to Hua Cheng, "Don't go. Tell me honestly, does the reopening of Bronze Cauldron Mountain affect you greatly?" Hua Cheng said, "No." Xiao Lian stared at his eyes behind the bandages and said, "Stop lying. You are a ghost king of desperation, and you don't need to be afraid of mortals like them. Why don't you just chase them away and lure them away instead? You became like this because you are not joking at all, right? When Bronze Cauldron Mountain reopened, the higher the realm of the demons and ghosts, the greater the impact." Xiao Lian saw with his own eyes how uncomfortable Hua Cheng was during the first wave of the demons and ghosts. The closer it was to the day of the reopening, the stronger the tremors. Under such circumstances, if it was Xiao Lian, he would choose to temporarily seal his original form and turn into a younger form to store his mana and prevent himself from going berserk. He would only release the seal after the reopening. That way, although he could avoid the pain of being agitated, because his strength was sealed, it would give others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Xiao Lian cursed and said, "Qi Rong, this." That night, Qi Rong shouted that he would call all the Taoists and monks who had a grudge against Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng shook his head and said, "Big Brother, they are here for me, I'll just leave. Although I can't kill them in one move in my current form, I can make them scram far away." Xiao Lian said, "If you leave now, don't ever come back to see me again." Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness." Hua Cheng had always been calm and watertight. In the past, he had helped Xiao Lian so many times. This time, Xiao Lian finally had the chance to help him, so how could he let him leave by himself? Xiao Lian said in a low voice, "You sit. I'll come and meet them." Quan Yizhen opened his eyes with difficulty. With a dazed expression, he said, "Outside, are there people coming? Do you want me to beat them away?" His voice was hoarse. Xiao Lian helped him close his eyes and said, "Qi Ying, you should just lie down. Also, you can't randomly hit mortals, that will deduct your merits." Xiao Lian leaned against the wooden door and carefully observed the movements outside. Some of the villagers who had just finished their work outside and hadn't had time to go home for dinner saw so many Taoists and monks all of a sudden. They were very surprised and asked, "What are all the masters gathered here for? Are you all looking for Taoists yet?" A monk with a murderous aura put his palms together and said, "Amitba. Benefactor, do you know that this place has already been invaded by demonic beings?" "What?" All the villagers were shocked. "Demonic beings? What kind of demonic beings?" Another monk said in an unfathomable manner, "An unprecedented devil incarnate." All the villagers, what should we do? The Taoist in luxurious clothes who came the earliest said, "Just leave it to us. Today, all of us from the Taoist community have gathered here for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to capture this demonic being." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk forward when he was pulled back by the village chief. That Taoist glared at him and said, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The village chief said, "Well, masters, I'm the village chief of this village. I'm very grateful to all of you. However, I'll tell you the truth. All of you look very expensive." That Taoist in luxurious clothes said, "We came here to subdue demons and subdue demons. Do you think we're here for a reward?" As he said that, he wanted to rush forward again, but the villagers stopped him again. The monks and Taoists were somewhat unhappy, but they couldn't force their way in. Thus, they patiently asked, "What now?" The village chief rubbed his hands and said, "If it's free, then that's great. Thank you all for your selfless subduing demons and subduing demons. But, this village's work has long been taken over by Taoists. Yeah. Masters coming here to snatch work. As the village chief, I can't answer to Taoists. Yeah. The monks and Taoists looked at each other. Taoists. Yeah. Thus, they gathered together and discussed for a while. Are there any famous Taoist masters with the surname Xie? I don't think so. Anyway, I haven't heard of them. Probably from the 18th century. If there isn't, then he's not famous. Don't bother about it. After the discussion, that Taoist in luxurious clothes turned around and said, the Taoist Xie you mentioned, is he the one living inside? The villagers said, yes. They all shouted, Taoist Xie. Taoist Xie. You have a colleague here. There are so many people. Are you home? An old monk in yellow clothes put his palms together and said, Amitabha, it doesn't matter if that Taoist Xie is here or not. But that demonic being is now hiding in this house. The villagers were stunned. What? At this moment, Xie Lian calmly pushed open the door and said, I'm here. What's the matter, everyone? The villagers hurriedly said, Taoist Xie, these monks and old Taoists said that your house is hiding. Ghost? Xie Lian smiled and said, eh? You can even tell that? The people outside the monastery were shocked. Really? You admit it so quickly. Xie Lian threw a jar. That's right, there is indeed a ghost. The Taoist in luxurious clothes caught the jar and was delighted at first, but when he opened it, his smile collapsed. A woman with half-face makeup? Then, he threw the jar back, looking displeased. Fellow Taoist, don't play dumb. This kind of low-level demon can't even be considered evil. You know very well what we are talking about. Xie Lian caught the jar and felt that the strength of the person who threw it was not weak. As expected of someone who had cultivated for many years, he was definitely not a fake. A few monks said to the Taoist in luxurious clothes, Fellow Taoist, I see that this Taoist has a strong demonic aura. Could it be that he is? The Taoist in luxurious clothes said, whether it is or not, I will know once I open my heavenly eye. As he said this, he shouted loudly, bit his finger, and wiped a vertical mark on the center of his forehead. It was as if he had grown a third eye on his face. Looking at his technique, Xie Lian also secretly praised him. Leaning against the door, he admired the technique. The Taoist in luxurious clothes stared at him for a moment, then said, sure enough, there is ghost energy. Such a gloomy ghost energy. Ghost King. You really changed your skin again. Xie Lian was shocked. He was a dignified heavenly official, how could there be ghost energy on his body? Just now, he was thinking that this person had some skill, so how could he be talking nonsense in the blink of an eye? Hearing this, the 50 to 60 mages in a circle all acted as if they were facing a great enemy and took up a fighting stance. Hua Qing said to Xie Lian, this group of people is really annoying. Xie Lian said, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. You just need to sit down. After a while, the Taoist in luxurious clothes said doubtfully. That's not right. The monk on the side said, what's not right? The Taoist in luxurious clothes rubbed the bloody mark on his forehead as if he was rubbing his eyes. He said, it's really strange. From what I see, this person is sometimes full of ghost energy, sometimes his face is full of spiritual light, and sometimes it's dull and lifeless. It's really strange. What? How can it be like this? Fellow Taoist, can you do it? If you can't, let us do it. Yeah, how can it be so strange? The Taoist in luxurious clothes said angrily, what? I can't. If I can't, then you can. I've been on the path of heavenly eye for so many years, and I've never made a mistake before. Xie Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows, shook his head, and said in a warm voice, then why don't you see where the ghost energy on my body is the heaviest? The heavenly eye vigorously rubbed his forehead again. After looking for a moment, he confidently said, lips. Chapter 135. That's right. It's the lips. The heavenly eye swore solemnly. The monks and Taoists felt it was strange. Why the lips? How can there be ghost aura coming from the lips? Lipstick? Xia Lian subconsciously covered his mouth. He didn't expect that the smell on Hua Cheng's body hadn't faded after a night of kissing at the Thousand Lanterns Monastery. The heavenly eye pointed at him and said, "Look, he's feeling guilty, isn't he?" Xia Lian immediately put his hand down. He resisted the urge to turn around and look at Hua Cheng's expression. Although Hua Cheng's face was covered in bandages, he couldn't see his expression. He said gently, "Hey, fellow Taoist. You've misunderstood. Actually, it's because I'm poor. One thing can be used for many purposes. For example, this jar." He raised the jar in his hand and said sincerely, "Although I occasionally use it to pretend to be a ghost. Under normal circumstances, I use it to pickle vegetables. The pickled vegetables made with this jar have a unique flavor. If you eat it, you will naturally. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Logically speaking, this method was not impossible. The monks and Taoists were skeptical. The villagers covered their mouths. "Ah! Priest Xia, could it be that the pickled vegetables you gave us in the past, were they pickled like this? Then wouldn't our mouths taste like ghosts when we eat them?" Normally, the villagers would provide some fruits and vegetables. Xia Lian would give them some of his pickled vegetables in return. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't worry. The jar I gave everyone was separated." The heavenly eye said angrily, "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of losing your lifespan by eating this kind of thing? Cut the crap. There are more than one person hiding in your monastery. Get out of the way." This time, he was afraid that he would be stopped by the village chief again. He rushed forward before he finished speaking. Xia Lian saw that the situation was not good. He quickly retreated into the house and grabbed Quan Yizhen, who had fainted on the ground. He grabbed his collar and shook him violently. He whispered into his ear, "Chieying. Listen well. I'm going to feed you the pure jade freezing pill again." Hearing this, Quan Yizhen's eyes widened. At the same time, the heavenly eye who had just rushed in screamed. He covered his forehead and jumped out again. "Don't go in. There's an ambush." As expected, the monks and Taoists did not dare to act rashly. They surrounded him and asked, "Brother Heaven's Eye, what did you see?" The heavenly eye opened and said, "I didn't see anything, I just saw a huge mass of blinding white light." "Oh my, fellow Taoist, you're incredible. Your heavenly eye is emitting smoke." He opened his third eye and found that the red mark on his forehead had indeed turned black, and a wisp of white smoke, like that of a candle that had been blown out, slowly rose from it. He turned pale with fright. This. Ling Wen put down the half-eaten bun and said, "It's so noisy outside. What's going on?" A monk said, "Brother Heaven's Eye, take a look. There are 2 children and a woman in the monastery. In addition to this Taoist, which one of the 4 is him?" The third eye opened, and he rubbed his forehead hard. However, he just couldn't open it. The ball of white light he saw was Quan Yizhen's spiritual light. When a heavenly official felt that he was about to encounter a great danger, a challenge to his life, the spiritual light covering his body would instinctively increase by several times. Xia Lian had taken advantage of the dazzling light of this explosion to blind that Taoist's third eye. It wasn't that he had destroyed his dozens of years of cultivation, but he probably wouldn't be able to open his third eye for the next few days. Next, Xia Lian picked up the plate of meatballs. Quan Yizhen was completely awake. He tightly grabbed onto Xia Lian's hand and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm not eating." Xia Lian held onto his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, it's not for you to eat." The group of mages surrounding Pu Chi Monastery exchanged glances in a disorderly manner, before shouting loudly in unison and surging forward at the same time. However, before Xia Lian could go up to them, they were bounced back by an invisible barrier. A heavy voice came from all directions in the sky. You bunch of old monks and smelly Taoist priests are like flies. Are you addicted to pestering me? You actually dare to chase me here? You must be tired of living. Hua, hua, hua. After saying hua a few times, the third eye was still intimidated by the person's power. He didn't dare to call out the person's name directly. He stuttered and said, Master of Hua City. You can stop scaring people. We all know that Mount Braun's cauldron is about to open. In order not to be affected, you sealed your mana. Right now, you can't be as arrogant as before. Tie your hands and surrender. Although he didn't have much confidence in the end, Xia Lian could feel that Hua Cheng was very angry. He immediately rushed into the house and carried him up. He said in a low voice, Don't say any more. Don't waste your mana. Save your strength. Just leave it to me. Hua Cheng's body was slightly stiff at first. After he was carried up, he seemed to gradually calm down. He said in a low voice, Okay. Xia Lian carried him. He felt that Hua Cheng's age seemed to have become even younger. Now, he was at most the age of a 12 or 13-year-old child. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He carried Hua Cheng in one hand and held his heart in the other. He walked out and said, Didn't you guys think that Green Ghost Chi Rong lied to you? Who knew that when they heard this, the monks and Taoist priests had strange expressions on their faces? The third eye asked in confusion, Green Ghost Chi Rong? What did he lie to us about? Why would he lie to us? Xia Lian slightly frowned and said, Didn't he tell you guys to come here? The third eye sneered, Who do you think we are? You even need a fierce to inform us. Why would we be in cahoots with that kind of thing? Not Chi Rong. Then how did the news get out? Before he could think carefully, the monks and Taoist priests had already attacked. Xia Lian used his sword to deflect 7 to 8 swords and 5 to 6 magic staffs. A monk said, Amitabha. Why must Taoist friend protect this evildoer? Xia Lian didn't give an inch. He said, Master, no matter what, it's not good to take advantage of someone when they're weak. The third eye said, He's a ghost, not a human. You young man, you're still wet behind the ears. Do you have to be so pedantic and fake? Magic staffs, treasured swords, and treasured knives attacked together. If he used his heart, it would be hard to avoid harming mortals. From a moral point of view, mortals could hit heavenly officials, but heavenly officials couldn't hit mortals. This was because they had to be tolerant, magnanimous, compassionate, and care for all living beings. They couldn't bicker with mortals. If they dared to hit mortals, then they would record a demerit and have their merits deducted. Xia Lian wasn't as unrestrained and extravagant as Quan Yizhen. He didn't have much merit to begin with, so if he deducted it again, it would be negative. He sheathed his sword and said, Ruo Xia, come here. Qi Ying, look after Ling Wen. When Ruo Xia was tying up men, he often felt wronged. When he was tying up women, he had a completely different expression. Xia Lian called out twice before reluctantly taking off Ling Wen's hands. In the next moment, a streak of white lightning whipped past the wrists of dozens of people. Those whose hands were slightly unsteady couldn't hold their weapons anymore. Stunned, they asked, What kind of magic tool is this? Is this a magic tool? Why does it look like a white silk used for hanging? It's very demonic, I couldn't tell, but this brat had some skill. Unexpectedly, while Xia Lian was fighting with this group of mages, Ling Wen shook her head. Lightly tidying up her clothes, she stood up and said, Many thanks to your highness the crown prince for your hospitality. I'll be leaving first. Xia Lian was slightly startled. He said, Ling Wen, the day is coming. Where do you want to go? Could it be that you want to break your promise? Ling Wen said, That's right. I want to break my promise. Her words were bold and confident, as if she was saying, I want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Xia Lian was left speechless. After a moment, he said, The one who leaked the news wasn't Qi Rong, it was you. Ling Wen smiled and said, although I'm not a martial god, and I've been tied up by Ruo Xia, I can still do a lot of things just by using the psychic technique. As expected. However, how did Ling Wen know that this bandaged youth was from Hua City? She and Lang Ying hadn't even exchanged a few words or met each other a few times. Even Xia Lian couldn't detect it as quickly as she did. Seeing that she was about to openly leave with her hands behind her back, Xia Lian couldn't free his hand. He said, "Qi Ying, you can't let her leave." Although she had just eaten a pure jade clear ice pill, Quan Yizhen had already crawled up and recovered her vitality. Moreover, Ling Wen was a Wen Shen, so she basically didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Quan Yizhen could easily stop her with a single finger. Hearing Quan Yizhen say from afar, "Okay." Xia Lian felt relieved and went to fight the group of Taoists. Not long after, a loud noise suddenly rang out. The roof of Pu Chi Monastery was broken, and a figure soared high into the sky. Xia Lian turned his head and was startled. He shouted towards the house, "Qi Ying, you can't fight like this." It wasn't a big deal for a martial god to be tossed around like this, as martial gods were born to fight. However, no matter what was said, Ling Wen was still a female official, and she was also a Wen Shen. With Quan Yizhen's rough fighting style, she would definitely be crippled. Unexpectedly, a figure slowly walked out of the house and said, "By Jean, you can't fight like this." This voice was clear and cold. It was clearly Ling Wen. However, the moment she came out, Xia Lian had the illusion that the person who walked out of the house wasn't Ling Wen, but rather an extremely tall youth with a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. However, when he looked carefully again, it was still Ling Wen's frail figure. Ling Wen was a Wen Shen, this was absolutely true. In the past, if she had deliberately concealed her strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from Xia Lian. How could she suddenly be able to beat Quan Yizhen into the sky? Hua Qing said in a low voice, "Brother, be careful, she's wearing those clothes." Really? Although on the surface, Ling Wen was still dressed in black, a layer of black aura was currently enveloping her, making her seem like a completely different person. Her murderous aura was wild, but her fair complexion was also extremely calm, forming a strange contrast. Xia Lian tried to stab her with his sword. Ling Wen flicked her sleeves and blocked it. Coincidentally, Quan Yizhen fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. When she saw this, her eyes immediately shone and she said, "Good." Xia Lian's eyes also shone as he said, "Good." That move of Ling Wen's just now was really beautiful. No, it should be said that it was the move that the embroidered celestial helped Ling Wen block. When the embroidered celestial was on other people's bodies, they would either lose their mind or suck their blood dry. But when it was on Ling Wen's body, it was invulnerable and could even take the initiative to attack, instantly throwing the Western martial god away. In the past, they had never heard of the embroidered celestial having this kind of miraculous effect. Who would have thought that after this embroidered celestial's head and limbs were chopped off by her, she could actually still use it? This time, not to mention the villagers of Pu Chi village, even the monks and Taoists were all dumbstruck. Heaven's Eye opened and said, "What's so good about it? It's good to be beaten up. Is there still a normal person in this monastery? I think none of them are human." Quan Yizhen was eager to give it a try. She jumped up from the ground and attacked again. Ling Wen said in a low voice, "I said, don't stay any longer." The wind from her fists and the energy from her palms shocked the old wall of Pu Chi Monastery to the point that it was on the verge of collapsing. That embroidered celestial was indeed worthy of having the potential to ascend. Quan Yizhen was actually faintly at a disadvantage. Xia Lian couldn't help but say, "That. Excuse me, can you guys stand a bit further away to fight? Stand a bit further away." Before his voice fell, the crowd of monks and Taoists once again surrounded him. 40 to 50 knives, swords, hammers, and staffs came smashing over. Xia Lian's expression changed as he raised his hand and said, "Wait, don't ah." Amidst this sorrowful cry, the Pu Chi monastery that had endured countless devastation but still stood firm for a long time finally truly and thoroughly collapsed. Xia Lian was stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with desolation as he said, "Sure enough, none of my houses can last for more than half a year. This time, I really need to ask for donations to repair the houses." Hua Qing said, "Gage doesn't need to be sad. It's just houses, there's plenty of them." Xia Lian forced himself to pull himself together. However, he saw Tian Yen Kai holding his forehead as he stumbled over. Pointing at him, he said, "You're just a young man using little tricks, you dare to ruin my cultivation. Who's your master? How many years have you been in this profession? Which monastery are you affiliated with? What kind of god are you worshipping?" Xia Lian fiercely turned his head. A biting cold intent suddenly flashed between his brows as he sternly said, "You're asking who I am? Listen carefully. I am the noble crown prince. You bunch of thugs and unruly commoners, all of you kneel before me." This voice was like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. There were people on the spot who almost knelt before him. Only when they were pulled back by their companions did they come back to their senses. "What are you doing? You're really kneeling." Strange, unwittingly, Xia Lian sternly said, "I'm over 800 years old. I'm older than all of you here added together. I've crossed more bridges than you've walked. I have temples and temples all over the world. I have believers and pilgrims everywhere. If you don't know my name, then you're ignorant and inexperienced. I don't worship gods. I am God." When everyone heard this imposing and shameless speech, they were all stunned. Unconsciously, they opened their mouths wide. Ah! Xia Lian had been waiting for this moment. The plate in his hand flew into the air, and dozens of white meatballs flew out in all directions with the sound of iron bullets and steel balls tearing through the air. They accurately shot into the shocked mouths of a row of people. After he finished throwing them, he wiped his sweat and said, "Everyone, please forget what I just said. In fact, I'm just a trash collector." The complexions of those who ate the meatballs changed greatly. "Ah! We've been hit." A few people with especially nimble movements raised their swords and intercepted the meatballs. When they raised their swords in front of their eyes, the meatballs were unexpectedly still spinning at high speed. The blades of the swords rubbed against each other, creating intense sparks. Everyone couldn't help but be terrified. What kind of hidden weapon is this? It's incomparably hard, and its luster is strange. Could it be the legendary? Xia Lian said, "That's right. This is the legendary pure jade clear ice pill. It's incomparably poisonous. If you can't drink 9981 cups of clear water within a day to detoxify it, your stomach will explode." Although they had never heard of this name, everyone was even more terrified. "Hey! Is it really that poisonous? In short, drink water first. In any case, detoxifying only requires drinking water. Let's go. Let's go find water." Immediately, they ran away as if they were flying. More than a dozen people had been hit. On the other side, Ling Wen's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. She actually grabbed Quan Yizhen's neck and lifted him up. Although she had the upper hand, Ling Wen's expression wasn't very good. She shouted in a low voice, "Bai Jin! Do you want to kill him? Don't fight anymore. Hurry up and leave." Coincidentally, Xia Lian still had one meatball left. When Ling Wen said the word "leave," he quickly threw the meatball into her mouth. In a flash, the luster in Ling Wen's eyes disappeared, as if it had been sucked away by the thing she swallowed. The black aura on her body also suddenly faded by a layer. She looked at Xia Lian, her lips silently opening and closing for a moment. After enduring for a while, she threw Quan Yizhen to the ground, held her forehead, and left. Quan Yizhen jumped up and chased after her. Xia Lian originally wanted to follow, but the group of monks and Taoists blocked in front of him and shouted, "Everyone hold on, there will be reinforcements coming soon." Again. They couldn't stay in Puqi village anymore, they had to leave first. Quan Yizhen chased after Ling Wen and disappeared without a trace in a short while. Xiao Lian pulled Hua Cheng into his arms and said, "Hold on to me." With a tap of his foot, he passed the crowd and left with large strides. Sure enough, Hua Cheng followed his words and tightly hugged him. He didn't know why, but this scene made Xiao Lian feel vaguely familiar. However, he didn't have time to reminisce about it. This matter had to be reported immediately. Xiao Lian didn't hesitate to send a telepathic message. Something happened to Ling Wen. Ling Wen. I know. Xiao Lian. Sorry for disturbing. In a flash, Ling Wen cut off the telepathic message. Chapter 136. Who knew no one in the spirit communication array was listening to him? Something big had happened. The heavenly officials were making a racket. Xiao Lian heard Feng Xian shout, "Your Highness." "What did you say?" "It's very chaotic here." Xiao Lian raised his voice, "Feng Xian. I said, Ling Wen is the one who made the embroidered fairy. She ran away wearing it, be careful of her." Feng Xian, what? There's such a thing. Xiao Lian wanted to explain in detail, the noise in her ears suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He couldn't hear anything anymore. He was stunned. He said, "Everyone. Are you all still there?" He shouted a few times, but no one answered. Hua Qing said, "It's useless. The spirit communication array in the heavenly court was built by Ling Wen. She must have destroyed the entire array just now. We have to rebuild it." Xiao Lian said, "What should we do?" Usually, he didn't contact the heavenly court through the spirit communication array. It was through Ling Wen. Next was the Wind Master. He didn't know the commands of the other heavenly officials. There was no hope for Ling Wen and the Wind Master. The array was also destroyed. What should he do? Hua Qing seemed to see his worry. "Don't worry. Didn't Big Brother already tell us the most important thing? Not all of the heavenly court's officials were good-for-nothings. Jun Wu is also in Immortal Capital. We just need to inform them." Xiao Lian thought so too. He nodded. He ran wildly and climbed over a few mountains. He had already left the group of mages far behind, but the embroidered fairy and Quanesian couldn't catch up. Hua Qing said, "If Big Brother still wants to investigate the embroidered fairy, we have to hurry." Xiao Lian shook his head, "That's before. Qi Ying has already gone to chase after Ling Wen. We have more important things to do." San Lang. He gazed at Hua Qing in his arms. "Your appearance seems to have changed again." Previously, Hua Qing had disguised himself as Lang Ying and looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Xiao Lian didn't want to carry him. Even if he did, he didn't look good. But now, Hua Cheng's body had shrunk again. He looked at most 11 or 12 years old. Xiao Lian could already carry him with one hand and let him sit on his arm. But even though he was young, Hua Cheng's calm and composed aura didn't change. He said, "It's fine. Brother, you don't have to worry. The day of opening the mountain is approaching. Changing forms is just a temporary measure. After this, the original me will be back." As he spoke, he took off the bandage on his face. On the snow-white face, a pair of deep, jet-black eyes stared at Xiao Lian. Between his brows, he could faintly make out a few traces of that handsome youth. His face was clearly childish, but his expression was as calm as ever. Xiao Lian blankly stared at him, not saying a word. Hua Qing frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, you..." Xiao Lian suddenly stretched out his other hand and pinched his cheek. Hua Qing was caught off guard. One side of his face was pinched out of shape. He widened his eyes and said, "Brother." Xiao Lian laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, San Lang, you're really too cute. I really couldn't help it, ha 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 ha." As Xiao Lian gently pinched him, he gently said, "Then, San Lang, will you continue to change? Will you become 5 or 6 years old? Or even a little baby?" Hearing his tone of anticipation, Hua Qing helplessly said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint brother. Xia Lian loosened his hand and said with a smile, I won't. San Lang will never disappoint me. I'm really happy to have the chance to protect you. However, Hua Qing said in a low voice, I'm not happy. Xia Lian asked, why? Hua Cheng's voice was slightly cold as he said, hate this appearance the most. Xia Lian could actually hear a trace of hatred in his tone. He couldn't help but be startled. Hua Qing hung his head and said, I don't want you to see this useless appearance of mine, and even more so, I don't want you to protect me. Xia Lian didn't know if it was because Hua Qing had become younger, but there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his emotions. Xia Lian's heart slightly moved. He hurriedly pulled Hua Qing into his embrace and gently patted his back. With a smile, he said, then according to what you're saying, you've seen me in a mess many times. Do I not want to live anymore? Furthermore, it's not like you're really useless right now. You're just temporarily preserving your strength. Hua Qing buried his face in his shoulder and said in a muffled voice, it's not the same. Your Highness, I must be the strongest. I want to make myself stronger than everyone else. Only then, can I. Although his voice was young and tender, it carried a trace of fatigue. Xia Lian said, you've always been the strongest. However, you don't need to be like this all the time. Just think of it as, occasionally giving me face and letting me protect you once. Please, okay. After a long time, Hua Qing finally raised his head from Xia Lian's embrace. Placing his hands on Xia Lian's shoulders, he looked at him and said, Your Highness, wait for me. Xia Lian said, okay, I'll wait for you. Hua Qing earnestly promised, give me a bit of time. I'll be back immediately. Xia Lian smiled and said, don't rush. Take your time. The next day, the two of them arrived at a small town. Xia Lian held Hua Cheng's hand as they slowly walked down the street. They seemed to be casually chatting. Xia Lian said, when Mount Bronze Furnace reopened, the previous Ghost King was affected by the tremors. Will that black water be the same? With one hand held by Xia Lian and the other behind his back, Hua Qing replied, yes. However, our situations are different. Our cultivation methods are also different. The methods we use to deal with stress are also different. Xia Lian asked, for example. How does he deal with stress? Hua Qing said, maybe, hibernation. Suddenly, 8 words appeared in Xia Lian's mind, when he's hungry, he eats. After eating, he sleeps. Hua Qing said, when Blackwater was a human, he suffered the calamity of being imprisoned. In prison, he had to eat 1 meal every 3 days. Even if he was given swill, he still had to eat it. When his stomach was starving, he would sometimes have gluttony, and sometimes have anorexia. Xia Lian looked pensive and said, no wonder he's so good at swallowing things. In fact, according to Yi Xian's situation, he could focus on swallowing hungry ghosts because he had this attribute. Starving ghosts should be more to his taste. However, among the 500 or so famous ghosts that were swallowed by Blackwater Xian Gui, the majority were water ghosts. Presumably, he remembered Shi Wudu's face and deliberately swallowed them in order to break his water magic. But if he swallowed too much, he would need to hibernate to digest after a period of time. Hua Qing said, that's right. By the way, Qi Rong's gluttony was to imitate him. Xia Lian was speechless for a moment. In his heart, he said, how can eating people and eating ghosts be the same? After thinking for a bit, he said, could it be that the forest of hanging corpses was trying to imitate you? Hua Qing said, that's right. Because he also wanted the scene of a rain of blood, but he didn't know how I did it, he simply and crudely hung a row of dead people in the sky. Up until today, Xia Lian could completely understand why it was hard to say anything when mentioning Qi Rong. He had done all the formalities, but his taste was still low. He sighed and thought, the grains were taken away by Qi Rong. I don't know if he ate them or if he threw them away. Wind Master. I don't know if he was captured by Blackwater. I hope they're all safe and sound. Then, he said, are you all right over at the ghost city? Will there be people looking for trouble and causing trouble? Hua Qing said, before I left, I had already sealed off the ghost city and released some fake news about my whereabouts. Even if there are people looking for trouble and can't find me, I won't make things too difficult for them. But right now, there are definitely a lot of eyes watching that place. Hua Qing couldn't return to the ghost city, and Xia Lian also couldn't bring him to the heavenly realm. If they were seen through by a heavenly official, it would be terrible. Thus, the two of them could only wander aimlessly in the sea of people in the human world. Xia Lian slightly frowned. You released fake news, but Ling Wen leaked real news. I still don't understand how she could see through your disguise as Lang Ying. Hua Qing said, what I don't understand is another matter. Xia Lian asked, what is it? Hua Qing said, that smelly Taoist priest has heaven's eye-opening. I've played with him a few times, so he can be considered to have some skill. Xia Lian agreed. That's indeed the case. He still has genuine skill. Hua Qing said, then, why would he say that Gija's lips have ghost energy? Xia Lian's hand suddenly tightened. Remembering that this hand was still holding Hua Qing, he hurriedly relaxed. Hua Qing said in a low voice, Gij, don't use the same words you used to coax those fools to deceive me. Tell me, what did I do to you that night? Xia Lian thought to himself, probably, it's not what you did to me, but rather, what I did to you. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, San Lang, look over there. Hua Qing said, Gij. Xia Lian had already pulled him into a luxurious and extravagant shop by the side of the road. The shopkeeper sized up this strange combination of one big and one small, one Taoist and one vulgar, and said, what does this Taoist priest want to order? Xia Lian lifted Hua Qing up and smiled. It's not me, it's him. Hua Qing tilted his head in his hand. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Hua Qing walked out from the back room. Lang Ying's original 15 or 16-year-old clothes were no longer suitable for the current Hua Qing, so Xia Lian specially picked out a new set for him. As soon as he came out, Xia Lian's eyes suddenly lit up. What a young master with skin as white as snow. He wore red clothes that were like maple and fire, and a pair of deerskin boots with a silver chain dangling from it. He looked handsome and spirited. His black hair was scattered. Previously, he had only braided a very thin braid on the right side of his face. Xia Lian couldn't help but braid his left as well. This time, it was symmetrical and made him look even more mischievous. The most excessive thing was his expression. It was disdainful and radiant, calm and composed. How was he like a child? This kind of contrast simply made it hard for people to take their eyes off him. The girls strolling in the shop were all stunned. They surrounded him in a large circle and couldn't help but cover their hearts as they cried out, "Io, Io." Hua Qing leisurely walked in front of Xia Lian. Xia Lian softly clapped his hands and said, as expected, San Lang is most suited for red. Hua Qing helplessly pulled on his left braid and said, as long as Gij is happy, then it's fine. Xia Lian put his arms around him and smiled as they walked to the front of the shop, preparing to pay the bill. Hua Qing's outfit wasn't cheap. Xia Lian normally didn't have any pocket money, so he wouldn't enter a shop like this. However, he had saved up a small sum of money to repair his house. Now, he didn't need to repair it, so he didn't want to care about anything else. He would first buy clothes for Hua Qing before anything else. Just as he was slowly counting the copper coins and the silver bits, Hua Qing squeezed in front of him and slapped a piece of gold leaf in front of the shopkeeper. Xia Lian, the shopkeeper, the girls, Hua Qing said, no need to keep the change. Gij, let's go. He pulled on the corner of Xia Lian's clothes and took the lead to leave the shop with his hands behind his back. Xia Lian smiled and also took a few steps forward. Suddenly, Hua Qing returned to his original position and crashed into his embrace. Xia Lian held onto his shoulder and asked, what's wrong? When he raised his eyes, he saw a figure in the stream of people on the street. Just at this moment, the shopkeeper said, "Is there anything else the two of you would like to buy?" Chapter 137. The boss was stunned. "Ah, that one? Taoist priest, are you sure?" Xia Lian said affirmatively, "Yes, it's that one." After saying that, he rushed forward to grab the clothes, carried Hua Cheng, and rushed to the back of the clothing shop. He went into the curtain. This clothing shop was very bold and had a novel idea. They set up a small compartment in the shop for changing clothes, and people who came to buy clothes could try them on the spot. Everyone was stunned. A moment later, a well-dressed Taoist passed by the entrance of the clothing shop. As he walked, he muttered and rubbed his forehead. Behind him was a large group of ferocious and strange-looking monks and Taoists. Seeing that there were many people gathered in the clothing shop, he said unhappily, "What are you looking at?" "Sai, don't worry about it, let's go, I want to go to the toilet again." "Wait, Brother Heavenly Eye, there are many people here, why don't we ask them if they saw it?" "Female patrons, have you seen a Taoist priest in white clothes passing by here with a child with a bandaged face?" Everyone was silent. However, some people could not help but glance at the back room of the clothing shop. The monks and Taoists were vigilant. They gestured for him to go over and take a look. The Heavenly Eye opened and strode in. He held his breath and slowly approached the curtain. A moment later he suddenly pulled it open, and there was a scream. He saw a woman sitting behind the curtain. Her long black hair was tied up in a loose bun. Her neck was slender and fair, and she wore a black necklace the width of a finger and a very thin silver chain. Her clothes were half off, and her snow-white shoulders and a small part of her vest were exposed. It was a sight that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. After the curtain was pulled open, the woman's body trembled. She covered her face with her sleeves and let out a soft cry, as if she was frightened by such a rude and reckless action. The Heavenly Eye opened and suddenly lowered the curtain, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, I can't stand it anymore." The monks and Taoists who followed the Heavenly Eye also shouted, "Sin, sin, sin." They all covered their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a woman suddenly turned around. Who else could it be but Xia Lian? Hua Cheng was sitting in his arms, but he was blocked by his body. Although Xia Lian was a man and his shoulders were wider than an ordinary woman's, he had only pulled down half of his clothes. The exposed areas were just right, so the effect was quite good. Xia Lian hugged Hua Cheng with one hand and lifted the hem of her skirt with the other. Passing through the crowd of monks and Taoists who were covering their eyes and shouting, he quickly slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The owner of the clothing shop and the girls were stunned. Seeing him running away, the owner wanted to stop him. He opened his mouth and looked down at the piece of gold leaf. It was more than enough to buy 2 more pieces. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't care anymore. Xia Lian carried Hua Cheng and sprinted away, leaving behind a trail of dust. The pedestrians on the road could only vaguely see a woman carrying a child as she dashed past. She was as vigorous and swift as a cheetah, causing dust to fill the sky and causing people to cough repeatedly. It was simply unbelievable. The roadside food vendor got a pot full of dust and scolded, "Are you kidding me?" Xia Lian took the time to turn around and loudly apologize, "I made a mistake. Sorry. I'm sorry." At this moment, he heard someone shouting behind him, "Stop." When he turned around to look, it was actually that group of people rushing out of the clothing shop. Xia Lian thought to himself, "I really don't know what the person shouting, 'Stop,' from behind me is thinking. Even if I think about it, the person being shouted at wouldn't stop. It's better to concentrate, hold your breath, and focus on running faster." At this moment, he lowered his head and ran even faster. With such a majestic large group of people rushing past, dust filled the sky. This time, the food vendor couldn't even curse anymore. He angrily threw his pot and said, "Motherfucker, how can I do business?" After chasing for 4 hours, sure enough, the monks and Taoists who were shouting while chasing lost their breath and ran slower and slower. Xia Lian, who had rich experience in escaping, didn't make a sound and persevered until the end. After shaking off all the pursuers, he put down Hua Cheng and stood on the side of the road, gasping for breath. Hua Cheng supported his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Don't breathe too fast, be careful of hurting your heart." Xia Lian raised his head and saw Hua Cheng frowning slightly, but still with a childish face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ouch! When he laughed too suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Clutching his chest, he saw Hua Cheng's expression change slightly. Then, he waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Hey, isn't there an inn over there?" Indeed, not far in front of them, in the blue curtain of night, there was an inn emitting a warm yellow light. It seemed to be guiding passers-by forward. Xia Lian straightened his back and said, "Let's go in and rest." Hua Cheng said, "Okay." At this moment, Xia Lian pulled him and walked forward step by step. When they arrived at the inn, Xia Lian discovered that this inn had 2 floors. It was much more luxurious and spacious than it looked from afar. The main door was closed. Xia Lian raised his hand and lightly knocked on it, saying, "Seeking shelter, is there anyone here?" After a while, someone shouted from inside, "Coming, coming." In a flash, the door opened, and a few waiters greeted them with smiles on their faces. This guest, presumably, they wanted to call him guest, but when they saw that the person who came was wearing women's clothing, they changed their words. This lady, before they could finish speaking, Xia Lian pulled Hua Cheng out of the darkness and slowly walked out. With a child, it seemed like she wasn't an unmarried girl, so they changed their words again. This husband, while the word "madam" was still in their mouths, Xia Lian's face was illuminated by the yellow light from inside the inn. Although this person was wearing women's clothing and had gentle features, in all honesty, no matter how they looked at this face, it looked more like a man's. The waiters were immediately dumbfounded. After a while, they still obediently returned to the way they had addressed him before. "This guest, please come inside." Xia Lian smiled and nodded. The current him was already very familiar with wearing any kind of clothing, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort in his heart or physiology. Carrying Hua Cheng, he stepped through the extremely low threshold and picked a seat in the corner of the lobby to sit down. Inside the inn, aside from a few waiters, there was no one else. The moment they arrived, all the waiters immediately closed the door and surrounded them with smiles on their faces. On the contrary, it was these smiles that made Xia Lian feel slightly uncomfortable. He took the menu and said, "To be able to find an inn in the middle of nowhere, it really isn't easy." The waiters also said, "Isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, it's rare to have guests. It really isn't easy." He didn't know why, but although they were all smiling, it was as if their smiles had been painted on, making it seem very fake. Xia Lian didn't bat an eyelid as he flipped through the menu and ordered a few dishes. Only then did the waiters laugh as they went to the kitchen to call for someone to cook. Hua Cheng played with his chopsticks and said, "Gidge, we entered a black inn run by demons and ghosts." Xia Lian said, if it wasn't strange, in this kind of wilderness, having a small one-story inn with 1 or 2 waiters would already be amazing. How could there be so many waiters and such an extravagant shop? Of course, this wasn't a strong proof. The main reason was because the moment Xia Lian entered the inn, he smelled a thick, fresh scent of blood. Most people probably wouldn't be able to detect the scent of blood, but for Xia Lian, whose 5 senses were sensitive and had rich experience, it was already thick to the point that he couldn't ignore it. Xia Lian said, "There's still someone on the 2nd floor. I heard footsteps, but I don't know if they're also travelers who came to seek shelter. If they were, then they definitely had to be rescued." The 2 of them sat across from each other and conversed in low voices for a long time. Finally, the waiters served the dishes and said, "Coming." Xia Lian was just about to speak when he caught a trace of movement coming from outside. He immediately stood up and said, "Innkeeper, we want to go inside and rest. I'll have to trouble you to send the dishes upstairs." "Okay, okay." Xia Lian held Hua Cheng with one hand and skillfully lifted his skirt with the other as he went upstairs. He turned his head and said, "Oh, that's right. If anyone asks if they saw us, I'll have to trouble you to say that you didn't. Okay, okay. Xia Lian hurriedly went upstairs. Not long after he went up, he heard someone knocking on the door and shouting, "Open the door, open the door." The waiters opened the door with smiles on their faces. The ones who rushed in were impressively the group of monks and Taoist priests who had been relentlessly chasing after them. At this time, Xia Lian and Hua Cheng had already entered the room on the second floor and closed the door behind them. They heard someone shouting as soon as they entered the inn, "Toilet! Toilet! Toilet!" They ran over. Someone then said, "Boss, do you have water?" Seeing so many people come all of a sudden, the waiters happily said, we do. Please wait a moment, we're coming." Heaven's Eye opened and said, I'm going to die from drinking too much." Preposterous, that so-called pure jade ice clear pill is truly a deadly poison in the world. I've only drunk 20 cups. When will I be able to drink the full 9 by 981 cups? Xia Lian really didn't expect these monks and Taoist priests to be so honest. If he asked them to drink 9 by 981 cups, they really intended to drink 9 by 981 cups. One of the monks even said, "Amitba, this poor monk has already drunk 25 cups. I have to say, the antidote is still very useful. This poor monk really does feel much better now." Hearing this, Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He searched everywhere to see if there was a crack or a hole he could peek through. He saw Hua Cheng half squatting on the ground and said, "Brother, look here." Xia Lian also squatted down and looked at the place he was pointing at. There wasn't a trace of abnormality and he asked, "What's going on here?" Hua Cheng suddenly poked down with his finger. In a split second, a small hole appeared on the hard ground and a trace of yellow light shone through. He said, "Here, we can see." Xia Lian bent down and peeped through the hole. Everyone sat around the long table in the middle of the lobby. Heaven's Eye slammed the table and said, "Humph. This time we were careless. Next time we see that evil Taoist priest, we definitely won't give him an opportunity to take advantage of. We must capture Hua Cheng in one fell swoop and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Xia Lian whispered, "San Lang, how did you offend them?" Before Hua Cheng could answer, someone had already asked on Xia Lian's behalf, "Oh right, I haven't asked yet. Why did you guys also come to capture that ghost king? Did you guys have some grudges with him?" Thus, everyone began to criticize each other. Speaking of which, it's really hateful. 20 years ago, there was a pig spirit in a village who went crazy and knocked down the owner's house. The house collapsed and the whole family died. That pig escaped to the ghost city. At that time, I had just entered the profession and went to capture it, but I was beaten out by a group of ghosts. It was really a great shame and humiliation. He even sent his subordinates to tell me that there's no reason for you to eat the pig's whole family, but the pig can't take revenge and kill your whole family. If you don't take revenge, then you're lucky. If you do, then you deserve it. Tell me, how can there be such a twisted logic in this world? What a coincidence. Our sect's situation is similar, but because of a chicken spirit. It's very simple. Because our sect's heavenly priest was named by him to be taken down, so no matter how many temples we built, he burned them all. It's really infuriating. That's too unreasonable. There's more. You guys know my Shixiang, right? He's a genius with a boundless future. It's just that he has a small problem, which is that he loves women as much as his life. More than 10 years ago, a prostitute's ghost seduced my Shixiang and sucked him dry while he was still alive. Hua, that ghost king actually shielded her. While the people below criticized fervently, Hua Cheng had a bored expression on his face. He didn't even have the interest to give a mocking smile. At this time, Heaven's Eye opened and said, "I seem to have heard of your Shixiang before. Wasn't he the one who used the name of performing rituals to rape a few married women and was imprisoned for 3 months before being released?" Cough. Just at this time, the waiter delivered the dishes. Everyone hurriedly said, "The dishes are here, the dishes are here. Come come come, brother Heavens, I don't talk anymore. Come eat." Xiao Yan straightened up and glanced at the dishes on the table that the waiter had delivered. Hua Qing said, "No need to look. It'll fall as soon as it enters your mouth." Xiao Yan said in a low voice, "This is troublesome." Although this group of monks and Taoist priests pestered him endlessly and were extremely annoying, he couldn't let them fall into this strange black shop. However, he also couldn't say anything to warn them. At this time, Heaven's eye opened and said, "Wait." He stared at the dishes and stopped the others, his gaze sharp. Xiao Yan secretly praised in his heart, "Sure enough, he has some skill." Everyone asked, "Brother Heaven's eye, what's wrong?" Heaven's eye opened and stretched out a finger to wipe the edge of the plate. He raised that finger high up and angrily said, "I wiped it with one finger and there's so much oil. You guys don't even wash the plates clean. How are you guys doing business?" Xiao Yan thought that Heaven's eye had sensed some clues, but he didn't expect it to be a clue in a different sense. Although he was slightly speechless, it was fine as long as the result was the same. When he said this, everyone said one after another, "Aya, it's true. What kind of thing is this? It's so sticky, it looks like saliva. Wait. There's hair in this dish." Someone reached in with his chopsticks and stirred it a few times. Sure enough, he stirred up a few strands of black hair. Everyone said, "My God, what's going on with your kitchen? What kind of people are in there?" The waiter rubbed his hands together and smiled. I recently slaughtered a few pigs. It might be the mane of a pig." However, the chopsticks picked up those strands of black hair and pulled them longer and longer. "There's such a long mane of pig? Isn't your lady boss washing her hair in the kitchen? Why aren't you taking it away and redoing it?" The waiter hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. We'll immediately redo it, immediately redo it. Gentlemen, drink some water, drink some water." Xiao Yan thought to himself, drinking water won't work either. That water must also have something in it. However, that waiter hadn't gone down yet. When everyone's water reached their mouths, Heaven's eye opened and said, "Come back." The waiter returned and smiled apologetically. "Does this Taoist master have any other instructions?" Heaven's eye opened and said, "Let me ask you, did you see a strange-looking woman with a child pass by?" "Sure enough," he asked. Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Fortunately, I told him in advance not to tell him." Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, he heard the waiter say without hesitation, "Oh, I did." "Xiao Yan." Everyone was greatly alarmed. They put down the water and lowered their voices before asking, "Where?" That waiter also lowered his voice and said, "Upstairs." Everyone immediately became vigilant as their gazes uniformly rose. Xiao Yan's eyes and hands were quick as he blocked the black hole that Hua Cheng had poked out. In a flash, he heard a series of rustling sounds. It seemed like a group of people had come upstairs. Xiao Yan quietly leaned against the door and listened to the sound of footsteps. It was that waiter leading that group of people as they sneakily walked over. With Hua Cheng in his left hand and a sword in his right, Ruo Xia guarded by his side. Both of them were fully armed and on high alert. However, when he heard the sound of footsteps pass by his door and head towards the depths of the long corridor, he suddenly felt strange. He moved closer to the door and peeked outside through the crack in the door. That group of people had actually passed by this room and were blocking the entrance to another room. Chapter 138. They never expected that. It turned out that the waiter actually kept his promise and really did not give them up. He was talking about someone else. It seemed that other than them, there was also a strange woman with a child. He stayed in this inn for the night. The heavenly eyes and the others looked at each other. He made a circle of hand gestures and was about to kick the door. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, the silhouette disappeared. Following that, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. A girl suddenly opened the door. She cursed, "What do a group of stinky men want to do in front of my door in the middle of the night? I want to take a bath. What do you want to do here?" Ah! This woman had a slim figure and was barefaced. Although her aura was like a fighting cock, she was definitely a woman. She spat, rolled up her sleeves and scolded again, "It's still a group of monks and Taoists, aren't you monks? Why are you so unclean?" The few monks stammered, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The girl's eyebrows furrowed. She raised her hand and pretended to hit, "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or a meeting. If you don't leave, Grandma will give you a basin of bathwater." Hey, why are you like this, female patron? Why are you so inconsiderate of your character? Let's go, let's go. Although the girl's face was unfamiliar, Xiao Lian felt that her voice and posture were extremely familiar. After a moment, he whispered, "Lan Yi." Hua Qing said, "That's right. It's her." Seeing that everyone had left, Lan Yi seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She looked left and right before quickly entering the room and closing the door. She did not wear heavy makeup and appeared barefaced. Although there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, making her look rather old, she was surprisingly beautiful. Xiao Lian almost did not recognize her. If she had appeared like this at the Divine Martial Hall that day, Pei Ming's clarification would not have been so effective. Previously, when the Bronze Cauldron Mountain reopened for the first time, many of the suppressed demons and ghosts ran away, including Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. If the strange woman the waiter was referring to was Lan Yi, then wouldn't the child she brought be? Xiao Lian whispered to Hua Cheng, "The fetus spirit must be with her. That thing is too dangerous, we can't let them run around like that." However, the inn itself was a shady place. There was also a group of human mages from Chasing Flowers City bothering them. It was easier said than done to capture them under such circumstances. The group of monks and Taoists walked to the top of the stairs. The waiter said, "How is it? Isn't he the person you're looking for?" The Heavenly Eye said, "No." Sigh. "Let me ask you again, did you see a Taoist priest with a child?" The shop assistant thought for a moment and said, "There are no Taoist priests with children, but there are Taoist priests who are alone." Hearing this, everyone became spirited again. They lowered their voices and asked, "Where?" The waiter also said in a low voice, "Here." This time, he pointed to another room. Everyone looked at each other again, then tiptoed to follow him. Unexpectedly, this time, when they were about 30 feet away from the door, they suddenly heard a sharp sound of wind breaking. A yellow talisman flew out from the crack of the door, brushed past the Heavenly Eye's cheek, and nailed to the wall behind him. Everyone was shocked and looked at the talisman. It was really like a piece of steel, half of it stuck in the wall. They were quite shocked. A few people were about to rush into the room, but the Heavenly Eye stopped them and said, "It's not him. But he's also a powerful person. Don't act rashly and cause more trouble." He then cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to disturb the master. It's just a misunderstanding." The person in the room didn't answer. He indeed had the demeanor of a master. Everyone retreated. Someone asked, "Brother, why did you say it's not him in the room? Isn't the technique of that tattered Taoist throwing a concealed weapon strong?" Tattered Taoist. Xiao Lian thought for a while and realized that the concealed weapon was referring to the pure jade ice pill. He thought, "All right," the Heavenly Eye said in a low voice, "Of course not." They both threw concealed weapons, but the technique and strength of the person in the room were slightly weaker than that tattered Taoist. Before he finished speaking, 7 or 8 yellow talismans shot out from behind them. Like feathered arrows, they nailed themselves to the door and the wall. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. They quickly ran downstairs. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Lian quietly opened the door and pulled out a yellow talisman from the wall. Hua Qing pinched the yellow talisman with 2 fingers and glanced at it. Then, he lightly tossed it away and lightly said, "The Heavenly Eye's insight is indeed not bad." That yellow talisman was coated with a layer of spiritual energy. That was why when it was shot out, It was as sharp as a blade and pierced 3 inches into the wall like steel. But before, when Xie Lian shot out the power of a steel marble with a pill that could enter his stomach, it was all based on his own control and explosive power, without any magic or spiritual power. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years without any spiritual energy. He had long since become accustomed to only relying on himself for everything and not relying on spiritual energy. The heavenly eye would determine who was superior and who was inferior based on this. Xie Lian inwardly pondered, in the end, how many people have gathered in this inn? Why is there such a Taoist in the inn? Could it be that he came to subdue demons? It was normal that these ordinary monks and secular Taoists didn't discover him. With this person's level, it was impossible that he didn't discover that there was something strange about this inn. No matter what, he couldn't let those monks and Taoists discover that San Lang was here. If they made a ruckus and the Taoist in this room heard them, I'm afraid there would be more people chasing after them. I'm afraid this one person is harder to deal with than dozens of them combined. Everyone went downstairs and returned to the main hall. They sat around the long table. Xie Lian looked at the waiter through the hole Hua Cheng had made and said, "I'll go down and ask the kitchen to redo it. Taoist masters, please wait a little longer." He. Wait. The water has also been removed. Wash your cups and bring them up. Okay. He. The waiter went down with a face full of smiles. He should be going to the kitchen. Xie Lian remembered that when he was outside, he seemed to have seen that the kitchen was in the inn. He immediately carried Hua Cheng and jumped out of the window. He went outside the inn and circled around. He picked up a few small stones on the ground and held them in his hand as a backup. Outside the kitchen wall, Hua Cheng pointed again. Like tofu, that wall quietly had a hole in it. Xie Lian moved closer to see what kind of owner this unscrupulous inn had. The kitchen was dimly lit. There were only a few dying oil lamps lit, and there wasn't a single person in sight. However, if one listened carefully, they would hear crunching sounds coming from a certain place. Xie Lian changed his angle a few times and finally found that the sound was coming from under the stove. His line of sight was blocked by the stove, but beside the stove made of bricks, a pair of legs could be seen. It was obvious that the person was already dead, but they still moved slightly from time to time along with the sound of chewing with relish. At this time, a few waiters walked into the kitchen and said, "Your Majesty," behind the stove, a man with disheveled hair and a dirty face suddenly raised his head. Chewing something in his mouth, he vaguely said, "What?" This man's mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were glowing green. He was holding a human hand in his mouth like he was holding a chicken claw. Although his expression and appearance were so terrifying, one could still tell at a glance that this was the man Qi Rong had possessed. He puffed up his cheeks and quickly sucked the unfinished hand into his mouth. Not long after, he spat out a few pieces of bones and hit the faces of those fellows. He scolded, "You are a bunch of trash that grew out of shit. You're screaming like a funeral. I thought the food had been delivered. Where's the person? Where's the meat? Didn't I give you the medicine? Why haven't the group outside collapsed yet?" It seemed that the person lying on the ground and being bitten by him was either the original owner of this place or some other traveler who was passing by. The waiters felt wronged and said, "Your Majesty, it's not that we're trash, it's that group of monks and Taoist priests. Each and every one of them is forced to do this. One moment, they complain that the dishes are oily, and the next moment, they complain that there's hair in the dishes. They refuse to eat the food we deliver." Qi Rong sucked the blood from his 10 fingers and said, "What? Motherfucker. I personally cooked their last meal, yet I didn't let them kneel on the ground and lick it clean. They should be crying bitterly. Who gave them the face to dislike it? I should let them taste the shit made by my cousin, the Crown Prince. Only then would they know to kneel down and be grateful to me." Xie Lian. Hua Qing said, "Gidge, don't mind the words of a trash." Xie Lian said, It's all because of you bunch of trash. You can't even wash the dishes clean." The waiters were jumped up and scolded by him. After venting his anger, Chi Rong rolled up his sleeves and wiped his bloody mouth. Then, he picked up the spatula and knocked the iron pot with a clanging sound. He cursed, again. I'll let you open your dog eyes wide and see my skills. Let's see what kind of bullshit you have to say this time. The atmosphere was in full swing. Not long after, he made another table and ordered the waiters to deliver it. This table was very fragrant. Meat was meat, vegetables were vegetables, and it was full of oil. Xia Lian once again went up to the guest room on the second floor. Looking down, the monks and Taoists all sighed and said, "Good craftsmanship." Yeah. Really good craftsmanship, especially this salt and pepper chicken feet, fat and tender. Isn't it too fat and tender? I've never seen chicken feet with such slender fingers before. The waiters said, "Oh. This is our restaurant's signature dish. It's not an ordinary chicken foot, it's a carefully selected and rare white phoenix chicken foot with its fingernails removed. Isn't it like the tenderness of a young girl, making people's hearts beat faster?" Makes sense. However, I like this stir-fried pork skin the most. The pork skin is tender, and the heat is just right. Wait, why does this pig have a tattoo? The waiter said, "Oh. It's not a tattoo. It's just that our head chef wanted to show off his godly carving skills and specially carved it. It's just a little bit of a show-off. This sweet and sour pork ribs doesn't seem to have been cooked for long enough. They gave too much ingredients. Could it be that it's not fresh, so they wanted to use the sweet and sour taste to cover up some other taste?" The waiter said, "Oh. There's no such thing. Our restaurant's ingredients are all sold on the same day they were killed. It's just that our head chef's taste is a bit heavier." Seeing that they were full of praise and about to eat, Xia Lian really couldn't stand it anymore. He tossed a pebble that he had picked up just now and hit it out of the small hole. This time, it hit Heavenly Eye's hand that was raising the teacup to drink water to detoxify. His arm shook, and the tea in the teacup spilled out, splashing onto the face of the waiters who couldn't stop laughing. The tea was clearly not hot, but the waiters seemed to have been splashed with boiling water. They covered their faces and screamed loudly, "Ah!" This time, everyone at the table was stunned. They raised their swords one after another. "What's going on?" Heavenly Eyes grabbed the waiter's hand and pried it open. Everyone let out an "ah." They saw that more than half of the waiter's facial features had actually melted, as if a cup of water had been splashed on a white paper. The ink had melted and was blurry. The ink spread along his cheeks and slid down. His facial features and smile were actually drawn with a pen. Without another word, the monks and Taoists flipped the table and started fighting with the waiters in the restaurant. The waiters were beaten until they held their heads and screamed, "Taoist masters! Stop fighting! That strange woman with a child that you're looking for. Strange Taoist. He's upstairs. They're upstairs. Go and find them. Let me go. I'm just a temporary worker." Pfft. Temporary worker, who are you trying to fool? You want to lie to us? Is it that easy? It's too late now. The waiters felt bitter. "I'm not lying. I'm serious." Below them, it was a mess. Xia Lian saw that the mages were crushing them and shook his head. He didn't care anymore. He planned to take advantage of the chaos to capture Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. Unexpectedly, before the door opened, they heard a scream from the corridor. Lan Yi's frightened voice said, "No, please, I don't want to go. Please, let us go. I'll kneel and kowtow to you." A young man's voice said angrily, "Who wants you to kneel and kowtow? If you leave, what about my family's general? Damn it, you and your son are in trouble this time. Cut the crap, come back with me." Hearing this voice, Xia Lian suddenly pushed open the door and said, "It's you." In the long corridor, a black-clothed youngster blocked in front of Lan Yi. His face was dark. When Xia Lian came out, he slightly raised his head and said in shock, "It's you?" Xia Lian stepped out and said, Fu Yao. Why are you here? When Lan Yi saw him, his eyes widened. Crown Prince? Fu Yao looked him up and down for a moment. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. Luckily, he didn't roll his eyes and asked, "Why are you here?" Xia Lian looked down at himself and hurriedly took off his female clothes. It's a long story. Chapter 139. Fu Yao cried out involuntarily. You? Hua Qing snorted coldly. He ignored him. When Lan Yi saw this, she ran away. Fu Yao sensed it and turned around abruptly, saying, "Stop." Before he could take a step, a white silk had already reached out and wrapped around Lan Yi's ankle. Lan Yi fell on the spot. She rolled over on the ground and hugged her lower abdomen. It seemed that the fetus spirit was hiding in her stomach again. Xia Lian said as he kept Ruoxi, "If you want her to stop, you should do this. It's useless to just shout." "Right, you just said that your general. What happened to your general?" Fu Yao did not answer. He snorted. He went forward and grabbed Lan Yi's arm. It seemed that he was really angry. He grabbed a woman. Not only was his action impolite, he even cursed. Damn it, just now, this was not like the Fu Yao of the past at all. Unexpectedly, before he could pull Lan Yi up, Lan Yi's stomach suddenly swelled up like a balloon, and a white shadow suddenly popped out. It screamed and pounced towards Fu Yao's face. Fetus spirit. Every time it returned to its mother's stomach, it would accumulate a new round of energy. Therefore, this attack was very dangerous, and Fu Yao had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. He struck out with his palm. The fetus spirit was like a rubber ball that was hit by him, hitting the wall with a bang and bouncing towards Xia Lian. Fu Yao said, "Catch it. Don't let it run away." Before Xia Lian could move, Hua Qing had already blocked in front of him. The ball-like fetus spirit came to a sudden stop in front of him and attacked Fu Yao again. A ball of ghost balls was bouncing around in the corridor, and it was also chaotic downstairs. The fellows downstairs begged for mercy. "Fellow Taoists, please be magnanimous. We are just trying to make a living. That's right, we won't dare to do it again. Actually, we usually only steal a few chickens nearby to eat. It's all that green grandpa, he forced us to be his subordinates, that's why we did it. He's in the kitchen now." Seeing that the scene was already in chaos, Xia Lian thought of something and jumped down from the second floor. Qi Rong was sitting in the kitchen with his legs crossed, happily picking his teeth while waiting for the food to be delivered to his door. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang. A figure kicked down a wall, jumped in, and asked, "Qi Rong, where's the grain?" Qi Rong jumped in fright when he saw the typical way an Einherjar entered the room. "You? Why are you here? Why didn't you knock on the door and come in like this?" Without saying another word, Xia Lian went up and slapped him twice until he was stupefied. He pressed him down on the chopping board like a duck and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Where did you take that kid?" Qi Rong grimaced and said, "Ha ha ha, look, all these people are dissatisfied. What's all over the ground? They were all human bones." Xia Lian's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hand exerted force, causing Qi Rong to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. His hand was broken. Broken. Cousin Crown Prince, wait. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I lied to you. I didn't eat. Not eating. Prepare to eat, I haven't eaten yet. Xia Lian asked, "Then where is he?" Qi Rong said, Stop pressing me. I'm telling you, the little drag is locked up in the firewood room next door. Just open the door and take a look. Xia Lian ordered Ruoxia to tie up Qi Rong. Then, he opened a small door at the side of the kitchen. Sure enough, the grain was curled up inside. Xia Lian checked his breath and saw that his breathing was still steady. His little face was rosy, as if he was sleeping soundly. However, when he picked him up, he felt that the child's body was boiling hot, as if he was having a high fever. In his heart, he knew something was wrong. At this time, those monks and Taoist priests also rushed in. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they stepped on the bones all over the floor and almost slipped. The scene was shocking. They all said, "Ah! Black shop. Don't tell me those dishes outside are all made of human flesh. I already said that there wouldn't be chicken claws as slender as fingers." At this moment, another loud noise rang out. A large hole appeared in the ceiling, and a white ball smashed in. Everyone said, "What is that?" In a flash, Fuyao also jumped down from the hole. With one hand, he threw out a dozen or so yellow talismans and shouted, "All of you scram. Don't hinder me from doing official business." Everyone said, "Ah! Master." Immediately after, Lan Yi also dragged her body and rolled down. She said, "Don't hit him anymore." Everyone then said, "Hey! Women! Those yellow talismans were like steel nails or flying knives." Xia Lian slightly dodged and missed them. However, Qi Rong couldn't avoid them. His back was densely covered in talismans as he screamed crazily, killing ghosts. Everyone swarmed over and surrounded his back to study it. They exclaimed in admiration, "This talisman throwing technique is really exquisite." In a split second, a perfectly good kitchen became incomparably crowded and noisy. Fuyao chased after the fetus spirit, sometimes high and sometimes low. Meanwhile, Lan Yi chased after Fuyao in a crazed manner. Half of Qi Rong's face was pressed against the chopping board by Xia Lian and the other half of his back was nailed into a sieve by the yellow talismans thrown by Fuyao. He was surrounded by a group of people, and from time to time, Lan Yi would step on his feet. He wailed, "Why? Why are there so many people? Who are you? And who are you? Motherfucker, can't you let people eat? Why is it like this everywhere? Do all of you have a grudge against me?" Speaking up to this point, his eyeballs turned and he suddenly looked through the collapsed wall of the kitchen, looking outside the inn. Hua Cheng acted as if he didn't see the chaotic scene here. He calmly and leisurely sat under a tree and actually had the mood to play with the gold leaf in the hall. No one knew how long he played around in boredom. In front of him, there was already a gorgeous little house built with more than 10 pieces of gold leaf. Qi Rong immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, quickly look outside. Blood Rain Tanhua has become a little ghost. Those who have a grudge against him, quickly go. This opportunity doesn't come again. If you miss this village, you won't have this in anymore." Before he could finish his sentence, a gleaming kitchen knife that was stained with fresh blood suddenly appeared between his teeth. And the handle of the knife was held in Xia Lian's hand. He smiled and said, What the hell are you shouting for?" Qi Rong completely didn't see how Xia Lian shoved the knife into his mouth. He only felt a chill in his mouth and the tip of his tongue suddenly felt an extremely sharp object appear in front of it. Although he wasn't injured at all, if he moved an inch more, he would have vomited blood. His voice stopped abruptly. However, the crowd had already seen Hua Cheng playing with the gold leaf in the distance outside the inn. They said, "Is it him?" "Most likely it is." Rushing ahead of them, Xia Lian grabbed Gu Zi with one hand and Ruoxi with the other and ran out. Qi Rong was tied up and dragged on the ground by Ruoxi. As he was being dragged, he screamed, "Fucking Xia Lian, you must be doing this on purpose. I've never seen such a treacherous fake White Lotus before." The crowd discussed for a while and said, "Charge. Should we charge? Be careful of tricks. Why don't we watch from afar first?" At this time, Hua Cheng also finished building the small golden hall. He stood up and raised one of his eyebrows. He looked down at the little house he had just built and gave it a light kick. Crash, the golden hall collapsed. As for that tavern, it collapsed with a loud bang. The illusion was also broken. Xia Lian turned around to look. Behind him, there wasn't any inn at all. It was just a collapsed little thatched cottage. In this kind of wilderness, it was normal to have this kind of house. The inn just now was just a camouflage. The group of monks and Taoists who hadn't had time to discuss whether to charge or not were all crushed under the collapsed house. They were smashed by a pile of rotten wood and straw until they fainted. Xia Lian jogged to Hua Cheng's side and said, "San Lang, won't you be affected by using your mana like this?" Hua Cheng casually waved his hand and the gold leaf disappeared into thin air. He said, "Brother, don't worry. This level is no problem." At this time, a piece of broken roof moved twice. Fuyao pushed aside a handful of straw and dug his way out. He said angrily, "You're fine, but I'm fine." He finally caught the fetus spirit with great difficulty, but his vision darkened. When he looked up, he saw that the broken roof had fallen head-on. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Fuyao pulled a handful of straw from his head and aggressively walked in front of Xia Lian and Hua Cheng. He looked at Hua Cheng, who was shorter than him, and said angrily, You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Hua Cheng blinked. He didn't refute nor did he mock him. He only raised a pair of dark eyes and looked at Xia Lian. Xia Lian immediately put his arms around his shoulders and protected him behind him. He said, No, definitely not. A child doesn't know how to control his strength. I'm sorry, Fu Yao. Fu Yao's hair was messy and he said in disbelief. A child? Your Highness, do you really think I'm so blind that I can't tell who this is? Xia Lian said blankly, What are you talking about? This is just a very ordinary child. Fu Yao narrowed his eyes as he stared at Hua Cheng. However, he heard a slight caw-caw sound behind him. Lan Yi had also lifted a piece of the roof and climbed out. Fu Yao then turned around to look for her. Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief and placed Gu Zi on the ground. Right at this moment, a voice sounded beside his ear with slight hesitation. Your Highness. Xia Lian immediately stood up and said. Feng Xian. As expected, it was Feng Xian on the other side. He also let out a sigh of relief and said, That's great. As expected, your password still hasn't changed. Xia Lian couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. 800 years ago, the first spiritual password he used was just recite the sacred text of Tao and virtue 1,000 times. 800 years later, it still hadn't changed, and Feng Xian actually still remembered it. Xia Lian recalled the first time Feng Xian heard this password and laughed himself hoarse. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. He said, Yes, it hasn't changed. Is the heavenly court still all right? Does the emperor know about Ling Wen's matter? Hua Cheng could tell that he was talking to a heavenly official from the heavenly court. He very consciously walked far away and placed his hand on Gu Zi's forehead to test if he was sick. On the other side, Feng Xian's voice became serious again. He said, It's not good. I know. Right now, the heavenly court is in chaos. Xia Lian sighed and said, Ling Wen has always been in charge of the overall planning and distribution of the heavenly court's affairs. Is there no other Wen Shen who can take over? Feng Xian said, Even if they do, it's useless. Normally, they would curse Ling Wen Palace more than anyone else, as if they could do 10 times better in that position. Now that something has happened, they have to take over. Not a single one of them can take up 30% of the responsibility. Just gathering and organizing the information makes them dizzy. Quite a few Wen Shen have even refused to do it. Xia Lian shook his head and listened to Feng Xian. Not only Ling Wen, but something has happened to Mu Qing. He was originally locked up, but he injured the heavenly official guarding him and escaped. What? Hearing this, Xia Lian quivered and immediately raised his head to look at Fu Yao. That black-clothed youngster was saying something to Lan Yi. Between his brows, there was a hint of unhappiness and anxiety. Xia Lian walked even further away. He lowered his voice and said, What happened to Mu Qing? How could it be like this? Feng Xian said, Not only was he locked up, all the heavenly officials in Xianzhen Palace have been suspended and are awaiting investigation. It's all because of that fetus spirit. Xia Lian's voice became even lower. What happened to that fetus spirit? Is it really related to him? Feng Xian said, yes. This time, the demons suppressed everywhere dispersed. Mu Qing was in charge of the female ghost Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. He didn't catch them and let them escape. However, during the process of catching them, that fetus spirit identified Mu Qing and said that the person who cut it out of its mother's womb and turned it into a living little ghost was Mu Qing. Impossible. Xia Lian blurted out, impossible. Mu Qing, this person. There's no reason for him to do this kind of thing. Feng Xian said, I don't know. However, it's said that there's a kind of evil technique that uses dead babies to cultivate that can achieve the goal of rapid ascension. Now, many people are suspecting that there's something wrong with his ascension, so they originally planned to lock him up first and then slowly investigate all his past traces. Who knew that he couldn't hold it in and ran away on his own? Now, it's confirmed that he has a guilty conscience and has absconded to avoid punishment. Xia Lian said, wait. This matter really isn't right. If Mu Qing is the murderer, why didn't that fetus spirit and Lan Yi recognize him at the Divine Martial Palace? Why did they identify him when Mu Qing captured them? Isn't this clearly framing them? Feng Xian said, by the time I found out, it was already like this. I'm also not clear on what happened on their side. I heard that Lan Yi and the fetus spirit also didn't know who the culprit was. However, after that little ghost became evil and left the altar, it accidentally sobered up one time and couldn't control itself. It bit the culprit's arm and left a scar. When that fetus spirit was fighting with Mu Qing, it just happened to see that Mu Qing also had a bite mark on his arm. It's an old wound that's been there for hundreds of years. Xia Lian said. This bite mark, does it match the mark left by that fetus spirit's teeth? Feng Xian said, it completely matches. Xia Lian asked with rapt attention, how did Mu Qing explain this wound? Feng Xian said, he admitted that he had indeed seen this fetus spirit, but he didn't admit that he was the culprit. He said that he only helped out of kindness and saved this fetus spirit, but he was accidentally bitten by it. This explanation is worse than not explaining at all. That's right, because in everyone's impression, things like helping out of kindness, loving children, and doing good deeds without leaving a name were things that Mu Qing had absolutely nothing to do with. Mu Qing was a very solitary person. He had never shown any superfluous love. Normally, he didn't have any close friends in the heavenly court. When something like this happened, even if he tried to defend himself, no one would believe him. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to speak up for him. It was probably because of this that he chose to escape on his own and investigate the truth. Feng Xian said, in short, it's a mess right now. Your Highness, where are you right now? Di Jun said that 10,000 ghosts have gathered, so I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Hurry back and gather for a meeting. Xia Lian said, right now, I'm. Chapter 140. Xia Lian sighed. He turned around and said, I want to, but now that the Heavenly Court's spiritual communication array has been destroyed, I don't remember the other heavenly official's spiritual communication password, so I can't say it even if I want to. Fuyao, do you remember which heavenly official's password? Let me send some news back, tell them I'm here, ask for some people to help. His expression was extremely natural and persuasive. The dark clouds on Fu Yao's face dispersed. He said perfunctorily, I don't know. Right now, the heavenly court is in chaos, and everyone is busy. You can handle your own. At this time, Hua Qing said, Brother, this child has been hungry for 2 days. He has a fever. Xia Lian went over to take a look. Sure enough, Guzi's forehead was so hot that it could fry an egg. He immediately grabbed Qi Rong. He questioned. How did you raise a child? Qi Rong's face was covered in blood as he spat, I'm not really his father. I'm already being merciful by not eating him. Quickly give me a great merit. Xia Lian said, I think you didn't eat him because he had a fever and the taste wasn't good. On the other side, Lan Yi hesitated for a moment. She said, "Is that child sick? Why don't I take a look?" She had also been smashed by the beam of the small broken house, but the pitiful child crawled over and picked up Gu Zi. She covered his forehead with her palm as if she wanted to use her cold-eaten body to neutralize the heat of Gu Zi. Fu Yao grabbed the fetus spirit wrapped into a ball by the yellow talisman and walked over. "It's time to go." Lan Yi clearly didn't want to go, but her son was in his hands, so she was helpless. Xia Lian said, "Wait, you guys don't go yet. Fu Yao, can you talk to your general now?" Fu Yao looked at him and said, "What do you want to do?" Xia Lian hesitated. Actually, when he said the word actually, he suddenly moved like lightning and instantly locked both of Fu Yao's arms. Only then did he continue, "Actually, I already know something happened to him." Fu Yao was caught off guard for a moment and was shocked and angry. "You! Despicable!" Xia Lian said, "No, no. This is my strength. You can try to use the same method to sneak attack me and see if you can lock me." Hua Cheng clapped his hands politely and said, "I agree." Fu Yao was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. "Then why don't you let me go and let me try?" Xia Lian sternly said, "I'll try again next time if I have the chance. Right now, I have proper business to attend to. Fu Yao, can you help me persuade your general to return to the heavenly court first? Go back." Fu Yao forcefully suppressed his anger and said in a soft voice, "You make it sound so easy. If you were in the same situation, would you choose to go back? What would you say if someone tried to persuade you to go back? Go back and wait to be wrongly accused and convicted? Go back and wait for death?" Xia Lian said, "Don't get excited, I'm serious. I'm not making cynical remarks. Your general is different from me. His situation isn't so serious that he can't be saved. Running away like this is the worst thing he can do. Now, many priests have already convicted him. If you can contact him, tell him that I can help him investigate this matter." Fu Yao was stunned. "You're helping him investigate?" Xia Lian replied, "I've done a lot of research, so I'm quite experienced. In any case, I'm more experienced than him." Fu Yao said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, may I ask if you remember how many priests you investigated when you returned to the heavenly court? Which priest didn't fall from his horse after you investigated them?" Xia Lian coughed lightly and said, "That's different. It's not my problem. If he really didn't do that kind of thing, then I can naturally prove his innocence." Fu Yao was so angry that he laughed. He interrupted him and said, "Enough. It's not like other people don't know you have a personal grudge against him. You're helping him investigate? Then do you think he still has a chance to turn things around? If you want to take this opportunity to hit him while he's down and laugh at him, then just say it. Don't put on an act." Hearing this, Hua Cheng's face slightly sank. After a while, he smiled and said, "Forget it, brother. This person doesn't know what's good for him, so why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Some people are born to be ungrateful wolves. In their entire lives, they're the best at gauging the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Who knows, maybe in the end, he really did something. If he doesn't believe you, then you're too lazy to care about him. Just let him torment himself." Fu Yao looked at him and said sarcastically, "Child?" Hua Cheng replied with even more sarcasm, "Little heavenly official." Fu Yao's face slightly collapsed. Xia Lian tightly locked his eyes on him and warmly said, "About this is a different thing. Public and private matters must be separated. Whether or not I have a personal grudge against him is one thing, but whether or not he did something bad is another. Mu Qing, this person, although he is narrow-minded, sensitive and suspicious, has a terrible personality, has a lot of petty thoughts, doesn't speak well, likes to nag, often offends people, hates a lot of people, doesn't have a single friend, and remembers small matters for a long time." In one breath, he said a whole bunch of things without changing his expression. Finally, Xia Lian concluded, "But after all, I've known him since I was a teenager. he can still be considered to have a bottom line. Xia Lian continued, he might spit into the teacups of people he doesn't like, but he definitely wouldn't poison the water to harm people. Hua Cheng indifferently said, is that so? That's still very disgusting. The veins on Fu Yao's forehead bulged. No. He wouldn't even spit. Xia Lian said, then use laxatives. Fu Yao seemed to be enduring something as he said, must you use this kind of analogy to describe him? In the end, are you speaking for him or insulting him? Xia Lian said, I'm sorry, I couldn't think of a more suitable analogy at the moment. Fu Yao struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. He vigilantly said, just now, were you secretly informing the people from the heavenly court? Xia Lian sincerely said, not yet. We were just chatting for a bit. Don't worry, I won't harm your family's general. If he really doesn't want to go back, it would be better to find me and move together. That way, if he does anything along the way, there will be someone to testify for him. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain himself clearly and will only make things worse. At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter suddenly came from behind the two. It was Qi Rong, who was staring at Lan Yi's face. He suddenly went crazy and said, ha 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 ha, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Miss Jianlan? Lan Yi was originally holding Gu Zi and trying to cool him down. When she heard this, her shoulders trembled and her eyes widened. Who are you? Why are you also? Qi Rong said, how would I know? Nonsense. You almost had to call me cousin. What, so everyone has become a ghost? There are so many acquaintances here and there, this world is really small and lively, hee hee. Xia Lian frowned and said, Qi Rong, are you crazy? What kind of person is Jianlan? Qi Rong said, hey, cousin Crown Prince, I say, are you blind or are you pretending to be stupid? Look carefully at who this is our Xian Le country's #1 noble young lady, Miss Jianlan. Her family is both an official and a merchant. In the past, who knows how glorious she was? Her looks are only a so-so. Every time the Xian Le country's beautiful talented female ranking is evaluated, she is so arrogant that her eyes grow on top of her head, looking down on everyone. She almost entered the palace to choose a concubine. What? Xia Lian couldn't help but look at Lan Yi's face. That year, the king and queen indeed had the intention to choose a concubine for him. They had invited a large group of carefully selected young ladies to the palace for a banquet, letting him see if there was anyone that caught his eye. But Xia Lian was wholeheartedly cultivating when he was young, so he just casually walked around the banquet. He basically didn't remember the faces and names of those girls, so how could he see anything? Lan Chang looked at Fu Yao, but Fu Yao snorted and said, this is not what my general said. This person is also a remnant of Xian Le, so he must have seen you in the past. Xia Lian looked at Hua Qing again. He didn't look surprised, so he probably didn't just find out. Xia Lian turned to Lan Yi and muttered, you really used to be. Lan Yi hurriedly covered her ears and said, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't call me by that name. I changed my name a long time ago. Xia Lian was startled at first, then he let out a sigh. The daughter of a noble in the past was now a prostitute in the ghost world. She changed her name, probably because she was afraid that her family would be shamed in the underworld and wouldn't admit that she was herself. This girl used to be his believer, his people. How could he not sigh? At this moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his hand. Looking down, it was Hua Cheng. He didn't look at him, but held his hand. Although he was now in the form of a child, his body temperature was cold. This hand was small and cold, but when it held him, it felt warm. Qi Rong didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. He clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect that the once unattainable Miss Jianlan has now become this old and ugly. I used to think that you didn't look like much, but now that I look at you, my eyes are really sharp. Sure enough, you're not much. By the way, I want to ask, whose bastard did you give birth to? These words were really tasteless. Jianlan's face turned slightly pale. Qi Rong continued, "It can't be my crown prince cousins, right? No way, that cousin of mine is most likely impotent. That's why he pretends to be pure and uninterested in women all day long. Putting on an act, how could he give birth to a son? Oh my! How could I forget, after the fall of Xianlu, wasn't your miss sold to that kind of place? He must be the son of Yong'an's lowly commoners." Xia Lian couldn't bear it anymore and was just about to go up and tell him to shut up. However, Jianlan erupted faster than him and sent a slap flying over. "What kind of filthy words are you spouting?" Qi Rong's nose started to bleed from her slap. Widening his eyes, he said, "Are you evil or are you fierce? This kind of inferior thing actually dares to hit me, a close absolute?" Jianlan spat at his face. Grabbing his neck, she gave him 2 more slaps and said, "What bullshit close absolute? You really know how to paste gold on your face. What kind of plaything are you? Are you even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the other 3 absolute? What do you have to show? Thick skin? I'm going to hit you." Her words poked at Qi Rong's scars. Qi Rong was also angry and spat. "Smelly woman, let go of your chicken claws. This daddy thinks it's dirty." Blurg, blurg, blurg. The 2 of them wrestled into a ball. However, it was only Jianlan who one-sidedly beat Qi Rong. Qi Rong was trapped by Ruo Xia and couldn't move a single step. He howled, "Xia Lian! Why aren't you trying to mediate at a time like this? Where's your holy father's heart?" Xia Lian was currently holding onto Fu Yao with one hand while talking to Hua Cheng with his head lowered. It was as if he didn't hear Qi Rong's miserable cries. As Jianlan kicked Qi Rong, her eyes turned red. She fiercely said, "Even if this old lady wants to be defiled by a lowly commoner, I don't want to be touched by a maggot like you. You're a thing that nobody wants, trash. You're also worthy of calling others a lowly commoner. Who are you calling a lowly commoner?" Qi Rong was furious. "Nobody wants me. I'm trash. You're just a whore that's rotten to the bone. Do you think you're qualified to scold me like this? If I'm not a lowly commoner, how could I possibly fancy a piece of trash like you? Wait a moment. Put down that rock." Just as they were wrestling, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The few of them looked up at the same time. Fu Yao said, "Didn't you say that you didn't send a message and only chatted for a while?" Hua Qing slightly frowned and snorted. "You came uninvited." A thunderclap exploded in the night sky. Everyone was blasted by this thunderclap until they closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, not far away, a black-robed heavenly official walked over with large strides with a longbow on his back. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xia Lian put down his sleeves and pushed Hua Cheng behind him without anyone noticing. He said, "Feng Xian. Why are you here?" Feng Xian quickly walked over and said, "Just now, you suddenly stopped talking. I asked someone and found out that you were nearby through the fluctuations of magical power." After he finished speaking, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's a mess. Did you encounter something?" Xia Lian was about to answer when Feng Xian saw Fu Yao in his hands and Hua Qing standing behind him. This scene was simply beyond his imagination. He didn't seem to know who he should be more surprised about. Feng Xian said, "You," in the end, he still pointed at Hua Cheng and asked Xia Lian, "What's wrong with this child?" Xia Lian laughed dryly. "He's very cute, isn't he?" Feng Xian widened his eyes and looked at Hua Cheng, whose expression didn't match Xia Lian's evaluation at all. He suspiciously asked, "Cute?" "No, why do I think he looks like?" Xia Lian calmly said, "Like my son, right?" Feng Xian, "When did you give birth to a son?" Xia Lian smiled and said, "Not yet. I mean, if I gave birth to a son, he would definitely be as cute, right?" Hua Cheng held his hand and smiled. "That's right." Feng Xian, Fu Yao, Xie Lian said, ha 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 ha. Eh. Miss Lan Yi, don't run. Feng Xian suddenly turned around and saw the back of a woman running away from Qi Rong's side. She was madly running away. Without hesitation, he knocked his bow and aimed at her leg. Who knew, perhaps because it sensed that his mother was in danger, the fetus spirit ball wrapped in yellow talisman paper in Fu Yao's hand started to vibrate. Suddenly, the yellow talisman paper exploded and it screeched as it rushed towards Feng Xian. Jianlan seemed to have panicked just now, which was why she didn't know where she was going. Only when she heard this sound did she remember that her son was still in someone else's hands. She turned around and cried out involuntarily, wrong, wrong. This was the first time Xie Lian learned the name of that fetus spirit. Feng Xian's arrow changed direction and flew towards the snow-white fetus spirit. However, with a pkada sound, that fetus spirit flipped a few times in midair before jumping onto a nearby tree. It actually bit down on the arrow, allowing everyone to clearly see its current appearance. Rather than calling it a fetus, it would be more accurate to call it a deformed little monster. Its skin was deathly white, as if it had been covered in a layer of powder. Its two eyes were strangely large and flashed with a strange light. The hair on its head was sparse and yellow, and its 2 rows of incomparably sharp fangs held Feng Xian's arrow in its mouth. Seeing him look over, it chewed at high speed with g sounds, turning the arrow into minced meat. Then, with a pay sound, it spat out an arrowhead that shone with a cold light. The arrowhead was nailed to the side of Feng Xian's boots. It spat out its long and thin, dark red tongue, like a snake's, as if it was provoking him. Without saying anything further, Feng Xian knocked another arrow and took aim at it. That fetus spirit was like a lizard as it climbed up and down the tree. It was extremely nimble and treacherous, so it was no wonder that Fu Yao couldn't catch it. Jianlan anxiously said, "Don't fight with it, hurry and run." Only one's biological parents would be so concerned about this kind of monster that made people feel fear and disgust at a glance. After Feng Xian finished taking aim, he released the bowstring and an arrow flew out. One of that fetus spirit's short legs was nailed by the arrow. With a shriek, it couldn't crawl anymore. Jianlan madly ran back and stretched out her hand to pull out the arrow. However, because her level was too low, she was bounced off the moment she touched the arrow shaft, even causing a string of sparks to explode. She retreated 2 steps, then persistently went up to pull it out, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Feng Xian put away his bow and walked forward, saying, "All right, let's go back. Don't give us more work." Jianlan. When Jianlan, who had just been bounced off, heard his voice, she shivered and stopped moving. She hurriedly turned her body around. However, Feng Xian turned her back around and said, "Jianlan?" Xie Lian had a bad premonition and asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Jianlan lowered her head and said vaguely, "You've got the wrong person." Feng Xian said, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I have mistaken you for someone else? You're very different now, but how could I not recognize?" Speaking up to here, he was stuck. Because, previously, Jianlan was dressed like an orchid, with heavy makeup and a body covered in dust, he indeed did not recognize her. He couldn't be blamed. Feng Xian was still exactly the same as before, not the slightest bit changed, but Jianlan's change was really too great. Appearance, makeup, mannerisms, speech, temperament, even if her biological parents were standing in front of her, they might not be able to recognize that this was their precious daughter. Feng Xian said in a daze. "It's you. It's really you. That's right, it's you. I thought you got married and were living a good life. How did you become like this?" Hearing up to here, Jianlan suddenly turned around and fiercely pushed him, scolding, "Fuck your mother." Feng Xian was pushed back a few steps by her, unable to say anything. Jianlan continued to ruthlessly push his chest, and at the same time, she scolded him, "I already said I'm not that whatever ghost, do you not understand human language? Are you crazy? And you even said, it's you, it's really you, that's right, it's you 3 times in a row." Can't you pretend and not to recognize me? Can't you pretend and not to recognize me? Can't you do a good job, sir, and leave me some face? Okay. Her current appearance was simply like a shrew in the marketplace, probably too different from what Feng Xian remembered. He stared at Jian Lan in a daze, unable to say anything. Xia Lian was the same. Qi Rong was the happiest, rolling on the ground in laughter. Ha 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 ha, my mother. Cousin Crown Prince. Just look at what's going on. You've been cuckolded by your most loyal dog. Jian Lan ruthlessly kicked Qi Rong a few times, saying, Dog. Dog. I think you're the most like a dog. Strictly speaking, Jian Lan was once given high hopes by her family, but she had never officially entered the palace, much less become a concubine. Therefore, Qi Rong's gloating was not valid. However, Xia Lian really did not know what to say. He had never thought that Feng Xian, who usually did not say a word to women unless it was necessary, would actually. At this moment, the 2 rows of sharp teeth of the fetus crushed the arrow that was nailed to it, and it broke free, pouncing towards Feng Xian. In a moment of carelessness, Feng Xian was bitten deeply on his right arm, causing blood to spurt out violently. The right hand was Feng Xian's usual hand. For a martial god, frequently injuring his hand was not a good feeling. Feng Xian raised his left hand and was about to chop down, but Jian Lan said, Don't hit him. Feng Xian forcefully stopped with his palm, and immediately, a terrifying idea sprouted in his mind. Chapter 141. Xia Lian suddenly thought of something. That day, in the Divine Martial Palace, Lan Yi randomly pointed at a large group of people, but she just didn't point at Feng Xian, who was standing in a very conspicuous position. Lan Yi immediately denied, No. Fuyao also had a face full of disbelief. It seemed like he originally didn't know what relationship Feng Xian had with this woman, and was similarly stunned. At this time, he finally recovered with great difficulty. He didn't even ask if it was anything. How did you answer so quickly? Lan Yi said, Nonsense. I think I know what he wants to ask. I'll tell you, it's not. Feng Xian looked at the fetus spirit. What did you call him? Wrong? This name seemed to have some special meaning. Lan Yi opened her mouth, not arguing anymore. She said angrily, You're a man, why do you have so much nonsense to say? If it's not, then it's not. Who would be in such a hurry to recognize a son like you? Feng Xian angrily said, What are you saying? If it is, then of course I. Lan Yi said, Of course you what? You recognize him? You raise him? Feng Xian, after saying I, he got stuck. He lowered his head and looked at the deformed little monster hanging in his hand. That fetus spirit seemed to hate him especially deeply, grabbing him and biting him with all its might. Why, Feng Xian couldn't hit it. His right hand was dripping with blood as he clenched his fist. Seeing him get stuck, he seemed to be unable to accept it for a moment. Lan Yi immediately said, I already said it's not, yet you still asked. It has nothing to do with you, now you can rest assured. Qi Rong shouted, Sophistry. It must be. I didn't say it wrong, right? It's not about the people's livelihood. Everyone quickly come and taste it. Feng Xian's own son was cut out from his mother's stomach and turned into a little ghost. Hee, there's actually someone who dares to worship some bullshit sending children to Nanyang? If you worship, be careful that you guys give birth to a son. Xia Lian raised his hand, and Ruoxia sealed Qi Rong's mouth. Lan Yi ruthlessly stepped on his head a few times, causing him to curse. At this time, Guzi woke up in a daze. Seeing Qi Rong being stepped on, he quickly rushed over and said, Don't step on my father. Seeing that Guzi was hugging Qi Rong's head, Jian Lan couldn't move her feet anymore. Instead, she grabbed onto the fetus spirit's 2 pale and short legs and broke into a run. She said angrily, I told you to stop biting. So disobedient. Feng Xian was currently lost in thought and couldn't immediately catch them. Xia Lian subconsciously said, Ruoxi, chase them. As expected, Ruoxia chased after him. However, it was only when the white silk shot out that Xia Lian remembered that it was still tied up to Qi Rong. Looking back, Qi Rong had indeed leaped up with the grains on his head and declared proudly, I have regained my freedom. Seeing that Feng Xian had finally reacted, Xia Lian changed his words and said, Ruoxi, you should come back. Thus, Ruoxia leapt back and gave Qi Rong a big slap on the face. Qi Rong had just turned around when he was slapped so hard that he spun 3 times on the spot and covered his face before collapsing. After lying on the ground for a while, he suddenly went crazy and grabbed Ruoxia, shouting, even a rag like you dares to hit me. This time, Ruoxia was grabbed by Qi Rong. Qi Rong twisted and turned, but he actually couldn't break free. It was as if Qi Rong's strength had suddenly increased greatly. Xia Lian was just about to personally deal with him when Qi Rong realized that there was still a child on his head. He hurriedly pulled down Gu Zi and used it as a shield in front of him. Don't come over. If you come over, I'll strangle him to death. Hey, look behind you. Dog Hua Cheng is about to die. Xia Lian was startled and quickly turned around. Sure enough, Hua Cheng's eyebrows were tightly knitted together and his hands were slightly trembling as if he was resisting something. However, when he saw Xia Lian look over, he immediately said, I'm fine. 10,000 ghosts were restless. This time, the restlessness was stronger than any of the previous times. Xia Lian decisively chose to go over and hug him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qi Rong hurriedly grabbed Gu Zi and escaped without a trace. Jianlan also seemed to have a terrible headache as he covered his ears. That fetus was stimulated by the restlessness and began to bite even more fiercely. Feng Xian had been bitten a dozen times and was bleeding profusely. However, he still didn't dare to hit Xia Lian. He firmly grabbed Jianlan's arm with one hand. However, that fetus was merciless. It waved its hand and clawed at Feng Xian's face. This claw was extremely dangerous. Feng Xian let out a low shout and covered his wound. He didn't know if the claw had injured his eyes. Xia Lian trembled with fear as he watched. He wanted to scold Ruoxia for going over there to save the situation, but Jianlan stomped his feet and said, if you continue to be like this, I'm going to get angry. Hearing his mother's scolding, the fetus finally jumped back into her embrace and obediently curled up into a ball. Jianlan glanced at Feng Xian and gritted his teeth. This has nothing to do with you. I'm warning you, don't worry about us. With one hand covering his head and the other holding the fetus, the mother and son duo dashed away. Seeing this, Fu Yao said, let me go. Feng Xian half knelt on the ground and covered half his face. Xia Lian crouched down beside him with Hua Cheng in his arms and asked, are you all right? Let me take a look at your wound. Did it hurt your eyes? Fresh blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Feng Xian closed his eyes and said, no. Don't ask me. Xia Lian said, Feng Xian, Lan Yi. What did Miss Jianlan say? Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Xian suddenly punched out. With a loud bang, he broke the tree beside him and roared, I told you not to ask me. This sentence actually contained a bit of resentment. Moreover, Xia Lian could hear that this resentment seemed to be directed at him. He couldn't help but be startled. However, Hua Qing coldly said from the side, who turned your wife and son into ghosts? If there's fire, go throw it on the person who deserves it. Hearing this, Feng Xian slightly raised his head. His eyes were slightly red as he looked towards Fu Yao. Fu Yao was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, what are you looking at me for? You can't really think that it was my family's general who did it, right? What bloody luck! He had only taken action because he saw that the woman was also a remnant of Xianlu and had some relationship with the royal family. Originally, he wanted to free the fetus, but who knew that it would stubbornly refuse to leave? Not only did he not end up well, but he was also covered in feces. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered. That little demon doesn't even know who gave birth to it, so how can you expect it to remember who killed it? Perhaps it was because he had been troubled by these past few days, but even his wording had become a lot rougher. Hua Qing said, just because of this, your family's general can be called bloody luck. Then does that mean those who are even more unfortunate than him don't want to live anymore? Feng Xian shook his head and muttered. How could this be? How could this be? Xia Lian said, You. Why don't you treat your wound first? Did you bring medicine? Feng Xian glanced at him and said in a low voice, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He covered the wound on his head and didn't treat it. Standing up, he stumbled away. Xia Lian and Fu Yao called out a few times from behind, asking if he was going back to the heavenly court or to chase after someone. He didn't care, and his figure quickly disappeared. Fu Yao struggled a few more times before angrily saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince. If you don't chase after them, I'll chase after them, okay? Xia Lian came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he said, Okay. Sure enough, he let go of him. Fu Yao didn't expect him to actually agree. He flexed his wrists and snorted, Why are you willing to let go now? Xia Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, I'm afraid the heavenly court is even more. Sigh, I feel that rather than calling your family's general back, it's better to let him move freely outside. He paused for a moment before continuing, What do you plan to do now? I think that the fetus spirit probably didn't just want to escape and falsely accuse us. I'm afraid there's someone behind it. Fu Yao patted the dust off his sleeves and said, Who cares about it? It's heading towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain. We'll talk after we catch it. After saying that, he hurriedly left. The inn that was originally filled with people from several factions suddenly became deserted. Xia Lian turned around and inspected the collapsed small house. He flipped over the wooden beams and straw to take a look. The monks and Taoists were indeed unconscious and would probably wake up soon. Feeling relieved, he also left. After walking for a while, they exited the wilderness and finally found a real inn. The two of them rested here. Xia Lian only felt that these past few days were incomparably chaotic. He sat on the window frame in a daze. Ruoxia curled up on his hand and rubbed it as if it was humming. Xia Lian's finger rubbed against it. Suddenly, Hua Qing walked to the window and bathed in the moonlight with him. It has nothing to do with you. Xia Lian was slightly startled, but he immediately understood what he meant. He shook his head and said, I also don't know if it really has nothing to do with me. Feng Xian must have met Miss Jianlan after Xian Lu was defeated and before he ascended. Looking at the time, it must have been during the years when I was first demoted. Hua Qing said, That doesn't mean you're wrong for them to become like this now. After thinking for a moment, Xia Lian said, San Lang, I never told you about my demotion in the past, right? Hua Qing said, No. Xia Lian said, I've never told anyone else, so I pulled you here to tell me a few words. I hope you won't mind. Hua Qing lightly pressed on the window frame and sat down. He said, I won't. You can tell me. Xia Lian recalled as he said, At that time, only had Feng Xian left among my followers. My days weren't very good. When I was the martial god and the crown prince, I pawned all of my belongings. Hua Qing smiled and said, Including Hong Jing, right? Xia Lian smiled and said, Ha ha ha. Yes. You can't let Jun Wu know about this. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Also, I pawned all of my dozens of gold belts. Hua Qing said, So Feng Xian took your gold belt and gave it to Lani. Xia Lian shook his head and said, That shouldn't be the case. Feng Xian wouldn't casually take my things. I was the one who told him to sell it and keep the money for his own use. In reality, this was the money he had given Feng Xian for free. At that time, Feng Xian refused for a long time. In the end, he couldn't change his mind and said, I'll temporarily help you keep it. Xia Lian said, I'm ashamed to say it. I told him to sell it for my own use not only because I felt guilty, but also because I was afraid. Only Feng Xin still treated him as the Corolla martial god and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Only now did Xia Lian realize that the two of them had grown up together. Although Feng Xin was his trusted subordinate and personal bodyguard, he had never received any extraordinary rewards from him. Suddenly, he knew fear. He was afraid that even Feng Xin would feel that these days were unbearable and would no longer follow him. Therefore, the meaning of that gold belt wasn't a reward, nor was it purely a gift or a consolation. It also carried a bit of flattery or reward. In the illusion created by the fetus spirit, Xia Lian saw a protective talisman. It should have been given to Jianlan by Feng Xin. After Xianlu country was destroyed, Xia Lian's temples were all burned down. Basically, no one believed in the Xianlu crown prince anymore. His protective talisman was also treated as trash. However, Feng Xin still kept many of his protective talismans. He would often persistently distribute them and give them to Xia Lian, saying, "Look, you still have believers." However, Xia Lian was clear in his heart that those protective talismans were most likely lost. Xia Lian slowly said, "All these years, I never knew who Feng Xin liked. I didn't ask, and I didn't pay attention. After all, he had been favored by the heavens since he was young. Feng Xin practically revolved around him. How could he have his own life and thoughts? Taking something that someone else gave and giving it to a girl might not sound good, but at that time, that gold belt was really the best gift Feng Xin could give. After all, we often didn't even have food to eat." Feng Xin also wasn't someone who liked to squander money. Therefore, you can imagine how much he liked Miss Jianlan at that time. Since he liked her so much, why did they separate? Regardless of whether that fetus spirit was Feng Xin's son or not, if it was because of that period of dejection that caused Feng Xin to lose the girl he liked, no matter what, Xia Lian wouldn't feel good. However, Hua Qing said, if they liked each other but ultimately separated, it can only mean that they only liked each other. Xia Lian smiled and said, "San Lang, you can't say things so absolutely. Sometimes, whether the road is easy or not is not something you can decide." Hua Qing calmly said, "Whether the road is easy or not, perhaps I can't decide. But whether to walk or not, only I can decide." Hearing this, Xia Lian was stunned. He only felt as if something in his heart had been opened. He stared at Hua Qing without saying anything. Hua Qing tilted his head and said, "Brother, did I say something wrong?" Looking at his sparkling black eyes, Xia Lian suddenly grabbed him and placed him on his lap. He said, "Ha ha ha, San Lang, you're right." Hua Qing seemed to be shocked by his actions and allowed him to be lifted up high. Xia Lian smiled and said, "Let me say something shameless, San Lang's arrogance when you said those words just now was a bit like when I was young." Hua Qing seemed to be used to being hugged like this. He raised his eyebrows and said, "That really is my dream." The big and small played around in the room for a while. Then, Xia Lian threw Hua Qing onto the bed and laid down himself. He faced the sky and was about to open his mouth when he saw Hua Qing suddenly sit up. His pupils slightly contracted and his sharp gaze was directed towards the opposite side. Xia Lian immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned over and sat up. When he saw who it was, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know when, but a figure had silently appeared in the room. The figure was sitting at the table and a pot of tea had already been brewed. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. However, he hadn't noticed this person at all. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He held his sword in front of him and said, "Who is it?" That person warmly said, "Don't be afraid. Do you want some tea, Xianlu?" Both the figure and the voice belonged to a young man. He was extremely familiar. Xia Lian finally let out a sigh of relief. He tucked his messy hair behind his ears. His heart was still thumping wildly as he said, "Di Juna." However, before he could completely relax, he suddenly flipped over the quilt and buried himself and Hua Qing inside. He said, Why did you come down? His hand tightly gripped Hua Cheng under the quilt, indicating that he should be at ease. Junwoo slowly poured 3 cups of tea. Then, he stood up and said, "Since you didn't come back, I naturally had to come down and take a look myself." As he spoke, he walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Slowly, a small portion of him walked out of the shadows. Xie Lian followed his white robe and saw that he was actually carrying a sword. Startled, he quickly jumped off the bed and said, "Di Jun, I want to explain first." Chapter 142. Xie Lian stood between the two of them. He said, "I still feel that. We can sit down and have a good talk. Look at this child, doesn't he look like?" Junwoo smiled and said, "Like your son, right?" Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Xie Lian let out a hollow laugh before saying, "How did you know what I was going to say?" Junwoo finally retracted his gaze from Hua Cheng. He lightly patted Xie Lian's shoulder. He did not speak. He turned around and sat down at the table. Xie Lian knew that this meant that there was no direct confrontation for the time being. He heaved a sigh of relief. If Junwoo wants to kill someone, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying a sword could be after it was drawn. In any case, Xie Lian didn't want Hua Cheng to have the chance to face him head-on. However, Hua Cheng did not withdraw his gaze. It was still unfriendly. Junwoo pushed the 3 cups of tea away and said, "Although it's not the first time I've seen you, I'm afraid that I'll have to pay you a visit." But this was the first time they were so close to each other, and the atmosphere was so peaceful. Why not use tea instead of wine? Let's end this situation. Xie Lian lightly coughed and tried his best to put on his clothes as naturally as possible. As he put on his boots, he said, "Di Jun. How is the heavenly court now?" Junwoo put down the teacup and gazed at the bright moon outside the window. He sighed and said, "Don't mention it." Xie Lian. "Okay. Don't mention it." It seemed that things were really bad. Junwoo, however, turned his head around and sternly said, "I'm just joking." He had to mention it even if he didn't want to. "Xianlu, put down your little friend and follow me outside for a while." Thinking about it, there must be something that was inconvenient to explain in front of others. Just as Xie Lian was about to reply, he heard Hua Cheng leisurely say from behind him, "Your heavenly court is currently in a state of turmoil and chaos. This is no longer a secret. Even the little ghosts in the streets know that this time, they won't be able to stop the gathering of 10,000 ghosts. They're so excited that they're crying. Why do we need to go out and talk about this?" He also got off the bed and walked slowly to the table. He picked up the teacup and played with it for a while, but he seemed to have no interest in drinking the tea in the cup. A moment later, the 3 of them sat at the table. Although Hua Cheng's current form was not much, his expression and temperament always made people forget about this matter. Junwoo said warmly, "I really can't hide anything from you." Since it was Junwoo who poured the tea for him, he had to give him some face. Xie Lian drank and said, "Isn't there still some time before Bronze Cauldron Mountain opens and closes? Have you confirmed it?" Although Feng Xian had mentioned it before, Xie Lian still felt that it was probably an exaggeration. Junwoo, however, said, "Indeed, we can't stop them." Hua Cheng said, "I think your original plan was to send all the martial gods to block the path to Bronze Cauldron Mountain and stop them on the way. However, Mu Qing broke out of the prison and escaped. His whereabouts are unknown, and a huge gap has opened up in the south." Xie Lian asked, "Has Feng Xian returned to Immortal Capital? How is he? Did he say anything?" Junwoo said, "It's not good to go back. Nanyang was wounded and hurriedly came back to report what had happened. He begged me to order all the divine priests not to kill the female ghost Lan Yi and her son. He wanted to go back after reporting, but his injuries weren't optimistic. He couldn't move his right hand, so I detained him in the Immortal Capital to recuperate. As a result, the South's defense is riddled with holes. If it was something else, such as someone who needed to go kill demons and steal immortal elixirs, Xia Lian would have immediately volunteered. However, leading an army to defend the road wasn't something that could be done alone. One person could destroy 1,000 men and horses, but he couldn't defend against 1,000 men and horses. Xia Lian had long understood that leading an army wasn't something he was good at. It was better to let someone who was really good at it than to brace himself and do it. Thus, he didn't recommend himself. He only asked, "Are there no other martial gods who can take the place?" Junwu said, "The other martial gods already have their own territories and missions to take care of. They can't even take care of themselves." Originally, Mingguang Palace Hall had Pei Su, so he could be borrowed. However, he has long been exiled. As for Qi Ying, he's the same as you. He's also a madman who likes to roam the world alone. He does things his own way. Moreover, his current whereabouts are unknown, and this child has never listened to any communication. Moreover, Lingwen Palace Hall has lost its main hall heavenly priest and temporarily changed owners. The other literature gods can play around, but they can't listen to orders and make decisions. These few days. From what he said, it seemed like the heavenly court was going to be paralyzed these few days. Xia Lian couldn't bear to hear it and felt sympathy. He said, "I remember you saying that even if we can't stop them, there is a way to remedy it." "How can we remedy it?" Hua Qing said, "Remedy? It's suicide." Junwu glanced at him and sighed. "I also said that unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to take that step." Xia Lian's heart skipped a beat. "Could it be?" Junwu said slowly, "That's right. Right now, the only way to remedy it is to send a martial god to infiltrate the ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Since they couldn't stop the slaughter, then they had to ensure that they fought to the end, leaving no survivors." Xia Lian hid his hands in his sleeves and frowned. "I'm not very familiar with Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so I don't really understand its rules." "So what should we do? Do we have to kill all the demons and ghosts inside one by one?" But that was almost impossible. One had to hide their identity and not bring too many helpers into Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Otherwise, if the ghosts found out that one or a few of them had sneaked in, they would definitely attack. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was an extremely evil place, and the power of a god official would be greatly restricted there. It would be even more restricted than in Blackwater. Junwu said, "No, there's no need for such a big project." Hua Qing said, "I'm familiar with Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Brother, look outside." Xia Lian followed his direction and looked outside the window. Outside the window was a large plot of land with some green onions, grass, and flowers. There was also a small flower pot in the corner. Hua Qing climbed up the window and pointed at the flower pot. "There's a huge bronze cauldron in the center of Bronze Cauldron Mountain." With that, the flower pot suddenly fell down and rolled to the center of the land before standing up on its own. Then, with it as the center, the flat soil around it started to move, forming small mounds of different heights. Hua Qing said, "The bronze cauldron is surrounded by mountains. This entire area is the territory of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It's at least the size of 7 cities." Xia Lian was intrigued by the sight. With a light leap, he flipped over the window. Standing among the small mounds of earth, he really felt like a giant looking down at the vast land below. Hua Qing said, "The killing starts from the outermost edge of the mountains and gets closer to the bronze cauldron in the center." He waved his hand and many smaller things on the ground started to move. Xia Lian squatted down to take a closer look, only to find that there were many weeds and leaves wriggling about, as if they were little people shuttling through the mountains. In other words, the closer we get to the bronze cauldron in the center, the stronger the ghosts. Hua Qing said, "Yes. Because the weak weeds are all killed at the outer perimeter." He waved his hand again, and a gust of wind swept past. The weeds were swept clean by this gust of wind, and the bare mounds of earth became lonely, looking very pitiful. The flower pot in the center suddenly emitted bursts of red light. It really did look like a small copper cauldron that had been heated red by fire. Xiao Yan stared at it and found that a small red flower and a few inconspicuous weeds had jumped onto the small flower pot and circled around the edge of the flower pot, as if a few little people were dancing. That little red flower danced crazily. Hua Cheng squatted down beside him and said, "In the end, only a few ghosts can enter the bronze cauldron. Then, the bronze cauldron will close." Those few little people jumped and fell into the cauldron, and were quickly buried by the black soil. Hua Cheng continued, "In the next 49 days, there must be a ghost that can break through this bronze cauldron." That small flower pot trembled violently, and suddenly burst out with a glaring red light. With a bang, a wave of soil flew into the air. Along with this earth-shattering birth, the little red flower leaped out of the soil and raised its two leaves, as if it was shouting in the wind, showing off its power to the world. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a laugh. However, he didn't know if it was because it was too happy, but that little red flower slipped on the edge of the flower pot. Seeing that it was about to fall, Xiao Yan hurriedly stretched out his hands and gently caught it, holding it in his palms. That little red flower seemed to be a little dizzy from the fall. It shook its head and raised its face to look at the person who caught it. Xiao Yan wiped off the soil that splashed on his hair and said, "This one is the new generation of Ghost King bred by Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Hua Cheng nodded. "That's right. The previous 10,000 ghosts killing each other was a process of continuously increasing their strength. If the ghosts that entered the bronze cauldron weren't strong enough and couldn't break through, they would be suffocated inside, burned to ashes, and become nutrients for others." He stood up and said to Junwu, who was inside the house, "Your method is nothing more than exterminating the elites and placing weeds. There are only so many that have the potential to become a ghost king. If you personally eliminate them, the remaining weak ones won't be able to break through even if they enter the bronze cauldron. If they can't pass that hurdle, they won't be recognized as a ghost king." Xiao Yan nodded. "It sounds feasible, but I don't know how it would be done. Have you tried it before?" Junwu also walked to the window and said, "I don't know. I've never tried it before. In the past, I've always stopped them before they gathered." Hua Cheng folded his arms and said, "I'm afraid it won't work. Fighting under these conditions is tantamount to suicide. I suggest that you, the one who thought of this brilliant method, go yourself." Junwu calmly said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Xiao Yan was startled. "Di Jun." Junwu said, "Xian Le, this is the reason I descended to the mortal world. I'm going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Go back to the heavenly court and help me temporarily take over everything." Xiao Yan put down his hand and suddenly stood up. "How can I do that? Let me temporarily take over. Don't joke around, no one will listen to me." Junwu smiled and said, "Then, this is a very good opportunity to make them submit to you." Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. "Di Jun, forgive me for not agreeing with you this time. This is too absurd. Let's use the mortal world as an example. The emperor can personally go into battle, but have you ever heard of an emperor going undercover to assassinate someone? The reason why immortal capital can float in the sky is all because of you. All the things that other heavenly officials can't manage are managed by you. If you're there, the sky won't collapse. If you're not there, the sky will really collapse." Junwu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Xian Lu, actually, there's no one in this world that will collapse without them. Once you get used to it, you'll realize that you can still live without anyone. There will always be something new to replace the old. When the Ghost King appears, if another Blood Rain Tanhua or Blackwater Sinks boat appears, it won't be a big deal. But if another Bai Yi appears, the world will be in chaos." He looked straight into Xiao Yan's eyes and said, "You've seen with your own eyes how difficult it is to kill a absolute like him. Other than me, there's no other way." Xiao Yan also knew that Junwu wasn't being conceited. Even if he was at his weakest, he still had to accurately pick out the most powerful ones and subdue them one by one. Even he didn't dare say that he could do it. Only Junwu had the highest chance. However, once he left, it might be 10 years or so. What about the outside world? What about the heavenly court? Chapter 143. The next day, Xie Lian and Hua Cheng set off on their way. Hua Cheng held Xie Lian's hand. Brother, the next time you see Junwu, don't say a word to him. Just turn around and run. Xie Lian asked curiously, why? Hua Cheng said, I knew it. Every time he looks for you, it won't be a good job. Xie Lian smiled. Why do you say that? Originally, he sent it to me. It's not this job. Hua Cheng said, it's the same. Whether it's going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain or helping him manage the heavenly courts. Which one is a good job? The heavenly courts are now in a mess. Let's disperse as soon as possible. Leaving such a mess to you. What's going on? It's just a choice between committing suicide with a knife or committing suicide with a sword. Xie Lian couldn't help but laugh. Then he said seriously, however, I really didn't expect you to take the initiative to accompany me to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. I thought about it for a long time. I think I have to say, San Lang. Don't force yourself. He always felt that Hua Cheng had taken the initiative to go with him because he knew what he was thinking. After all, Xie Lian really felt that compared to managing the heavenly courts doing something he was not good at, it was better to be locked in a furnace and killed to his heart's content. However, Hua Cheng said, Brother, I've already promised not to force myself. Don't you believe me? Xie Lian said, Of course not. Hua Cheng nodded and said, Then don't worry, brother. I have my own considerations. Don't feel like you owe me a favor. Even if you stand in my position, I don't mind shoving the new Ghost King back before he is born. On this matter, the current Ghost King and the heavenly courts had common interests. There was only so much rice, and everyone wanted to eat it. Now, there was not enough to share. Occasionally, they would fight and a newcomer would have a share. No one was willing. Furthermore, if this newcomer was crazy and went berserk, no one would be able to eat it. After hearing Hua Cheng's suggestion, Junwu seriously considered it for a long time. If Xie Lian went alone, he would not have as much of a chance as going alone. But if Xie Lian and a Ghost King who had personally trained in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, this combination would have a higher chance of success than him going alone. Of course, he wouldn't go to Flower City for nothing. Junwu agreed to his conditions. Before the next mountain opening, the entire Heaven Realm had to go around the Ghost City. Furthermore, they had to announce the heroic deeds of the Blood Rain Tanhua to the entire court and sing his praises for an entire year. Xie Lian imagined that it would probably be something along the lines of, You bunch of stupid heavenly officials. Do you know who saved you? Such an effect. This was simply torturing the heavenly officials who were already rather fearful of the Flower City and had complicated feelings for it. He was stepping on their faces. Hua Cheng smiled and said, With me around, this trip will be much easier for you. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, Xie Lian said, I still feel that it would be better to wait for your restless period to pass and return to your original form before we go. Hua Cheng said, You don't have to worry about that. Soon. Xie Lian was startled and said, Ah, Hua Cheng said, What? Brother, what's with that expression? Xie Lian said. In other words, San Lang is about to grow up. Hua Cheng said with his hands behind his back, Yeah. I've been enduring for a long time. I can't wait any longer. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Xie Lian would pull him up with both hands raised high and said with a smile, That's a pity. When you grow up, you won't be able to carry me anymore. Take this opportunity to hug me more, ha 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 ha. To Bronze Furnace Mountain, they couldn't use the 1,000-li shrinking technique, so they could only rely on walking. Dozens of days later, the two of them finally left the city and entered the mountains. It was a lush and verdant forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The deeper they went into the forest, the more demons and ghosts they encountered on the side of the road. They were all strangely shaped and sneaky as they hurried along. Holding Hua Cheng's hand, Xia Lian whispered as they walked, "There's a lot of them." Hua Cheng said, "This time, there are indeed more ghosts than before." Because the heavenly court didn't stop them this time, many who originally didn't plan to come have come. Moreover, not only did they come alone, but they also came in groups. After walking for a while, Xia Lian encountered a large group of ragged demons and ghosts. Their expressions were sinister as they formed an array. As they walked, they shouted, "Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the copper. Hell and fire, 10,000 tribulations. Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the copper. Hell and fire, 10,000 tribulations." Listening to the tone of their shouts, not only were they not afraid, they were actually looking forward to it. Hearing their shouts, Hua Cheng's expression turned slightly cold. He said, "They don't understand what these words mean at all, yet they're shouting it more energetically than anyone else." Thinking about it, these demons and ghosts who had never personally come here didn't know the cruelty of this place. They also thought it was too easy to reach Qingju. They were full of ambition, making those who personally experienced it feel unhappy. Xia Lian asked, "Is it okay to come in groups like this?" Hua Cheng said, "These kinds of people usually know each other long ago and plan to go through the mountain together. In advance, they will agree to let each other live." However, all agreements were not valid. Because in the end, killing one more person increases one's strength. Killing one less person means one less chance of survival. Of course, the easiest targets are those who are closest and most trustworthy. After he finished speaking, he frowned slightly and covered his right eye. It seemed like he was starting to have a headache again. Xia Lian hurriedly pulled him into the forest and squatted down. He was slightly worried as he asked, "San Lang, we're about to enter the mountain. Are you really okay?" Slightly calming his brows, Hua Cheng said, "Brother, don't worry. It's normal. I'll be fine soon." How could Xia Lian be at ease just because he said so? Hua Cheng then said, "Brother, come a little closer. I have something to say to you." Xia Lian didn't understand, but sure enough, he moved his face closer. Hua Cheng held his face with both hands and gently pressed his forehead against Xia Lian's. Xia Lian blinked his eyes, stunned. When Hua Cheng let go of him, he said, "San Lang, you." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "All right. This place is full of ghosts. Brother is a heavenly official, so your scent will be very obvious inside. This way, we can cover up a little." So it turned out that just now, Hua Cheng had stained Xia Lian's body with his scent. Xia Lian couldn't help but recall the scene of the two of them passing their energies to each other. Afraid that Hua Cheng would also remember and mention it again, he hurriedly said, "All right. Let's disguise ourselves." To blend into the crowd of ghosts, they naturally had to disguise themselves. However, it was actually just a cloak. Many ghosts and demons like to wear masks or cloaks, so it wasn't strange. The two of them simply disguised themselves. Xia Lian held Hua Cheng's hand and slowly walked forward. After walking for a while, there was a faint noise in front of them. Not knowing what was going on, Xia Lian asked, "Is there anything like a landmark that tells you that we've entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Hua Cheng replied, "Yes. But don't believe in those things." Xia Lian was about to continue asking, but the noise in front of them grew louder. The two of them left the forest. It turned out that in front of a steep mountain wall, there was a large crowd of ghosts and demons. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg for the gathering of thousands of ghosts. Why is the road blocked? Did we go the wrong way? That can't be. Didn't they say that any road could lead to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Perhaps it was because they hadn't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet, and the slaughter hadn't officially begun, but the ghosts were still in harmony. Xia Lian found a ghost next to him and asked, "Excuse me, what's going on up ahead?" The ghost replied, "Don't you have eyes? Can't you see for yourself? We're blocked by a mountain, we can't go through." Xia Lian glanced at the ghost beside him. Half of its head had been chopped off. This was the real deal about not having eyes. But he couldn't say anything, so he just asked, "Can't we go around it?" At this moment, a few ghosts rushed over from the side. They stuck out their tongues and said, "Damn, this mountain is too strange. I ran for half an hour and still can't see the edge. I ran for another half an hour before coming back." The ghost said to Xie Lian, "No." Xie Lian asked again, "Can't we climb or fly over?" As soon as he said that, a 7-foot large bird fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. It seemed to have died on the spot. A ghost cried out, "Oh my God! I can't fly over even if I die of exhaustion." The ghosts then said to Xie Lian, "No." Xie Lian said again, "Then we can't." Before he could finish, the ghosts all hissed at him, wishing they could seal his mouth. "Don't ask. You crow's mouth." Xie Lian said, "Fine." Hundreds of demons and ghosts were blocked in front of this mountain that they couldn't go around, climb over, or fly over. All kinds of noises came one after another, making it very noisy. One said, "I understand. This isn't an ordinary mountain, it's a barrier." Another said, "Everyone, after we climb over this mountain, we'll definitely reach Bronze Cauldron Mountain. This mountain is probably the first test before entering the mountain. If we can't even pass this simple test, we can forget about passing the rest. It's better to disperse." "Wait. Wait for what?" A voice asked doubtfully. "Why do I smell a very strange smell?" "What smell? Is it the dead meat you brought along to eat on the road that stinks?" The voice said, "No, no. It's not dead meat, it's living people." "No, no, no, that's not right either. It's a bit like the smell of a heavenly official." As soon as these words came out, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The ghosts shouted, "What? Don't talk nonsense, how can there be a heavenly official?" "Ah, wait. That. I smell it too. Why didn't I smell it? If you guys say it like that, I also smell it a bit. Don't tell me a heavenly official sneaked in. Impossible, which heavenly official would be so bold as to come to this place?" After a dozen or so sentences, the surroundings exploded. Xie Lian's heart slightly jumped, but his face didn't show it. Just now, Hua Cheng had clearly helped him cover up the human smell, so how could there still be a smell? It shouldn't be that someone found out he sneaked in. Hua Cheng held his hand and whispered, "Brother, be careful, there's something stirring up the muddy waters, taking the opportunity to create chaos." Xie Lian said, "It's also possible that besides me, there really are other heavenly officials sneaking in." At this time, the ghost that first mentioned the human smell jumped onto a large rock and said, "Everyone. Maybe those death gods in heaven saw that they couldn't stop us on the road this time, so they sent people to Bronze Furnace Mountain to ruin our grand occasion. I suggest that everyone take off their masks, cloaks, and clothes first. This way, whoever emits a spiritual aura will immediately be discovered. Everyone, report your names one by one. Don't give them a chance to sneak in." The group of ghosts cheered. That ghost continued, "I'll go first. I'm the Quick Killer Blade Demon, an executioner's beheading knife. Killing people and beheading people, I only use one blade." According to Xie Lian's experience, generally speaking, the more exaggerated and straightforward a name was, the more they liked to use words like peerless, 1,000 hands, invincible, killer, and so on, the easier it was to be killed. Usually, one move was enough. Sometimes, one move could kill 3 people. At that moment, at least a few hundred random names were reported. As he listened, he shook his head. Suddenly, a ghost beside him elbowed him and said, "Hey, why haven't you taken off your cloak? What are you?" He didn't mean to look down on them, but if they weren't human, then calling them things didn't seem to be wrong. In fact, there were quite a few other ghosts who didn't take off their cloaks or masks. There was one near Xie Lian, and it was looking at them with its arms crossed. However, Xie Lian was the first to be called out. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could only admit that he was unlucky. He slowly took off his cloak and said gently, "I'm a puppeteer." The group of ghosts surrounded him and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that you looked like a human. This is the first time I've seen a puppeteer." Xia Lian smiled but didn't say anything. Puppeteers were demons and ghosts with very weak demonic aura. This was because in order to make a perfect puppet, they would search for all kinds of materials to experiment with, so it wasn't strange for them to be stained with the aura of other things. Because they were very fond of human skin materials, they had a very strong human aura. The dream of puppeteers was to pluck the hair from the heavenly official's head and make a wig for their puppets. Some of them were bold enough to actually try it, so it wasn't strange for them to be stained with the heavenly official's aura. One of the ghosts asked, "Then where's your puppet doll?" Xia Lian looked around, then bent down to pick Hua Qing up. The group of ghosts exclaimed, "Wow, so exquisite. What material?" "TSK, TSK, TSK, it's quite realistic. I feel like it's going to be a very strong competitor. How is it realistic? I think it looks a little fake, and the skin is too white. Also, how can a child's eyelashes be so long?" Although Hua Qing had his arms crossed and was expressionless, many of the female ghosts were still struck by his appearance. "I'm going to die, what a handsome doll. Master, do you accept orders? Can I order a similar doll from you? The price is negotiable." Some of them couldn't help but reach out to touch him. Xia Lian hurriedly carried Hua Qing back into his arms. The group of ghosts hissed, "So stingy. You treasure him so much, but you won't even let me touch him." Xia Lian hugged Hua Qing even tighter with his left hand and stroked his hair with his right. "Of course, this is my doll. And he has a very bad temper. Other than me, no one can touch him, or else he'll get very angry." Hua Qing raised his eyebrows in his arms, and the group of ghosts laughed. "Io, he can even raise his eyebrows, he's so cool." Chapter 144. Xia Lian turned his head around. The one who spoke was the deadly swift saber demon. He said, "The human aura on you is too heavy." The group of ghosts said, "Puppeteer, it's understandable. He also has ghost energy on him." "Deadly rapier, no, no. Take a closer look. The ghost chi on this puppet master doesn't come from the inside at all. Instead, it seems like it's coming from the outside." It was originally possible to bluff his way through by being tainted with ghost chi from the outside. However, once he became the center of attention, the details would be magnified. When this quick killer saber demon first came out to stir up trouble, he didn't seem to be in a good state of mind. It was almost the same as the opening of the heaven's eye. Xia Lian still thought he was an insignificant character. Who knew that it would not be easy to fool them? The ghost said, "This one seems to be very knowledgeable." So, was there a definite answer? How was he supposed to judge? Do you have any ideas? Quicksaber demon, yes. There was a kind of prop. We can determine what he is. He took something out of his sleeve. When the ghosts saw this, they immediately retreated in a large circle. "Oh my God! You carry a yellow talisman with you? I think you must be the priest who sneaked in." Deadly Swiftblade Demon said coldly, "Wrong. It's just that I killed a few Taoists on my way here. He just casually took their things. This was just an ordinary yellow talisman. It could only be used to deal with small ghosts and small fries. Since all of you were able to make it here, I believe that this talisman won't be able to do anything to you. Watch carefully." After saying that, he smacked the door. He placed the yellow talisman on his forehead. Sizzle, sizzle. The yellow talisman burned into a wisp of black smoke in front of his face, and a black scorch mark was left on his forehead. The swift saber demon wiped away the charred mark and said, "Although this talisman can't do anything to me, it's not a big deal. But it can still leave a mark on my face. Can this prove my identity?" Although talismans were used to deal with demons and ghosts, They could also be used to distinguish between humans and non-humans. Quick Fatal Blade Demon pointed at Xia Lian and said, "If you really are a puppet master, then stick this yellow talisman on your forehead. Let's see if the seal is left behind or not, and we'll know." Xia Lian did not bat an eyelid. His mind was racing, but he heard Hua Cheng say in a low voice, "It's nothing, brother." Xia Lian knew that he was confident, so he put down the Flower City and walked forward calmly. He took the talisman and stuck it on his forehead. With a sizzling sound, the yellow talisman also burned into a wisp of black smoke. However, when the black smoke dissipated, Xia Lian's forehead was still bright and clean, without a trace left behind. This proved that the ghost chi on his body came from an external source. Apart from the cloaked man with his arms crossed, the hundreds of ghosts instantly surrounded them and started to shout. Many strange weapons were about to fly towards them, but they were all repelled by an invisible barrier. The ghosts were shocked. "Oh? His cultivation is quite high." Xia Lian spread his hands and said, "I didn't do anything." At this moment, Hua Cheng, who was standing behind him, spoke. He walked over with his hands behind his back and said, "You bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world, what are you making a fuss about? Hey, you little rascal, have you seen much of the world? It's true that he doesn't have any ghost chi on his body. Who are you guys? Quickly tell me." Hua Cheng said, "Nonsense, of course he doesn't have any. That's because I'm the puppet master." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of ghosts felt an extremely cold air sweep over them, as if the entire area was frozen. Their bodies were originally cold, but now they all started to shiver. "What happened?" Hua Cheng said, "I'm just letting you guys see a little of the world." He retracted his aura, and the group of ghosts finally stopped shivering. The Quick Killer Blade Demon said with lingering fear, You're a puppet master, and he's also a puppet master. Then who is the puppet master?" No, he definitely isn't." "Who is he?" Before Hua Cheng could answer, Xia Lian smiled and said, "Of course I'm his person." The group of ghosts was stunned for a while, but they finally understood. So it's the other way around? He's the master, and you're the puppet?" The Quick Killer Blade Demon asked suspiciously, "Then why did you say you were the puppet master before? Why did you lie?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Because I think it's interesting." Xia Lian also smiled and said, "Yes. The master thinks it's interesting, that's the most important reason." After the female ghosts recovered from their shock, they retracted their claws and tongues and began to circle around Xia Lian again, discussing him. But for some reason, when the female ghosts were discussing him, their style was completely different from when they were discussing Hua Cheng. They seemed to be a lot more unrestrained. For example, "So this little brother is the puppet? I like this age, I want one even more. You really don't want to order one?" Xia Lian warmly said, "This. Thank you for liking me. But I'm actually very old. This material is human skin, right? It was quite clean and did not have the pungent smell of a living man. Great master, how did you take care of him? Did you use any perfume?" Xia Lian said, "It's human skin. No perfume. Just bathe more and drink more water. Wow, I feel like this doll can be used for many things. All kinds of things. His face and body aren't bad, huh? His skin feels quite good too. But he's a bit thin, I don't know if there's any meat underneath after taking off his clothes, he. Xia Lian maintained a modest and appropriate smile. Seeing that there really were female ghosts whose eyes lit up and were about to touch his chest, his eyebrows slightly twitched. Hua Cheng put 2 fingers together and slightly raised them. A circle of slender jade-like hands and withered hands were waved away by him. Xia Lian hurriedly crouched behind Hua Cheng and hid. The female ghost said, "What? You also want to say that this is your doll? Does he have a bad temper and doesn't like other people touching him?" "I think his temper is quite good." Hua Cheng reached out a hand and hooked Xia Lian's chin, saying, "His temper is indeed good." But, I have a bad temper. The things I like, other than me, no one else can touch them. Xia Lian followed his gesture and obediently raised his head. He held back his laughter until his stomach twitched, but he was still very cooperative. Looking into Hua Cheng's eyes, he sincerely said, "No." Third. Master's temper is very good. Hua Cheng also smiled, seeming very satisfied. Just as the two of them were singing along, a ghost at the side interrupted, "I still feel that he has too much of a human scent." The female ghost said, "Then what do you want?" The ghost said, "I heard that the fillings inside the doll are not flesh and blood, so it won't bleed if you stab it. Let me try stabbing him." Before it could finish, it was frightened by a dagger glare and dared not make another sound. Hua Cheng said coldly, "Who dares to touch him? Do you think I can let you touch the things that I cherish in my heart?" The group of ghosts was already intimidated by his aura, and now that he directly threatened them, they did not dare to act rashly. Unknowingly, they had already cleared out a large space in the middle of the group. The initiator of all this, Swift Blade Demon, saw that the situation was not good and instead tried to mediate. "Puppet Master, please don't be angry. We have not entered Bronze Cauldron Mountains territory yet, we can talk about what will happen after we enter. Let's not start an internal conflict now." Hua Cheng's gaze swept to the side. "Rather than pestering my doll, why don't you ask why that person over there still refuses to take off his cloak?" Beside Xia Lian stood a strange cloaked man. After all this commotion, he still did not take off his cloak, and had his arms crossed as if he was watching the show. But after Hua Cheng singled him out, he could no longer watch the show, and the main character became himself. Swift Blade Demon took a step forward. "Friend, please take off your cloak and let us have a look." The cloaked man paused for a long time. Just when Xia Lian suspected that he was waiting for an opportunity to escape, the cloaked man suddenly stretched out his hand and directly lifted his cloak. Under the cloak was a handsome but ordinary face. Such a person, if thrown into a crowd, although not ugly, would be quickly forgotten. No one would remember his face, causing the ghosts to be disappointed when they saw his true appearance. However, Xia Lian's vigilance was raised. Hua Cheng said, "One look and I can tell it's a fake face." Only Xia Lian could hear this voice. Xia Lian nodded. Sometimes, some heavenly officials or famous ghosts would need to make a trip to the mortal world, and it would be inconvenient for them to use their real body, so they would transform into a fake face. At this time, the key to shape-shifting was to be ordinary. Whether it was good-looking or not, the more ordinary, the better. Even if people stared at the face for an hour, they would immediately forget it. Only then would it be considered a successful shape-shifting. This cloaked man's face perfectly met this key point, so this face was most likely not his real face. The only thing they didn't know was who this person was. Swift Blade Demon handed over a yellow talisman. The cloaked man took it, and without the slightest hesitation, he pressed it against his forehead. Sizzle, sizzle, smoke, leaving a mark. It seemed that he was also a ghost, not a human. After a round of commotion, the ghosts were a little impatient. Did a heavenly official sneak in or not? Who was the first to mention it? Could it be a mistake? Swift Blade Demon raised his hand. "I was the first to discover it, it's absolutely true. I definitely smelled a heavenly official." Ah! Who would have thought that he would suddenly scream and fall to the ground? Xia Lian was startled and rushed forward to take a look. There was a bloody hole in the man's body, piercing through his abdomen. Moreover, there was a faint trace of the spiritual aura that only a heavenly official would have. The ghosts exclaimed, "Look at his wound. There's really a heavenly official among us." Swift Blade Demon covered the bloody hole and shouted, "Everyone be careful. He's trying to silence us." The ghosts were all shocked by this. Raising their weapons, they looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Who wants to silence us? Where is he hiding?" After Swift Blade Demon suffered that blow, the first thought that flashed through Xia Lian's mind was, sure enough, people with such exaggerated names are often the first to be killed. He paused for a moment, then said, "Everyone saw it just now. My master and I were being watched by all of you, but we didn't do anything. As he said that, he glanced at the cloaked man. The other person also raised his hand slightly and said in a low voice, "Same." Xia Lian bent down to examine Swift Blade Demon's wound. It's a sword wound. Among those who use swords, there are. He turned his head and was immediately speechless. Swords were not only the most popular weapons in the human world and the heaven realm, but also in the ghost realm. Among the 400 demons and ghosts, at least 300 of them used swords. It was an uncountable number. Xia Lian coughed lightly. If we had more of those yellow talismans, then we wouldn't have to worry about not knowing who it was. Of course, he was just saying it casually, pretending to be enthusiastic. If there really was a heavenly official among them, he didn't want to help find them. This Swift Blade Demon couldn't possibly have so many yellow talismans in reserve. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Swift Blade Demon really did pull out several thick stacks of yellow talismans. "Oh, I have them." Xia Lian couldn't help but look behind him. "Where did you pull them out?" Swift Blade Demon replied, "That's not important." Xia Lian replied, "No, it's very important. Normally, you wouldn't carry so many heavy things with you, right? You could use them as bricks to kill people. How many Taoists did you kill on your way here?" Swift Blade Demon glared at him. 20 or so. No wonder. Even if each Taoist only carried a few dozen yellow talismans, there would still be a few hundred of them added up. Without further ado, the ghosts were anxious to find out who the real heavenly official was. They quickly came up with a plan. In pairs, they would stick the yellow talismans on each other's foreheads. Then, they would observe if there were any burn marks left on their foreheads. Some of the ghosts were still a little afraid of the yellow talismans. "Are we really going to stick them on? Will it scatter my soul?" "It won't. It's exactly the same as the one we stuck on them just now. It's very weak, at most it'll leave a mark." Oh, Hua Cheng narrowed his eyes, as if he had sensed something. Not long after, a large number of the 400 or so ghosts had the same yellow talisman stuck on their foreheads. It looked strange and funny. However, nothing happened after they stuck the talismans on them. The ghosts looked at each other in dismay. "What's going on? Hey, Swift Blade Demon, what kind of Taoists did you kill? They're so weak that even the talismans don't work." Xia Lian had felt that something was wrong from the start. Now, he frowned even more. Just as he was about to speak, a female ghost beside him pouted. "I'm not sticking anymore, tear." "Ha! What's going on? Why can't I tear them?" The female ghosts all screamed, "Me too. Why can't I tear them? Oh no." At the same time, Hua Qing shouted, "Brother, squat down." Chapter 145. Xia Lian only felt layers of violent fluctuations coming from all directions. An indescribably strange smell spread out. Those yellow talismans had actually all exploded. As for the demons and ghosts that had stuck them on their heads, their solid heads exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The hollow ones were directly blown out of shape, black smoke drifting in the air. In front of the mountain wall, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Hua Qing let go of Xia Lian's ears, seemingly unaffected. Xia Lian stood up, slightly shocked. He had just seen those yellow talismans one by one. Indeed, they were the most common exorcism talismans. How could they have such a terrifying effect? At this time, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the sky full of black dust. Xia Lian's eyes and hands were quick, holding it in front of his eyes. He immediately understood. How cunning. This was the corner of a yellow talisman. If it wasn't broken, he wouldn't have been able to see it. It actually had two layers. A layer of paper covered the top, drawing the most common talisman, and an extremely thin layer of talisman paper, although it was already burnt to the point where it couldn't be seen. Needless to say, it must be the most vicious, most powerful talisman. Dust flew everywhere, and in the midst of the blurred vision, many ghosts were still screaming. It seemed that someone was taking the opportunity to sneak attack. Xiao Lian immediately crouched down, and a ghost shouted, "Wait! The battle hasn't even started, why are you guys fighting already?" "Yeah! Didn't we all say that before entering, we were all ghosts, we would peacefully coexist and think of a way to pass this mountain together?" A voice laughed sinisterly, "Idiots like you deserve to be eliminated in the first round. No one ever said when the battle would start. You're all opponents anyway, of course the earlier you get rid of, the better. Do you think we have to inform you in advance before we act?" Wait. I quit. We haven't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet. Can't I quit now? Where do you think this place is, that you can come and go as you please? You haven't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet? Take a good look at where you are now. The dust dissipated a little, and when the ghosts could see clearly, they were all shocked. "Ah! How could this be?" Not only them, but Xiao Lian was also slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. When they arrived, they were blocked by a mountain that they couldn't go around or climb over. However, when he looked again, he discovered that the mountain had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It moved behind them. Unknowingly, they had already entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Xiao Lian suddenly understood why Hua Cheng said there were landmarks in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. But don't believe them. Because these landmarks were like mischievous children, they could move on their own. All of a sudden, Xiao Lian heard a voice sneering behind him. "I'd like to see if you're a puppet doll or something else. Deadly Swift Saber Demon." Xiao Lian fiercely turned his head back. However, before Ruo Xia could fly out, he saw a cold light flash. That Swift Saber Demon didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before he was chopped into two at the waist. Xiao Lian moved forward to take a look. Sure enough, it had really been chopped neatly into two halves. This time, it really couldn't be more dead. He looked up and saw that it was the cloaked man who did it. He was slowly sheathing a long sword under the cloak and steadily walking over. Xiao Lian only felt that this figure and gait were somewhat familiar. He stood up and asked, "Sir, who are you?" The man laughed lowly, as if he was about to answer, but he suddenly bent down. Seeing this, alarm bells rang in Xiao Lian's mind. He focused on guarding against a sneak attack. But he saw that the man only bent down, one hand on the left and one on the right, holding onto the slender waists of two female ghosts. "Ladies, what's the matter?" Xiao Lian, the two female ghosts were quite beautiful. Because they didn't use swords, they didn't stick the yellow talismans on them, so they escaped death. But they still fainted from the explosion. Now that they were in someone's embrace, they slowly woke up and said gratefully, "I'm fine, unexpectedly." Before he could finish saying, "Thank you," the two female ghosts' expressions greatly changed. They pushed the cloaked man away and said, "Scram." Then they hurriedly crawled to the side. After being slapped away, the man didn't get angry. He just seemed to feel strange. Rubbing his chin, he frowned and said, "This shouldn't be. This face isn't ugly, right?" Although he still hadn't taken off his disguise, Xiao Lian already knew who he was. He said, "General Pei, why did you also come?" The newcomer turned to him and smiled. He wiped his face with his hand and revealed his true appearance. It was Pei Ming. He said, "Naturally, Di Jun sent me here to help Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Lian said, "Really? Then I'm really sorry. As you can see, it's quite dangerous here." Hua Qing said, "Gij, you don't need to be embarrassed. He must have asked for a lot of benefits from Junwu." Pei Ming walked in front of Hua Cheng and squatted down. Using his hand to measure his current height, he smiled and said, "I'm not seeing things, right? Don't tell me this is Your Excellency Blood Rain Tanhua." Sure enough, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. "What did you eat to grow back?" "Ha!" Just as he made a ha sound, Xiao Lian swung his silk ribbon at him, nearly sending him flying. Pei Ming narrowly avoided it and leapt backwards. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, How much do you treasure Master Hua Cheng that you can't even make a joke? Xia Lian sternly said, Are you really General Pei? Pei Ming patted the sword at his waist and showed it to him. He said, I guarantee it's the real deal. Xia Lian said, If it's the real deal, then I'll directly return it. Hua Cheng said, Gidge, just beat him to death. It's fake. Pei Ming said, Hey. Xia Lian said, If you really are General Pei, then why did that yellow talisman leave a scorched mark on your forehead? Pei Ming said, It's very simple. It's all because of this. As he said that, he threw a small object to Xia Lian. Out of caution, Xia Lian didn't catch it with his hand. He picked up the tip of the sword and brought it to his eyes. He said, Candy. On the tip of the sword was indeed a small, shiny black candy. Pei Ming tossed another one into his mouth. He said, This is a ghost-flavored candy ball I bought in the Ghost City. Chewing one will fill your mouth with ghost energy. It's quite useful when pretending to be something inhuman. Xia Lian picked up that ghost-flavored candy ball and asked in surprise, You can even buy such a magical thing in the Ghost City? Pei Ming ate the candy and said, Ask Master Hua beside you. He knows best. You can buy anything in the Ghost City. It just depends on whether you have the means. The taste isn't bad. Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you want to try one? Xia Lian was also quite curious about what ghosts tasted like. He said to Hua Cheng, If that's the case, then we should also buy some ghost-flavored candy balls before coming here. Hua Cheng took the candy ball from his hand and said, Gidge, if there's anything you want from the Ghost City, you can just tell me. But don't eat this thing. Why? Hua Cheng didn't use any strength in his hand. That candy ball shrieked and turned into a wisp of black smoke. He said, Everything in the Ghost City is very dangerous. For example, this candy ball comes from a black workshop. Most of the ingredients are low-quality ghosts of unknown origins. After eating it, it's harmful to the body. Pei Ming didn't mind, It's okay. I don't eat it often. It's just an emergency. Hua Cheng continued, And the smell is pungent. Priests and people can't smell it, but the lower the grade of the ghost, the more foul the smell. Pei Ming, Hua Cheng laughed, So, do you know why those two female ghosts told you to get lost? Because they felt that the ghost energy on Pei Ming's body was extremely inferior and foul. Xia Lian coughed lightly and tactfully said, General Pei, it's better if you don't eat it. Pei Ming made a hand gesture and took out the remaining ghost-flavored candy balls and threw them all away. She said, Fine, but right now we're only in the outermost layer of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Once we enter, there will definitely be even more powerful demons and ghosts. They'll be able to tell that there's something wrong with us at a glance. What should we do then? The reason why those female ghosts flocked to Hua Cheng was probably because they liked his scent very much. The ghost energy that Hua Cheng gave him was definitely of the highest quality. There was indeed no need to buy ghost-flavored candy balls. However, if he didn't want others to see that the ghost energy came from the outside, he probably had to do it like the previous few times and exchange bodily fluids. Thinking of this, Xia Lian hurriedly stopped himself and seriously said, I don't know either. I'm just a puppet doll. It meant that he was going to continue acting. Pei Ming said, All right. Your Highness, you have to follow your master closely. Xia Lian pretended not to hear and looked around. He sighed and said, I didn't expect there to be so many casualties right from the start. Originally, there were more than 400 demons and ghosts gathered here. Almost all of them died in the chaos just now. Xia Lian couldn't help but think of the scene that Hua Cheng demonstrated to him that night. It really wasn't an exaggeration. It was like a gust of wind blowing all the weeds away. There were less than a dozen of them who had escaped and were not completely dead yet. Their limbs were scattered all over the place, and they were moaning in pain. Hua Cheng stood in front of them and said, Now do you know what kind of place Bronze Cauldron Mountain is? The surviving ghosts didn't dare to make a sound. Xia Lian said gently, Right now, you are only in the outer layer and can still leave. If you don't want to go deeper and encounter more terrifying things, then wait here and find a chance to leave. The ghosts had the same intention. Seeing that they didn't have any intention of silencing them, they hurriedly helped them up and hid as far away as possible. Looking at the retreating figures, Xia Lian said thoughtfully, that quick killer blade demon might have an exaggerated name, but he's unexpectedly a powerful character. He's really ruthless. Pei Ming agreed, this thing is extremely scheming. He's been stirring up trouble since the beginning and is extremely quick to react. Your Highness, that sword of yours gave him the chance to use the trick of injuring himself to gain the confidence of others. Xia Lian was startled. Wait, that sword of mine? Which sword of mine? I didn't stab him. Pei Ming said, you didn't. It was the sword on his lower abdomen. If he hadn't tried his best to create panic and the wound was stained with your spiritual aura, the other demons wouldn't have believed him and stuck talismans on their heads. Xia Lian asked curiously, to tell you the truth, I thought that sword was from you, General Pei. Pei Ming said, Your Highness, do you have any misunderstandings about me? I don't do sneak attacks. Xia Lian said, if it wasn't you or me, then was there a third heavenly judge? Or is there something wrong with the spiritual aura on the quick killer blade demon's wound? He turned back to check again, but the place where the quick killer blade demon's corpse was cut up was empty. He was stunned, where's the quick killer blade demon's corpse? Pei Ming was slightly astounded as well and said, I clearly chopped him in half just now. Hua Qing said in a low voice, brother, be careful. In Bronze Cauldron Mountain, the more enemies you kill, the stronger you will become. Chapter 146. Corpses littered the ground and black smoke drifted in the air. The three of them were on full alert. After that tall mountain moved behind them without anyone noticing, the road ahead finally revealed itself. The pitch-black forest was layered in a terrifying manner. From time to time, the strange cries of old crows could be heard. Xia Lian mobilized all his senses to guard against it while inadvertently holding Hua Cheng's hand. Who knew that this grip? He had actually discovered some bad news. Hua Cheng was clearly a ghost. At this moment, his body temperature was boiling hot, as if he had a high fever. Xia Lian was immediately startled. He immediately said in a low voice, San Lang, are you going to change back? Although Hua Cheng's forehead was burning hot from his fingertips, his expression still did not change. He said, soon. Hua Cheng was about to change back. In the current situation, this was definitely great news. However, the moment before he officially returned to his original appearance was definitely the most important and dangerous moment. Xia Lian made a prompt decision. He said, set up the formation. I'll protect you. As soon as he said he would make a move, he ordered Ruo Xia to circle around Hua Cheng in a large circle. Then, he inserted the heart in front of the circle as the door lock to guard the circle. Hua Cheng sat on the ground. He said, brother, take the heart for self-defense. Xia Lian said, no, this formation can't be careless. There must be a weapon that has been stained with human blood to hold the formation. Before he finished speaking, he felt something rubbing against him from behind. When he turned around to look, he was immediately speechless. He saw a small silver scimitar standing behind him, blinking its large silver eyes. It was rubbing against him with the hilt of the scimitar, as if it was recommending itself. Xia Lian squatted down and said, Misfortune, how did you become like this? The famous scimitar Misfortune had a slender blade, evil and frivolous. Right now, it had shrunk by at least half. That silver eye was originally long and narrow, but now it seemed to have become a child's eye. It was big and round, blinking. Hearing Xia Lian say this, it seemed a little wronged, but it still tried hard to send the hilt of the scimitar to his hand. Pei Ming also squatted down and said, this is the famous scimitar Misfortune. As he spoke, he seemed to want to reach out and touch it. However, Doom Exterminator's expression changed instantly, and the blade pointed threateningly at him. Fortunately, Pei Ming's hand moved quickly. Otherwise, he would have drawn blood on the spot. Xia Lian touched misfortune and said, "It's better to let Fragrant Heart do it." Her heart did not waver. She offered herself to Hua Cheng but was rejected outright. She wept and jumped back to Hua Cheng's side. Hua Cheng didn't even look at it. He gave it a backhand slap and said, "What are you crying for? It's all because you're useless. Trash." Doom fell to the ground like a piece of trash that no one wanted. He seemed to have fainted from the slap. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly picked up misfortune and held it in his arms. He said, "No, no. Don't listen to him, you're not useless, you're very useful." Pei Ming couldn't stand the atmosphere in the circle any longer. He walked out and stood outside the circle. He slowly pulled out his sword again and said, "It wasn't supposed to be this tense. I didn't expect to meet such a troublesome and powerful character. Your Highness is really lucky." Their group had come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain to get rid of the non-human beings that could become extinct. They were looking for powerful characters. Xia Lian didn't know whether this was good luck or bad luck. Hua Qing said, "General Pei, why do you think that it's your Highness's luck? Have you ever thought that the deadly swift saber demon might be coming for you?" Pei Ming laughed. "If it's a female ghost, I'll believe it's coming for me." Unexpectedly, he didn't laugh for long before his expression suddenly changed. He leaped to the side. When he looked up again, blood was flowing down his face. There was a bloody mark on Pei Ming's face. He touched his face in disbelief. His entire palm was dyed red with blood. This wasn't a small scratch. The two of them had been on guard just now, but Xia Lian was unharmed. He didn't feel any killing intent directed at him. He said honestly, "It looks like, it's coming for you, General Pei." Pei Ming was about to speak when the sound of a sharp blade came again. This time, he was prepared and swung his sword down. This sword really hit something. A figure appeared in the air, split into two. It fell to the ground with a thud. Half of its upper body and the other half its lower body. The upper body lay on the ground, staring at Pei Ming with a malicious gaze. It was Quick Deadly Blade Demon. Pei Ming walked over and stepped on his chest. He pressed the tip of his sword against his throat. "What are you?" This thing had said before that he was a spiritual monster formed from an executioner's knife. If that was true, he should have returned to his original form after being cut in two by Pei Ming. What kind of knife could still be used after being cut in two? Unexpectedly, Quick Deadly Blade Demon's eyes suddenly widened. He sneered and broke Pei Ming's sword with his bare hands. Clang! Pei Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He wasn't the only one. Xia Lian had the same reaction. Pei Ming was a martial god that had officially ascended. Even if he was in Bronze Cauldron Mountain and his magic power was suppressed to the minimum, his artifact shouldn't have been broken so easily. Swift Saber Demon laughed and said, "Such a useless sword, how can you even take it out?" Pei Ming immediately used his fist to replace the sword. Quick Deadly Blade Demon slapped the ground with his left hand and soared into the air. He closed his right hand and slashed with his palm. Wherever his palm wind passed, there was a metallic glint. It was actually the wind of a sharp blade. It could be seen that his true body was indeed a sharp weapon. Xia Lian stood within the circle and wanted to go out and help. However, Hua Cheng stopped him and said in a low voice, "Brother, look carefully." Pei Ming also shouted, "Don't interfere." He was the martial god of the north. If he couldn't even defeat a saber demon at the outermost layer of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, how could he get over his own heart? However, although Quick Deadly Blade Demon only had his upper body, he was extremely agile. He seemed to be able to predict where Pei Ming was going to attack first. This was very disadvantageous for Pei Ming. After a few hundred moves, Pei Ming's body was already covered in dozens of wounds. Xia Lian couldn't stand it anymore and said, "General Pei, come into the circle first." Pei Ming's expression became more and more unsightly. He wasn't willing to retreat, and Xia Lian couldn't rashly help him fight 2 against 1. For some martial gods, asking for help in a one-on-one fight was a form of humiliation. Xiao Lian could only say, "General Pei, come back first. Didn't you notice something strange? This person knows your sword art and movement technique like the back of his hand." Pei Ming naturally noticed this as well, but he couldn't believe it. But even Xiao Lian, who was watching from the side, could see it. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to believe it. Xiao Lian pulled out the heart and temporarily opened up a gap. He took the opportunity to jump back into the circle, his expression extremely ugly. Xiao Lian put the heart back in and said, "General Pei, aren't you going to pick up your broken transcendent artifact?" Pei Ming wiped away the blood on his forehead and said in a low voice, "That isn't my transcendent artifact. I just randomly picked it up. It's still quite convenient." Hearing this, Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief. Although the sword Pei Ming randomly picked up should be very valuable, it at least couldn't compare to a transcendent artifact. He then said, "General Pei, why didn't you bring a transcendent artifact here?" Pei Ming said, "I didn't refine one." Xiao Lian was even more curious. Why? Most martial gods would choose to refine the weapon they were most familiar with into a transcendent artifact. This way, when attacking, they would naturally be like a tiger that had grown wings. Before Pei Ming could reply, Quick Deadly Blade Demon snorted coldly and said, "That's naturally because the sword he used the best was gone a long time ago." Pei Ming's brows furrowed. "Just who are you?" Xiao Lian said, "Aren't you going to ask what he is?" Quick Deadly Blade Demon snorted. "Who am I?" "Ha! Pei Ming, when you broke me with a single palm strike, did you ever think there would be a day like this?" Xiao Lian slightly opened his eyes and said, "General Pei, do you know him?" Pei Ming thought for a long time. His expression became more and more solemn as he probed, "You are Ming Guan." Hearing this name, Quick Deadly Blade Demon stopped smiling. The current him looked completely different from the little demon that had blended into the crowd in the beginning. Xiao Lian said, "He's called Mingguang." "General Pei, isn't it you who is General Mingguang?" In an instant, countless unimaginable stories quickly emerged in his mind, such as impersonating someone else, stealing a beam and swapping a pillar for a pillar, etc. However, because he repeatedly went to the heavenly court, it couldn't be considered unimaginable. He couldn't help but think, could it be another geomastery? However, Pei Ming seemed to see what he was thinking. Clutching his wound, he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are you thinking? I already said I'm the real General Pei." "It's me." Xiao Lian said, "Then why did you call him Mingguang?" Pei Ming said, "Because he was originally called Mingguang. This is the name I gave him. He is my sword." Xiao Lian exclaimed, "Could it be General's broken sword?" Pei Ming said, "That's right. Mingguang was my sword when I was a human. Several hundred years ago, I personally broke it. No wonder. No wonder this Quick Deadly Blade Demon knew Pei Ming's sword techniques like the back of his hand. It was as if he could see what he was going to do next. No wonder he could still move freely even though he was clearly cut in half. The wound on his abdomen also didn't have any effect on him. This was because this sword had followed Pei Ming through countless battles. Naturally, it knew Pei Ming's habits and routines like the back of his hand. This was because he had long since been cut in half. Xiao Lian said, "So, the previous sword wound, was he stabbing himself? Then what was the spiritual light on the wound?" Pei Ming said, "Mine. Back then, after I broke him, I immediately ascended. I think it must have been stained at that time and can't be removed." Quick Deadly Blade Demon. No, Mingguang began to use his hand as a blade, hacking towards Pei Ming's heart. The expression on his face was sinister, as if he was hacking at Pei Ming himself. Xiao Lian couldn't help but ask, "That General Pei, why is your sword so resentful towards you? What did you do to him? What's going on with General breaking the sword?" Pei Ming touched the medicine bottle on his body as he said, "It's a trivial matter from several hundred years ago. Why are you still mentioning him now? Let's first think of a way to beat him back. Although there was Ruoxia's circle, once Pei Ming's heart was cut in half, the circle would be broken. It would be like smashing a lock, leaving only the door. Xia Lian looked behind him. Hua Cheng was already meditating with his eyes closed, as if he couldn't sense the movements of the outside world. Xia Lian felt slightly relieved. However, Pei Ming's voice pulled him back. Your Highness, can your sword hold on? Xia Lian turned around and said, I don't know. After all, Pei Ming is very old. Pei Ming said, it doesn't matter. Ming Guang is also very old. Xia Lian let out a sigh of relief and said, since it's like this, as long as there's no other help, it should be able to hold on for a while. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the sound of extremely heavy footsteps came from the other side of the forest. Not long after, a burly man with dark skin and a ferocious appearance appeared in front of them. That burly man was strangely tall. When they saw him, Xia Lian and Pei Ming both broke out in a cold sweat. That burly man saw that there was a person who was madly hacking at a sword stuck in the ground with his bare hands. He seemed to be a little surprised and walked over. Xia Lian and Pei Ming simultaneously covered their faces and turned to the side. Meanwhile, Ming Guang saw a giant corpse walking over. It looked like he had a lot of strength. Ming Guang shouted at him, Hey, big guy, help me out. Help me get rid of this sword and break this circle. I'll give you half of the heads inside. However, that burly man didn't seem to be born a person of the Central Plains, nor would he die a ghost of the Central Plains. He didn't understand what Ming Guang was saying, so he could only shout back at him. Both sides yelled at each other for a long time, yet they still couldn't understand what the other was saying. Instead, their veins bulged more and more. Pei Ming tried to make his posture of covering his face more natural and elegant. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, what is this barbarian shouting about? Xia Lian also said in a low voice, He thinks that your sword is provoking him and is angry. He said to quickly kneel and beg for mercy, or else he'll beat him to death. Pei Ming said, That's great. I hope they quickly start fighting. Unexpectedly, that burly man seemed to hear their whispers. He turned around and stared at them with a frown. Xia Lian and Pei Ming covered their faces even more tightly. They naturally couldn't care less about pretending. However, that burly man still recognized them. He stomped his feet, causing the entire ground to tremble. He shouted, It's you. The Taoist who collects trash. Pei Su's boss. Seeing that he recognized them, the two could only put down their hands. After a moment of deliberation, Xia Lian said in the half-moon language, General Kuemo, calm down. This strange burly man was naturally Kuemo, who had escaped from Bronze Cauldron Mountain after the tens of thousands of ghosts became restless. He was captured by Xia Lian. Later, during the interrogation, he saw Pei Ming, who was standing on Pei Su's side. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. Without a second word, he kicked at her heart, causing the sword to tilt by an inch.